Chapter 25. Isabelle crept through the empty streets of Carrivaux dressed in black, her golden hair covered. It was after curfew. A meager moon occasionally cast light on the uneven cobblestones. More often, it was obscured by clouds. She listened for footsteps and lorry motors and froze when she heard either. At the end of town, she climbed over a rose-covered wall, heedless of the thorns, and dropped into a wet, black field of hay. She was halfway to the rendezvous point when 3 aeroplanes roared overhead, so low in the sky the trees shivered and the ground shook. Machine guns fired at one another, bursts of sound and light. The smaller aeroplane banked and swerved. She saw the insignia of America on the underside of its wing as it banked left and climbed. Moments later, she heard the whistling of a bomb, the inhuman, piercing wail. And then something exploded. The airfield. They were bombing it. The aeroplanes roared overhead again. There was another round of gunfire, and the American airplane was hit. Smoke roiled out. A screaming sound filled the night. The airplane plummeted toward the ground, twirled, its wings catching the moonlight, reflecting it. It crashed hard enough to rattle Isabelle's bones and shake the ground beneath her feet. Steel hitting dirt, rivets popping from metal, roots being torn up. The broken airplane skidded through the forest, breaking trees as if they were matchsticks. The smell of smoke was overwhelming. And then, in a giant whoosh, the aeroplane burst into flames. In the sky, a parachute appeared, swinging back and forth, the man suspended beneath it looking as small as a comma. Isabelle cut through the swath of burning trees. Smoke stung her eyes. Where was he? A glimpse of white caught her eye, and she ran toward it. The limp parachute lay across the scrubby ground, the airman attached to it. Isabelle heard the sound of voices. They weren't far away, and the crunching of footsteps. She hoped to God it was her colleagues, coming for the meeting, but there was no way to know. The Nazis would be busy at the airfield, but not for long. She skidded to her knees, unhooked the airman's parachute, gathered it up, and ran with it as far as she dared, burying it as best she could beneath a pile of dead leaves. Then she ran back to the pilot and grabbed him by the wrists and dragged him deeper into the woods. "You'll have to stay quiet. Do you understand me? I'll come back, but you'll need to lie still and be quiet." "You betcha," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Isabelle covered him with leaves and branches, but when she stood back, she saw her footprints in the mud, each one oozing with black water now, and the rutted drag marks she'd made hauling him over here. Black smoke rolled past her, engulfed her. The fire was getting closer, burning brighter. "Merde," she muttered. There were voices, people yelling. She tried to rub her hands clean, but the mud just smeared and smeared, marking her. 3 shapes came out of the woods, moving toward her. "Isabelle," a man said, "is that you?" A torchlight flicked on, revealing Henri and Didier, and Gaëtan. "You found the pilot?" Henri asked. Isabelle nodded. "He's wounded." Dogs barked in the distance. The Nazis were coming. Didier glanced behind them. "We haven't much time." "We'll never make it to town," Henri said. Isabelle made a split-second decision. "I know somewhere close we can hide him." "This is not a good idea," Gaëtan said. "Hurry," Isabelle said harshly. They were in the barn at Le Jardin now, with the door shut behind them. The airman lay slumped on the dirty floor, unconscious, his blood smearing across Didier's coat and gloves. "Push the car forward." Henri and Didier pushed the Renault forward and then lifted the cellar door. It creaked in protest and fell forward and banged into the car's fender. Isabelle lit an oil lamp and held it in one hand as she felt her way down the wobbly ladder. Some of the provisions she'd left had been used. She lifted the lamp. "Bring him down." The men exchanged a worried look. "I don't know about this," Henri said. "What choice do we have?" Isabelle snapped. "Now bring him down." Gaëtan and Henri carried the unconscious airman down into the dark, dank cellar and laid him on the mattress, which made a rustling, whispery sound beneath his weight. Henri gave her a worried look. Then he climbed out of the cellar and stood above them. "Come on, Gaëtan." Gaëtan looked at Isabelle. "We'll have to move the car back into place. You won't be able to get out of here until we come for you. If something happened to us, no one would know you were here." She could tell he wanted to touch her, and she ached for it, but they stood where they were, their arms at their sides. "The Nazis will be relentless in their search for this airman. If you're caught..." She tilted her chin, trying to hide how scared she was. "Don't let me be caught." "You think I don't want to keep you safe?" "I know you do," she said quietly. Before he could answer, Henri said, "Come on, Gaëtan," from above. "We need to find a doctor and figure out how to get them out of here tomorrow." Gaëtan stepped back. The whole world seemed to lie in that small space between them. "When we come back, we'll knock 3 times and whistle, so don't shoot us." "I'll try not to," she said. He paused. "Isabelle." She waited, but he had no more to say, just her name, spoken with the kind of regret that had become common. With a sigh, he turned and climbed up the ladder. Moments later, the trapdoor banged shut. She heard the boards overhead groan as the Renault was rolled back into place, and then silence. Isabelle started to panic. It was the locked bedroom again. Madame Doom slamming the door, clicking the lock, telling her to shut up and quit asking for things. She couldn't get out of here, not even in an emergency. "Stop it. Be calm. You know what needs to be done." She went over to the shelving, pushed her father's shotgun aside, and retrieved the box of medical supplies. A quick inventory revealed scissors, a needle and thread, alcohol, bandages, chloroform, Benzedrine tablets, and adhesive tape. She knelt beside the airman and set the lamp down on the floor beside her. Blood soaked the chest of his flight suit, and it took great effort to peel the fabric away. When she did, she saw the giant, gaping hole in his chest, and knew there was nothing she could do. She sat beside him, holding his hand until he took one last troubled breath. Then his breathing stopped. His mouth slowly gaped open. She gently eased the dog tags from around his neck. They would need to be hidden. She looked down at them. "Lieutenant Keith Johnson," she said. Isabelle blew out the lamp and sat in the dark with a dead man. The next morning, Vianne dressed in denim overalls and a flannel shirt of Antoine's that she had cut down to fit her. She was so thin these days that the shirt overwhelmed her slim frame. She would have to take it in again. Her latest care package to Antoine sat on the kitchen counter, ready to be mailed. Sophie had had a restless night, so Vianne let her sleep. She went downstairs to make coffee and almost ran into Captain Beck, who was pacing the living room. "Oh, Herr Captain, I am sorry." He seemed not to hear her. She had never seen him look so agitated. His usually pomaded hair was untended, a lock kept falling in his face, and he cursed repeatedly as he brushed it away. He was wearing his gun, which he never did in the house. He strode past her, his hands fisted at his sides. Anger contorted his handsome face, made him almost unrecognizable. "An aeroplane went down near here last night," he said, facing her at last. "An American aeroplane."
The one they call a Mustang.
I thought you wanted the aeroplanes to go down. Isn't that why you shoot at them?
We searched all night and didn't find a pilot. Someone is hiding him.
Hiding him? Oh, I doubt that. Most likely he died.
Then there would be a body, madame. We found a parachute, but no body.
But who would be so foolish? Vianne said. Don't you execute people for that?
Swiftly.
Vianne had never heard him speak in such a way. It made her draw back, and remembered the whip he'd held on the day Rachel and the others were deported.
Forgive my manner, madame, but we have shown you all our best behaviors, and this is what we get from many of you French: lies and betrayal and sabotage.
Vianne's mouth dropped open in shock. He looked at her, saw how she was staring at him, and he tried to smile.
Forgive me again. I don't mean you, of course. The commandant is blaming me for this failure to find the airmen. I am charged with doing better today.
He went to the front door, opened it.
If I do not...
Through the open door, she saw a glimpse of grey-green in her yard. Soldiers.
Good day, madame.
Vianne followed him as far as the front step.
Lock and close all the doors, madame. This pilot may be desperate. You wouldn't want him to break into your home.
Vianne nodded numbly. Beck joined his entourage of soldiers and took the lead. Their dogs barked loudly, strained forward, sniffing at the ground along the base of the broken wall. Vianne glanced up the hill and saw that the barn door was partially open.
"Herr Captain!"
she called out. The captain stopped. So did his men. The snarling dogs strained at their leashes. And then she thought of Rachel. This is where Rachel would come if she'd escaped.
"No, nothing, Herr Captain,"
Vianne called out. He nodded brusquely and led his men up the road. Vianne slipped into the boots by the door. As soon as the soldiers were out of sight, she hurried up the hill toward the barn. In her haste, she slipped twice in the wet grass and nearly fell. Righting herself at the last minute, she took a deep breath and opened the barn door all the way. She noticed right away that the car had been moved.
"I'm coming, Rachel,"
she said. She put the car in neutral and rolled it forward until the cellar door was revealed. Squatting down, she felt for the flat metal handle and lifted the hatch door. When it was high, she let it bang against the car fender. She got a lantern, lit it, and peered down into the dark cellar.
"Rach? Go away, Vianne, now! Isabelle?"
Vianne descended the ladder, saying,
"Isabelle, what are—"
She dropped to the ground and turned, the lantern in her hand swinging light. Her smile faded. Isabelle's dress was covered in blood. Her blonde hair was a mess, full of leaves and twigs, and her face was so scratched it looked like she'd gone running in a blackberry patch. But that wasn't the worst of it.
"The pilot,"
Vianne whispered, staring at the man lying on the misshapen mattress. It scared her so much she backed into the shelving. Something clanged to the ground and rolled.
"The one they're looking for. You shouldn't have come down here. I am the one who shouldn't be here? You fool! Do you know what they'll do to us if they find him here? How could you bring this danger to my house? I'm sorry. Just close the cellar door and put the car back in place. Tomorrow when you wake up, we'll be gone." "You're sorry,"
Vianne said. Anger swept through her. How dare her sister do this thing, put Sophie and her at risk? And now there was Ari here, who still didn't understand that he needed to be Daniel.
"You'll get us all killed."
Vianne backed away, reached for the ladder. She had to put as much distance as she could between herself and this airman, and her reckless, selfish sister.
"Be gone by tomorrow morning, Isabelle, and don't come back."
Isabelle had the nerve to look wounded.
"But don't,"
Vianne snapped.
I'm done making excuses for you. I was mean to you as a girl. Maman died. Papa is a drunk. Madame Dumas treated you badly. All of it is the truth, and I have longed to be a better sister to you. But that stops here. You are as thoughtless and reckless as always. Only now you will get people killed. I can't let you endanger Sophie. Do not come back. You are not welcome here. If you return, I will turn you in myself.
On that, Vianne clambered up the ladder and slammed the cellar door shut behind her. Vianne had to keep busy, or she would fall into a full-blown panic. She woke the children and fed them a light breakfast and got started on her chores. After harvesting the last of the autumn's vegetables, she pickled cucumbers and zucchini and canned some pumpkin puree. All the while, she was thinking about Isabelle and the airmen in the barn. What should be done? The question haunted her all day, reasserting itself constantly. Every choice was dangerous. Obviously, she should just keep quiet about the airmen in the barn. Silence was always safest. But what if Beck and the Gestapo and the SS and their dogs went into the barn on their own? If Beck found the airman in a barn on the property where he was billeted, the commandant would not be pleased. Beck would be humiliated.
The commandant is blaming me for this failure to find the airman.
Humiliated men could be dangerous. Maybe she should tell Beck. He was a good man. He had tried to save Rachel. He had gotten Ari papers. He mailed Vianne's care packages to her husband. Perhaps Beck could be convinced to take the airman and leave Isabelle out of it. The airman would be sent to a prisoner of war camp. That was not so bad. She was still grappling with these questions long after supper had ended, and she'd put the children to bed. She didn't even try to go to sleep. How could she sleep with her family at such risk? The thought of that made her anger with Isabelle swell again. At 10 o'clock, she heard footsteps out front and a sharp rap-rap on the door. She put down her darning and got to her feet. Smoothing the hair back from her face, she went to the door and opened it. Her hands were trembling so badly she fisted them at her sides.
"Herr Captain," she said, "you are late. Shall I make you something to eat?"
He muttered, "No, thank you," and pushed past her, rougher than he'd ever been before. He went into his room and came back with a bottle of brandy. Pouring himself a huge draught in a chipped café glass, he downed the liquid and poured himself another.
"Herr Captain?"
"We didn't find the pilot," he said, downing the second drink, pouring a third.
"Oh."
"These Gestapo,"
he looked at her.
"They'll kill me,"
he said quietly.
"No, surely."
"They do not like to be disappointed."
He drank the third glass of brandy and slammed the glass down on the table, almost breaking it.
"I have looked everywhere,"
he said.
"Every nook and cranny of this God-forsaken town. I've looked in cellars and basements and chicken pens, in thickets of thorns and under piles of garbage. And what do I have to show for my efforts? A parachute with blood on it and no pilot."
Surely you haven't looked everywhere," she said to console him. "Shall I get you something to eat? I saved you some supper."
He stopped suddenly. She saw his gaze narrow, heard him say,
"It is not possible, but—"
He grabbed a torchlight and strode to the closet in the kitchen and yanked the door open.
"What are you doing?"
"I am searching your house."
"Surely you don't think—"
She stood there, her heart thumping as he searched from room to room and yanked the coats out of the closet and pulled the divan away from the wall.
"Are you satisfied?"
"Satisfied, madame. We lost 14 pilots this week and God knows how many airplane crew. A Mercedes-Benz factory was blown up 2 days ago. and all the workers were killed. My uncle works in that building. Worked, I suppose.
I'm sorry,
she said. Vianne drew in a deep breath, thinking it was over, and then she saw that he was going outside. Did she make a sound? She was afraid that she did. She surged after him, wanting to grab his sleeve, but she was too late. He was outside now, following the beam of his torchlight, the kitchen door standing open behind him. She ran after him. He was at the dovecote, yanking the door open.
Herr Captain!
She slowed, tried to calm her breathing as she rubbed her damp palms down her pant legs.
You will not find anything or anyone here, Herr Captain. You must know that.
Are you a liar, madame?
He was not angry. He was afraid.
No, you know I am not. Wolfgang,
she said, using his Christian name for the first time.
Surely your superiors will not blame you.
This is the problem with you French, he said. You fail to see the truth when it sits down beside you.
He pushed past her and walked up the hill toward the barn. He would find Isabelle and the airmen. And if he did? Prison for all of them, maybe worse. He would never believe that she didn't know about it. She had already shown too much to go back to innocence, and it was too late now to rely on his honor in saving Isabelle. Vianne had lied to him. He opened the barn door and stood there, his hands on his hips, looking around. He put down his torchlight and lit an oil lamp. Setting it down, he checked every inch of the barn, each stall and the hayloft.
You see?
Vianne said.
Now come back to the house. Perhaps you'd like another brandy.
He looked down. There were faint tire tracks in the dust.
You said once that Madame de Champlain hid in a cellar.
No.
Vianne meant to say something, but when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. He opened the Renault's door, put the car in neutral, and pushed it forward, rolling it far enough to reveal the cellar door.
Captain, please!
He bent down in front of her. His fingers moved along the floor, searching the creases for the edges of the hatch. If he opened that door, it was over. He would shoot Isabelle, or take her into custody and send her to prison, and Vianne and the children would be arrested. There would be no talking to him, no convincing him. Beck unholstered his gun, cocked it. Vianne looked desperately for a weapon, saw a shovel leaned against the wall. He lifted the hatch and yelled something. As the door banged open, he stood up, taking aim. Vianne grabbed the shovel and swung it at him with all of her strength. The metal scoop made a sickening thunk as it hit him in the back of the head and sliced deeply into his skull. Blood spurted down the back of his uniform. At the same time, 2 shots rang out, one from Beck's gun and one from the cellar. Beck staggered sideways and turned. There was a hole the size of an onion in his chest, spurting blood. A flap of hair and scalp hung over one eye.
"Madame,"
he said, crumpling to his knees. His pistol clattered to the floor. The torchlight rolled across the uneven boards, clattering. Vianne threw the shovel aside and knelt down beside Beck, who lay sprawled face first in a pool of his blood. Using all of her weight, she rolled him over. He was pale already, chalkily so. Blood clotted his hair, streaked from his nostrils, bubbled at every breath he took.
"I'm sorry,"
Vianne said. Beck's eyes fluttered open. Vianne tried to wipe the blood off his face, but it just made more of a mess. Her hands were red with it now.
"I had to stop you,"
she said quietly.
"Tell my family."
Vianne saw the life leave his body, saw his chest stop rising, his heart stop beating. Behind her, she heard her sister climbing up the ladder.
"Vianne!"
Vianne couldn't move.
"Are you all right?"
Isabelle asked in a breathless, wheezing voice. She looked pale and a little shaky.
I killed him. He's dead,
Vianne said.
No, you didn't. I shot him in the chest,
Isabelle said.
I hit him in the head with a shovel. A shovel.
Isabelle moved toward her.
Vianne.
Don't, Vianne said sharply.
I don't want to hear some excuse from you. Do you know what you've done? A Nazi, dead in my barn.
Before Isabelle could answer, there was a loud whistle, and then a mule-drawn wagon entered the barn. Vianne lurched for Beck's weapon, staggered to her feet on the blood-slicked floorboards, and pointed the gun at the strangers.
Vianne, don't shoot,
Isabelle said.
They're friends.
Vianne looked at the ragged-looking man in the wagon, then at her sister, who was dressed all in black and looked milky pale, with shadows under her eyes.
Of course they are.
She moved sideways, but kept the gun trained on the men crowded onto the front of the rickety wagon. Behind them, in the bed of the wagon, lay a pine coffin. She recognized Henri, the man who ran the hotel in town, with whom Isabelle had run off to Paris. The communist with whom Isabelle thought she might be in love a little.
Of course,
Vianne said.
Your lover.
Henri jumped down from the wagon and closed the barn door.
What in the fuck happened?
Vianne hit him with a shovel and I shot him,
Isabelle said.
There's some sisterly dispute on who killed him, but he's dead. Captain Beck, the soldier who billets here.
Henri exchanged a look with one of the strangers, a scrappy, sharp-faced young man with hair that was too long.
That's a problem, the man said.
Can you get rid of the body?
Isabelle asked. She was pressing a hand to her chest, as if her heart was beating too fast.
And the airman's too. He didn't make it.
A big, shaggy man in a patched coat and pants that were too small jumped down from the wagon.
Disposing of the bodies is the easy part.
Who were these people? Isabelle nodded.
They'll come looking for Beck. My sister can't stand up to questioning. We'll need to put her and Sophie in hiding.
That did it. They were talking about Vianne, as if she weren't even here.
Running would only prove my guilt.
You can't stay, Isabelle said.
It isn't safe. By all means, Isabelle. Worry about me now, after you've put me and the children at risk and forced me to kill a decent man.
Vianne, please. Vianne felt something in her harden. It seemed that every time she thought she'd hit rock bottom in this war, something worse came along. Now she was a murderess, and it was Isabelle's fault. The last thing she was going to do now was follow her sister's advice and leave Le Jardin.
I will say that Beck left to look for the airman and never returned. What do I, an ordinary French housewife, know of such things? He was here, and then he was gone. C'est la vie.
It's as good an answer as any,
Henri said.
This is my fault,
Isabelle said, approaching Vianne. She saw her sister's regret for this, and her guilt, but Vianne didn't care. She was too scared for the children to worry about Isabelle's feelings.
Yes, it is, but you made it mine, too. We killed a good man, Isabelle.
Isabelle swayed a little, unsteady.
They'll come for you,
Vianne started to say.
And whose fault is that?
But when she looked at Isabelle, the words caught in her throat. She saw blood oozing out from between Isabelle's fingers. For a split second, the world slowed down, tilted, became nothing but noise. The men talking behind her, the mule stomping his hoof on the wooden floor, her own labored breathing. Isabelle crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Before Vianne could even cry out, a hand clamped over her mouth, arms yanked her back. The next thing she knew, she was being dragged away from her sister. She wrestled to be free, but the man holding her was too strong. She saw Henri drop to his knees beside Isabelle and rip open her coat and blouse to reveal a bullet hole just below her collarbone. Henri tore off his shirt and pressed it to the wound. Vianne elbowed her captor hard enough to make him oof. She wrenched free and rushed to Isabelle's side, slipping in the blood, almost falling.
"There's a medical kit in the cellar."
The dark-haired man, who suddenly looked as shaky as Vianne felt, leapt down the cellar stairs and returned quickly, carrying the supplies. Vianne's hands were shaking as she reached for the bottle of alcohol and washed her hands as best she could. She took a deep breath and took over the job of pressing Henri's shirt against the wound, which she felt pulsing beneath her. Twice she had to draw back, wring blood out of the shirt, and start again, but finally the bleeding stopped. Gently, she rolled Isabelle into her arms and saw the exit wound. Thank God. She carefully laid Isabelle back down.
"This is going to hurt," she whispered. "But you're strong, aren't you, Isabelle?"
She doused the wound with alcohol. Isabelle shuddered at the contact, but she didn't waken or cry out.
"That's good,"
Vianne said. The sound of her own voice calmed her, reminded her that she was a mother, and mothers took care of their families.
"Unconscious is good."
She fished the needle from the medical kit, such as it was, and threaded it. She doused the needle in alcohol, and then leaned down to the wound. Very carefully, she began stitching the gaping flesh together. It didn't take long, and she hadn't done a good job, but it was the best she could do. Once she'd stitched the entrance wound, she felt a little confidence, enough to stitch the exit wound and then to bandage it. At last, she sat back, staring down at her bloody hands and bloodied skirt. Isabelle looked so pale and frail, not herself at all. Her hair was filthy and matted. Her clothes were wet with her own blood, and the airman's. And she looked young. So young. Vianne felt a shame so deep it made her sick to her stomach. Had she really told her sister, to go away and not come back? How often had Isabelle heard that in her life, and from her own family, from people who were supposed to love her?
"I'll take her to the safe house in Brantôme,"
the black-haired one said.
"Oh, no, you won't,"
Vianne said. She looked up from her sister, saw that the three men were standing together by the wagon, conspiring. She got to her feet.
"She's not going anywhere with you. You're the reason she's here."
"She's the reason we're here,"
the dark-haired man said.
"I'm taking her, now."
Vianne approached the young man. There was a look in his eyes, an intensity, that ordinarily would have frightened her, but she was beyond fear now, beyond caution.
"I know who you are,"
Vianne said.
"She described you to me. You're the one from Tours who left her with a note pinned to her chest as if she were a stray dog. Gaston, right?"
"Gaetan,"
he said in a voice that was so soft she had to lean toward him to hear.
"And you should know about that. Aren't you the one who couldn't bother to be her sister when she needed one?"
"If you try to take her away from me, I'll kill you."
"You'll kill me,"
he said, smiling. She cocked her head toward Beck.
"I killed him with a shovel, and I liked him."
"Enough,"
Henri said, stepping between them.
"She can't stay here, Vianne. Think about it. The Germans are going to come looking for their dead captain. They don't need to find a woman with a gunshot wound and false papers. You understand?"
The big man stepped forward.
"We'll bury the captain and the airman. And we'll make sure the motorcycle disappears. Gaetan, you get her to a safe house in the free zone."
Vianne looked from man to man.
"But it's after curfew, and the border is 4 miles away, and she's wounded. How will you—"
Halfway through the question, She figured out the answer. The coffin. Vianne took a step back. The idea of it was so terrible. She shook her head. "I'll take care of her," Gaëtan said. Vianne didn't believe him, not for a second.
"I'm going with you, as far as the border. Then I'll walk back when I see that you've gotten her to the free zone."
"You can't do that," Gaëtan said. She looked up at him.
"You'd be surprised what I can do. Now let's get her out of here."
Chapter 26. May 6th, 1995. The Oregon Coast.
That damned invitation is haunting me. I'd swear it has a heartbeat. For days I have ignored it, but on this bright spring morning, I find myself at the counter, staring down at it. Funny. I don't remember walking over here, and yet here I am. Another woman's hand reaches out. It can't be my hand. Not that veiny, big-knuckled monstrosity that trembles. She picks up the envelope, this other woman. Her hands are shaking even more than usual. "Please join us at the AFEES reunion in Paris on May 7th, 1995, the 50th anniversary of the end of the war. For the first time, families and friends of passeurs will come together in gratitude to honor the extraordinary Nightingale, also known as Juliette Gervais, in the grand ballroom of the Ile-de-France Hotel in Paris, 7:00 p.m. Beside me, the phone rings. As I reach for it, the invitation slips from my grasp, falls to the counter. Hello? Someone is talking to me in French. Or am I imagining that? Is this a sales call? I ask, confused.
No, it is about our invitation.
I almost drop the phone in surprise.
It has been most difficult to track you down, madame. I am calling about the Passeurs reunion tomorrow night. We are gathering to celebrate the people who made the Nightingale escape route so successful. Did you receive the invitation?
Oui, I say, clutching the receiver.
The first one we sent you was returned, I am sorry to say. Please forgive the tardiness of the invitation. But will you be coming?
It is not me people want to see. It's Juliette, and she hasn't existed for a long time.
You couldn't be more wrong, madame. Seeing you would be meaningful to many people.
I hang up the phone so hard, it is like smashing a bug. But suddenly the idea of going back, going home, is in my mind. It's all I can think about. For years, I kept the memories at bay. I hid them in a dusty attic, far from prying eyes. I told my husband, my children, myself, that there was nothing for me in France. I thought I could come to America and make this new life for myself and forget what I had done to survive. Now I can't forget. Do I make a decision? A conscious, let's think it out and decide what's best kind of decision? No. I make a phone call to my travel agent and book a flight to Paris through New York. Then I pack a bag. It's small, just a rolling carry-on, the sort of suitcase that a businesswoman would take on a 2-day trip. In it, I pack some nylons, a few pairs of slacks and some sweaters, the pearl earrings that my husband bought me on our 40th anniversary, and some other essentials. I have no idea what I will need, and I'm not really thinking straight anyway. Then I wait, impatiently. At the last minute, after I have called a taxi, I call my son and get his message machine. A bit of luck, that. I don't know if I would have the courage to tell him the truth straight up. "Hello, Julian," I say as brightly as I can. "I'm going to Paris for the weekend. My flight leaves at 1:10, and I'll call you when I arrive to let you know I'm all right. Give my love to the girls." I pause, knowing how he will feel when he gets this message, how it will upset him. That's because I have let him think I am weak all these years. He watched me lean on his father and defer to his decision-making. He heard me say, "If that's what you think, dear," 1,000,000 times. He watched me stand on the sidelines of his life instead of showing him the field of my own. This is my fault. It's no wonder he loves a version of me that is incomplete. I should have told you the truth. When I hang up, I see the taxi pull up out front, and I go.
Chapter 27. October 1942. France. Vianne sat with Gaëtan in the front of the wagon, with the coffin thumping in the wooden bed behind them. The trail through the woods was hard to find in the dark. They were constantly starting and stopping and turning. At some point, it started to rain. The only words they'd exchanged in the last hour and a half were directions. "There," Vianne said later, as they reached the end of the woods. A light shone up ahead, straining through the trees, turning them into black slashes against a blinding white. The border. "Whoa," Gaëtan said, pulling back on the reins. Vianne couldn't help thinking about the last time she'd been here. "How will you cross? It's after curfew," she said, clasping her hands together to still their trembling. "I will be Laurence Olivier, a man overcome by grief, taking his beloved sister home to be buried."
"What if they check her breathing?"
"Then someone at the border will die," he said quietly. Vianne heard what he didn't say as clearly as the words he chose. She was so surprised that she couldn't think how to respond. He was saying he would die to protect Isabelle. He turned to her, gazed at her. Gazed, not looked. Again she saw the predator intensity in those gray eyes. But there was more there, too. He was waiting, patiently, for what she would say. It mattered to him, somehow. "My father came home changed from the Great War," she said quietly, surprising herself with the admission. This was not something she talked about. "Angry, mean. He started drinking too much. While Maman was alive, he was different." She shrugged. "After her death, there was no pretense anymore. He sent Isabelle and me away to live with a stranger. We were both just girls and heartbroken. The difference between us was that I accepted the rejection. I closed him out of my life and found someone else to love me. But Isabelle, she doesn't know how to concede defeat. She hurled herself at the cold wall of our father's disinterest for years, trying desperately to gain his love." "Why are you telling me this?" "Isabelle seems unbreakable. She has a steel exterior, but it protects a candy floss heart. Don't hurt her, that's what I'm saying. If you don't love her—" "I do." Vianne studied him. "Does she know?" "I hope not." Vianne would not have understood that answer a year ago. She wouldn't have understood how dark a side love could have, how hiding it was the kindest thing you could do sometimes. "I don't know why it's so easy for me to forget how much I love her. We start fighting and—" "Sisters," Vianne sighed. "I suppose, although I haven't been much of one to her. You'll get another chance." "Do you believe that?" His silence was answer enough. At last he said, "Take care of yourself, Vianne. She'll need a place to come home to when all of this is over."
If it's ever over.
Oui.
Vianne got down from the wagon. Her boots sunk deep into wet, muddy grass.
"I'm not sure she thinks of me as a safe place to come home to," she said.
"You'll need to be brave," Gaëtan said. "When the Nazis come looking for their man. You know our real names. That's dangerous for all of us, you included."
"I'll be brave," she said. "You just tell my sister that she needs to start being afraid."
For the first time, Gaëtan smiled, and Vianne understood how this scrawny, sharp-featured man in his beggar's clothes had swept Isabelle off her feet. He had the kind of smile that inhabited every part of his face, his eyes, his cheeks. There was even a dimple. "I wear my heart on my sleeve," that smile said, and no woman could be unmoved by such transparency.
"Oui," he said, "because it is so easy to tell your sister anything."
Fire. It's all around her, leaping, dancing, a bonfire. She can see it in the quivering strands of red that come and go. A flame licks her face, burns deep. It's everywhere, and then it's gone. The world is icy, white, sheer and cracked. She shivers with the cold, watches her fingers turn blue and crackle and break apart. They fall away like chalk, dusting her frozen feet.
"Isabelle."
Bird song, a nightingale. She hears it singing a sad song. Nightingales mean loss, don't they? Love that leaves or doesn't last or never existed in the first place. There's a poem about that, she thinks. An ode. No, not a bird. A man. The king of the fire, maybe. A prince in hiding in the frozen woods. A wolf. She looks for footprints in the snow. "Isabelle, wake up." She heard his voice in her imagination. Gaëtan. He wasn't really here. She was alone. She was always alone. And this was too strange to be anything but a dream. She was hot and cold and achy and worn out. She remembered something. A loud noise. Vianne's voice.
"Don't come back. I'm here."
She felt him sit beside her. The mattress shifted to accommodate his imaginary weight. Something cool and damp pressed to her forehead, and it felt so good that she was momentarily distracted. And then she felt his lips graze hers and linger there. He said something she couldn't quite hear, and then he drew back. She felt the end of the kiss as deeply as she'd felt the start of it. It felt so real. She wanted to say, "Don't leave me," but she couldn't do it, not again. She was so tired of begging people to love her. Besides, he wasn't really here. So what would be the point of saying anything? She closed her eyes and rolled away from the man who wasn't there. Vianne sat on Beck's bed. Ridiculous that she thought of it that way, but there it was. She sat in this room that had become his, hoping that it wouldn't always be his in her mind. In her hand was the small portrait of his family. "You would love Hilda. Here, she sent you the strudel, madame, for putting up with a lout such as myself." Vianne swallowed hard. She didn't cry for him again. She refused to, but God, she wanted to cry for herself, for what she had done, for who she had become. She wanted to cry for the man she'd killed and the sister who might not live. It had been an easy choice killing Beck to save Isabelle. So why had Vianne been so quick to turn on Isabelle before?
"You're not welcome here."
How could she have said that to her own sister?
What if those were among the last words ever spoken between them? As she sat staring at the portrait, "Tell my family," she waited for a knock at the door. It had been 48 hours since Beck's murder. The Nazis should be here any minute. It wasn't a question of if, but when. They would bang on her door and push their way inside. She had spent hours trying to figure out what to do. Should she go to the commandant's office and report Beck missing? No, foolish. What French person would report such a thing? Or should she wait until they came to her? Never a good thing. Or should she try to run? That only made her remember Sarah and the moonlit night that would forever make her think of bloody streaks on a child's face, and brought her right back to the beginning again.
Maman?
Sophie said, standing in the open doorway with the toddler on her hip.
You need to eat something,
Sophie said. She was taller, almost Vianne's height. When had that happened? And she was thin. Vianne remembered when her daughter had had apple-like cheeks and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Now she was like all of them, stretched thin as jerky and aged beyond her years.
They're going to come to the door soon,
Vianne said. She'd said it so often in the past 2 days that her words surprised no one.
You remember what to do?
Sophie nodded solemnly. She knew how important this was, even if she didn't know what had become of the captain. Interestingly, she hadn't asked. Vianne said,
If they take me away.
They won't, Sophie said.
And if they do?
Vianne said.
We wait for you to return for 3 days, and then we go to Mother Marie-Therese at the convent.
Someone pounded on the door. Vianne lurched to her feet so fast she stumbled sideways and hit her hip into the corner of the table, dropping the portrait. The glass on it cracked.
Upstairs, Sophie, now!
Sophie's eyes bulged, but she knew better than to speak. She tightened her hold on the toddler and ran upstairs. When Vianne heard the bedroom door slam shut, she smoothed her worn skirt. She had dressed carefully in a gray wool cardigan and an often-mended black skirt, a respectable look. Her hair had been curled and carefully styled into waves that softened her thin face. The pounding returned. She allowed herself one indrawn, calming breath as she crossed the room. Her breathing was almost steady as she opened the door. 2 German Schutzstaffel SS soldiers stood there, wearing sidearms. The shorter of the 2 pushed past Vianne, shoving her out of his way as he entered the house. He strode from room to room, pushing things aside, sending what few knickknacks remained crashing to the floor. At Beck's room, he stopped and turned back. "This is Hauptmann Beck's room?" Vianne nodded. The taller soldier came at Vianne fast, leaning forward as if there were a harsh wind at his back. He looked down at her from on high, his forehead obscured by a shiny military cap. "Where is he?"
How would I know?
"Who is upstairs?" the soldier demanded. "I hear something."
It was the first time she'd ever been asked about Ari.
My children.
The lie caught in her voice, came out too soft. She cleared her throat and tried again.
You may go up there, of course, but please don't waken the baby. He's sick with the flu, or perhaps tuberculosis.
This last she added because she knew how frightened the Nazis were of getting sick. She reached down for her handbag, clamped it to her chest as if it offered some protection. He nodded at the other German, who strode confidently up the stairs. She heard him moving around overhead. The ceiling creaked. Moments later, he came back downstairs and said something in German.
"Come with us," the taller one said. "I'm sure you have nothing to hide."
He grabbed Vianne's arm and dragged her out to the black Citroën parked by the gate. He shoved her into the back seat and slammed the door shut. Vianne had about 5 minutes to consider her situation before they stopped again and she was being yanked up the stone steps of the town hall. There were people all around the square, soldiers and locals. The villagers dispersed quickly when the Citroën pulled up.
"It's Vianne Mauriac,"
she heard someone say, a woman. The Nazi's hold on her upper arm was bruising, but she made no sound as he pulled her into the town hall and down a set of narrow steps. There, he shoved her through an open door and slammed it shut. It took her eyes a moment to adjust to the gloom. She was in a small, windowless room with stone walls and a wood floor. A desk sat in the middle of the room, decorated with a plain black lamp that delivered a cone of light onto the scratched wood. Behind the desk, and in front of it, were straight-backed wooden chairs. She heard the door open behind her and then close. Footsteps followed. She knew someone had come up behind her. She could smell his breath, sausage and cigarettes, and the musky scent of his sweat. "Madam," he said, so close to her ear that she flinched. Hands clamped around her waist, squeezing tightly. "Do you have any weapons?" he said, his terrible French drawing sibilance from the words. He felt up her sides, slid his spidery fingers across her breasts, giving the smallest of squeezes, and then felt down her legs. "No weapons. Good." He walked past her and took his seat at the desk. Blue eyes peered out from beneath his shiny black military hat. "Sit." She did as she was told, folding her hands into her lap. "I am Sturmborn Führer von Richter. You are Madame Vianne Mauriac?" She nodded. "You know why you are here," he said, taking a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a match that glowed in the shadows. "No," she said, her voice unsteady, her hand shaking just a little. "Hauptmann Beck is missing." "Missing? Are you certain?" "When is the last time you saw him, madam?" She frowned. "I hardly keep track of his movements, but if pressed, I would say 2 nights ago. He was quite agitated." "Agitated?" "It was the downed airman. He was most unhappy that he had not been found. Herr Captain believed someone was hiding him." "Someone?" Vianne forced herself not to look away, nor did she tap her foot nervously on the floor or scratch the itch that was making its uncomfortable way across her neck.
"He searched all day for the airman. When he came home, he was... agitated is the only word I know to use. He drank an entire bottle of brandy and broke a few things in my house in his rage. And then..." She paused, letting her frown deepen. "And then?" "I'm sure it means nothing at all." He slammed his palm down on the table so hard the light shuddered. "What?" "Herr Captain suddenly said, 'I know where he's hiding,' and grabbed his sidearm and left my home, slamming the door shut behind him. I saw him jump on his motorcycle and take off down the road at an unsafe speed, and then... nothing. He never returned. I assumed he was busy at the Kommandantur. As I said, his comings and goings are not my concern." The man drew a long drag on his cigarette. The tip glowed red and then slowly faded to black. Ash rained down on the desk. He studied her from behind a veil of smoke. "A man would not want to leave a woman as beautiful as yourself." Vianne didn't move. "Well," he said at last, dropping his cigarette butt to the floor. He stood abruptly and stomped on the still-lit cigarette, grinding on it with his boot heel. "I suspect the young Hauptmann was not as skilled with a gun as he should have been." "The Wehrmacht," he said, shaking his head. "Often they are a disappointment. Disciplined, but not eager." He came out from behind the desk and walked toward Vianne.
As he neared, she stood. Politeness demanded it.
The Hopman's misfortune is my fortune.
Oh? His gaze moved down her throat to the pale skin above her breasts.
I need a new place to billet. The Hotel Bellevue is unsatisfactory. I believe your house will do nicely.
When Vianne stepped out of the town hall, she felt like a woman who'd just washed ashore. She was unsteady on her feet and trembling slightly. Her palms were damp, her forehead itchy. Everywhere she looked in the square were soldiers. These days, the black SS uniforms were predominant. She heard someone yell, "Halt!" Saw a pair of women in ratty coats with yellow stars on their chests being shoved to their knees by a soldier with a gun. The soldier grabbed one of the two and dragged her to her feet, while the older one screamed. It was Madame Fournier, the butcher's wife. Her son Gilles yelled, "You can't take my maman!" and started to surge at the two French policemen who were nearby. A gendarme grabbed the boy, yanked hard enough to make him stop. "Don't be a fool." Vianne didn't think. She saw her former student in trouble, and she went to him. He was just a boy, for God's sake, Sophie's age. Vianne had been his teacher since before he could read. "What are you doing?" she demanded to know, realizing a second too late that she should have tempered her voice. The policeman turned to look at her. Paul. He was even fatter than the last time she'd seen him. His face had puffed out enough to make his eyes as small and slitted as sewing needles. "Stay out of this, madame," Paul said.
Madame Mauriac,
Gilles cried.
They're taking my maman to the train. I want to go with her.
Vianne looked at Gilles' mother, Madame Fournier, the butcher's wife, and saw defeat in her eyes. "Come with me, Gilles," Vianne said without really thinking. "Merci," Madame Fournier whispered. Paul yanked Gilles close again.
"Enough! The boy is making a scene. He is coming with us."
"No,"
Vianne said.
"Paul, please. We are all French."
She hoped the use of his name would remind him that before all of this they'd been a community. She'd taught his daughters.
"The boy is a French citizen. He was born here."
"We don't care where he was born, madame. He's on my list. He goes."
His eyes narrowed.
"Do you want to lodge a complaint?"
Madame Fournier was crying now, clutching her son's hand. The other policeman blew his whistle and prodded Gilles forward with the barrel of his gun. Gilles and his mother stumbled into the crowd of others being herded toward the train station.
"We don't care where he was born, madame."
Beck had been right. Being French would no longer protect Ari. She clamped her handbag tightly beneath her armpit and headed for home. As usual, the road had turned to mud and ruined her shoes by the time she reached the gate at Le Jardin. Both of the children were waiting in the living room. Relief loosened her shoulders. She smiled tiredly as she set down her handbag. "You're all right?" Sophie said. Ari immediately moved toward her, grinning, opening his arms for a hug, saying, "Maman," with a grin to prove that he understood the rules of their new game. She pulled the 3-year-old into her arms and held him tightly. To Sophie she said, "I was questioned and released. That is the good news." "And the bad news?" Vianne looked at her daughter, defeated. Sophie was growing up in a world where boys in her class were put in train carriages like cattle, at the point of a gun, and perhaps never seen again. "Another German is going to billet here. Will he be like Herr Captain Beck?" Vianne thought of the feral gleam in von Richter's ice-blue eyes, and the way he searched her. "No," she said softly. "I don't expect he will be. You are not to speak to him unless you must. Don't look at him. Just stay as invisible as you can. And Sophie, they're deporting French-born Jews now. Children, too. putting them on trains and sending them away to work camps. Vianne tightened her hold on Rachel's son. He is Daniel now, your brother. Always, even when we are alone. The story is that we adopted him from a relative in Nice. We can never make a mistake or they'll take him, and us, away. You understand? I don't want anyone to ever even look at his papers. I'm scared, Maman, she said quietly. As am I, Sophie, was all Vianne could say. They were in this together now, taking this terrible risk. Before she could say more, there was a knock on the door, and Sturmbannführer von Richter walked into her home, standing as straight as a bayonet blade, his face impassive beneath the glossy black military hat. Silver iron crosses hung from various places on his black uniform, his stand-up collar, his chest. A swastika pin decorated his left breast pocket. "Madame Mauriac," he said. "I see you've walked home in the rain." "Mais oui," she answered, smoothing the damp, frizzy hair from her face. "You should have asked my men for a ride. A beautiful woman such as yourself should not slog through the mud like a heifer to the trough." "Oui, merci. I will be so bold as to ask them next time." He strode forward without removing his hat. He looked around, studying everything. She was sure that he noticed the marks on the walls where paintings had once hung, and the empty mantel, and the discoloration in the floor where rugs had lain for decades. All gone now. "Yes. This will do." He looked at the children. "And who have we here?" he asked in terrible French. "My son," Vianne said, standing beside him, moving in close enough to touch them both. She didn't say Daniel in case Ari corrected her. "And my daughter, Sophie." "I do not remember Oppenbeck mentioning 2 children." "And why would he, Herr Sturmbannführer? It's hardly noteworthy." "Well," he said, nodding crisply to Sophie. "You girl, go get my bags." To Vianne, he said, "Show me the rooms. I shall choose the one I want." Chapter 28. Isabelle woke in a pitch-black room, in pain. "You're awake, aren't you?" said a voice beside her. She recognized Gaëtan's voice. How often in the past 2 years had she imagined lying in bed with him? "Gaëtan," she said, and with his name came the memories. The barn. Beck. She sat up so fast her head spun and dizziness hit her hard. "Vianne," she said. "Your sister is fine." He lit the oil lamp and left it on the overturned apple crate by the bed. The butterscotch glow embraced them, created a small oval world in the blackness. She touched the spot of pain in her shoulder, wincing. "The bastard shot me," she said, surprised to realize that such a thing could be forgotten. She remembered hiding the airman and getting caught by Vianne. She remembered being in the cellar with the dead flyer. "And you shot him?" She remembered Beck flinging the hatch door open and pointing his pistol at her. She remembered 2 gunshots, and climbing out of the cellar, staggering, feeling dizzy. Had she known she'd been shot? Vianne holding a shovel covered in gore. Beside her, Beck in a pool of blood. Vianne, pale as chalk, trembling. "I killed him." After that, her memories were jumbled except for Vianne's anger. "You are not welcome here. If you return, I'll turn you in myself." Isabelle lay back down slowly. The pain of that memory was worse than her injury. For once, Vianne had been right to cast Isabelle out. What had she been thinking to hide the airman on her sister's property, with a German Wehrmacht captain billeted there? No wonder people didn't trust her. "How long have I been here?"
4 days. Your wound is much improved. Your sister stitched it up nicely. Your fever broke yesterday.
And Vianne? She is not fine, of course. So how is she?
We protected her as best we could. She refused to go into hiding. So Henri and Didier buried both bodies and cleaned the barn and tore the motorcycle down to parts.
She'll be questioned, Isabelle said. And killing that man will haunt her. Hating doesn't come easy for her.
It will before this war is over.
Isabelle felt her stomach tighten in shame and regret. I love her, you know. Or I want to. How come I forget that the minute we disagree about something?
She said something very similar at the frontier.
Isabelle started to roll over and gasped at the pain in her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and eased slowly onto her side. She'd misjudged how close he was to her, how small the bed. They were lying like lovers. She on her side looking up at him, he on his back staring at the ceiling. Vianne went to the border?
You were in a coffin in the back of the wagon. She wanted to make sure we crossed safely.
She heard a smile in his voice, or imagined she did.
She threatened to kill me if I didn't take good care of you.
My sister said that? She said, not quite believing it. But she hardly believed that Gaëtan was the kind of man who would lie to reunite sisters. In profile, his features were razor sharp, even by lamplight. He refused to look at her, and he was as close to the edge of the bed as he could be.
She was afraid you'd die. We both were.
He said it so softly she barely could hear. It feels like old times, she said cautiously, afraid to say the wrong thing, more afraid to say nothing at all. Who knew how many chances there would be in such uncertain times? You and me alone in the dark, remember?
I remember.
Tours already feels like a lifetime ago, she went on. I was just a girl. He said nothing. Look at me, Gaëtan.
Go to sleep, Isabelle.
You know I will keep asking until you can't stand it. He sighed and rolled onto his side. I think about you, she said.
Don't.
His voice was rough. You kissed me, she said. It wasn't a dream.
You can't remember that.
Isabelle felt something strange at his words. A breathless little flutter in her chest. You want me as much as I want you, she said. He shook his head in denial, but it was the silence she heard, the acceleration of his breathing. You think I'm too young and too innocent and too impetuous, too everything. I get it. People have always said that about me. I'm immature.
That's not it.
But you're wrong. Maybe you weren't wrong 2 years ago. I did say I love you, which must have sounded insane. She drew in a breath. But it's not insane now, Gaëtan. Maybe it's the only sane thing in all of this. Love, I mean. We've seen buildings blown up in front of us, and our friends are getting arrested and deported. God knows if we'll ever see them again. I could die, Gaëtan, she said quietly. I'm not saying that in some schoolgirl try to get the boy to kiss me kind of way. It's true and you know it. Either one of us could die tomorrow. And you know what I would regret?
What?
Us.
There can't be an us is, not now. That's what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning.
If I promise to let it go, will you answer one question truthfully?
Just one?
One. And then I'll go to sleep, I promise. He nodded. If we weren't here, hiding in a safe house, if the world weren't ripping itself apart, if this was just an ordinary day in an ordinary world, would you want there to be an us, Gaëtan? She saw how his face crumpled, how pain exposed his love.
It doesn't matter. Don't you see that?
It's the only thing that matters, Gaëtan. She saw love in his eyes. What did words matter after that? She was wiser than she'd been before. Now she knew how fragile life and love were. Maybe she would love him for only this day, or maybe for only the next week, or maybe until she was an old woman. Maybe he would be the love of her life, or her love for the duration of this war, or maybe he would only be her first love. All she really knew was that in this terrible, frightening world, she had stumbled into something unexpected, and she would not let it go again. "I knew it," she said to herself, smiling. His breath skimmed against her lips, as intimate as any kiss. She leaned over him, her gaze on him, steady, honest, and turned off the lamp. In the dark, she snuggled against him, burrowed deeper under the blankets. At first he lay stiffly against her, as if he were afraid even to touch her, but gradually he relaxed. He rolled onto his back and started to snore. Sometime, she didn't know when, she closed her eyes and reached out, placing a hand in the hollow of his stomach, feeling it rise and fall with his breathing. It was like resting her hand on the ocean in summer, when the tide was coming in. Touching him, she fell asleep. The nightmares wouldn't let her go. In some distant part of her brain, she heard her own whimpering, heard Sophie say, "Maman, you're taking all the blankets." But none of it wakened her. In her nightmare, she was in a chair being interrogated.
"The boy, Daniel, he's a Jew. Give him to me,"
Van Richter said, shoving his gun in her face. Then his face changed, melted a little, and he turned into Beck, who was holding the photograph of his wife and shaking his head. But the side of his face was missing, and then Isabelle lying on the floor, bleeding, saying,
"I'm sorry, Vianne."
And Vianne was yelling,
"You're not welcome here."
Vianne woke with a start, breathing hard. The same nightmares had plagued her for 6 days. She consistently woke feeling exhausted and worried. It was November now, and there had been no word about Isabelle at all. She eased out from beneath the blankets. The floor was cold, but not as cold as it would be in a few weeks. She reached for the shawl she'd left on the foot of the bed and wrapped it around her shoulders. Von Richter had claimed the upstairs bedroom. Vianne had abandoned the floor to him, choosing to move with her children into the smaller downstairs bedroom, where they slept together on the double bed. Beck's room. No wonder she dreamt of him in here. The air held onto his scent, reminded her that the man she'd known no longer lived, that she had killed him. She longed to do penance for this sin, but what could she do? She had killed a man, a decent man, in spite of it all. It didn't matter to her that he was the enemy, or even that she'd done it to save her sister. She knew she had made the right choice. It wasn't right or wrong that haunted her. It was the act itself. Murder. She left the bedroom and closed the door behind her, shutting it with a quiet click. Von Richter sat on the divan, reading a novel, drinking a cup of real coffee. The aroma made her almost sick with longing. The Nazi had billeted here for several days already, and each of those mornings had smelled of rich, bitter roasted coffee, and von Richter made sure she smelled it and wanted it. But she couldn't have so much as a sip. He made sure of that, too. Yesterday morning, he had dumped an entire pot into the sink, smiling at her as he did so. He was a man who had stumbled into a little bit of power and seized it with both hands. She'd known that within the first few hours of his arrival, when he'd chosen the best room and gathered up the warmest blankets for his bed, when he'd taken all of the pillows left in the house and all of the candles, leaving Vianne a single oil lamp for her use. "Herr Sturmbannführer," she said, smoothing her shapeless dress and worn cardigan. He didn't look up from the German newspaper that held his attention.
"More coffee."
She took his empty cup and went to the kitchen, returning quickly with another cup.
"The Allies are wasting their time in North Africa," he said, taking the cup from her, putting it on the table beside him.
Oui, Herr Sturmbannführer.
His hand snaked out and coiled around her wrist, tight enough to leave a bruise.
"I am having men over for supper tonight. You will cook. And keep that boy away from me. His crying sounds like a dying pig."
He let go.
Oui, Herr Sturmbannführer.
She got out of his way quickly, hurrying into the bedroom and closing the door behind her. She bent and wakened Daniel, feeling his soft breathing against the crook of her neck.
Maman,
he mumbled around his thumb, which he was furiously sucking.
Sophie is snoring too loud.
Vianne smiled and reached over to tussle Sophie's hair. Amazingly, even though it was wartime and they were terrified and starving, somehow a girl her age could still manage to sleep through anything.
You sound like a water buffalo, Sophie,
Vianne teased.
Very funny,
Sophie muttered, sitting up. She glanced at the closed door.
Is Herr Dorifor still here?
Sophie, Vianne admonished, glancing worriedly at the closed door.
He can't hear us,
Sophie said.
Still,
Vianne said quietly.
I cannot imagine why you would compare our guest to a bug that eats potatoes.
She tried not to smile. Danielle hugged Vianne and gave her a sloppy kiss. As she patted his back and held him close, nuzzling the downy softness of his cheek, she heard a car engine start up.
Thank God. He is leaving,
she murmured to the boy, nuzzling his cheek.
Come along, Sophie.
She carried Daniel into the living room, which still smelled of freshly brewed coffee and men's cologne, and began her day. People had called Isabelle impetuous for as long as she could remember, and then rash, and most lately, reckless. In the past year, she had grown up enough to see the truth in it. From earliest memory, she had acted first and thought about consequences later. Perhaps it was because she'd felt alone for so long. No one had ever been her sounding board, her best friend. She hadn't had someone with whom to strategize or work through her problems. Beyond that, she had never had great impulse control, maybe because she'd never had anything to lose. Now, she knew what it meant to be afraid, to want something or someone. So much it made your heart ache. The old Isabelle would simply have told Gaëtan she loved him and let the cards fall as they would. The new Isabelle wanted to walk away without even trying. She didn't know if she had the strength to be rejected again. And yet, they were at war. Time was the one luxury no one had anymore. Tomorrow felt as ephemeral as a kiss in the dark. She stood in the small, pitch-roofed cupboard they used as a water closet in the safe house. Gaëtan had carried up buckets of hot water for her bath, and she had luxuriated in the copper tub until the water cooled. The mirror on the wall was cracked and hung askew. It made her reflection appear disjointed, with one side of her face slightly lower than the other. "How can you be afraid?" she said to her reflection. She had hiked the Pyrenees in the falling snow and swum the rushing cold waters of the Bidassoa River beneath the glare of a Spanish searchlight. She'd once asked a Gestapo agent to carry a suitcase full of false identity papers across a German checkpoint because he looked so strong and she was so very tired from traveling. But she had never been as nervous as she was right now. She knew suddenly that a woman could change her whole life and uproot her existence with one choice. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped herself in a tattered towel and returned to the safe house's main room. She paused at the door, just long enough to calm her racing heart, a failed attempt, and then she opened the door. Gaëtan stood by the blacked-out window, in his torn and tattered clothes still stained with her blood. She smiled nervously and reached for the end of the towel she'd tucked in at her chest. He went so still, it seemed he'd stopped breathing, even as her breathing sped up. "Don't do it, Iz." His eyes narrowed. Before, she would have said it was anger, but now she knew better. She unwrapped the towel, let it fall to the floor. The bandage on her gunshot wound was all she wore now. "What do you want from me?" he said. "You know. You're an innocent. It's war. I'm a criminal. How many reasons do you need to stay away from me?" They were arguments for another world. "If times were different, I'd make you chase me," she said, taking a step forward. "I would have made you jump through hoops to get me naked. But we don't have time, do we?" At the quiet admission, she felt a wave of sadness. This had been the truth between them from the beginning. They had no time. They couldn't court and fall in love and get married and have babies. They might not even have tomorrow. She hated that her first time would be bathed in sorrow, steeped in a sense of having already lost what they'd just found. But that was the world now. One thing she knew for sure. She wanted him to be the first man in her bed. She wanted to remember him for as long as forever was. "The nuns always said I would come to a bad end. I think they meant you." He came toward her, cupped her face in his hands. "You terrify me, Isabelle." "Kiss me," was all she could say. At the first touch of his lips, everything changed, or Isabelle changed. A shudder of desire moved through her, stopped her breath. She felt lost within his arms and found, broken apart and remade. The words, "I love you," burned in her, desperate to be given voice. But even more, she wanted to hear the words, to be told just once that she was loved. "You're going to be sorry you did this," he said. How could he say that? "Never." "Will you be sorry?" "I already am," he said quietly. Then he kissed her again. Chapter 29. The next week was one of almost unbearable bliss for Isabelle. There were long conversations by candlelight, and holding hands, and stroking skin, nights of awaking into an aching desire and making love and falling into sleep again. On this day, as on each of the others, Isabelle woke still tired and slightly in pain. The wound in her shoulder had begun healing enough that it itched and ached. She felt Gaëtan beside her, his body warm and solid. She knew he was awake. Maybe it was his breathing, or the way his foot rubbed absently against hers, or the quiet. She just knew. In the past days, she'd become a student of him. Nothing he did was too small or insignificant for her to notice. She'd repeatedly thought, "Remember this," over the smallest of details. She had read countless romantic novels in her life, and she had dreamed of love forever. Even so, she'd never known that a plain old double mattress could become a world unto itself, an oasis. She turned onto her side and reached past Gaëtan to light the lamp. In the pale glow of it, she settled close to him, an arm draped across his chest. A tiny silver scar cut through his messy hairline. She reached out to touch it, traced it with her fingertip. "My brother threw a rock at me. I was too slow to duck," he said. "Georges," he said fondly. The tenor of his voice reminded Isabelle that Gaëtan's brother was a prisoner of war. He had a whole life she knew almost nothing about. A mother who was a seamstress and a father who raised pigs. He lived in the woods somewhere, in a house with no running water and only a single room for all of them. He answered her questions about all of it, but volunteered almost nothing. He said he preferred to hear her stories about the adventures that had gotten her kicked out of so many schools. It's better than stories of poor people just trying to get by, he said. But beneath all their words, the stories traded back and forth. She felt their time eroding. They couldn't stay here long. Already, they'd overstayed. She was fit enough to travel, not to cross the Pyrenees perhaps, but certainly she didn't need to lie abed. How could she leave him? They might never see each other again. That was the crux of her fear. I get it, you know, Gaëtan said. She didn't know what he meant, but she heard the hollowness in his voice and knew it wasn't good. The sadness that came from being in his bed, matched equally with joy, expanded. Get what? She asked, but she didn't want to hear. That every time we kiss, it's goodbye. She closed her eyes. The war is out there, Is. I need to get back to it. She knew and agreed, though it caused a constriction in her chest. I know, was all she could say, afraid that any deeper exploration would hurt more than she could bear. There is a group gathering at a run, she said. I should be there by nightfall on Wednesday. If we're lucky. We are not lucky, he said. You must know that by now. You are wrong, Gaëtan. Now that you've met me, you'll never be able to forget me. That's something. She leaned over for a kiss. He said something softly, quietly against her lips. Maybe it was, it's not enough. She didn't care. She didn't want to hear. In November, the people of Carriveau began to hunker down into winter survival mode again. They knew now what they hadn't known last winter. Life could get worse. War was being waged all over the world, in Africa, in the Soviet Union, in Japan, on an island somewhere called Guadalcanal. With the Germans fighting on so many fronts, food had become even more scarce, as had wood and gas and electricity and everyday supplies. This Friday morning was particularly cold and gray. Not a good day for venturing out. But Vianne had decided that today was the day. It had taken some time to work up the courage to leave the house with Daniel, but she knew that it had to be done. His hair was cut so short he was almost bald, and she'd dressed him in oversized clothes to make him look smaller, anything to disguise him. She forced herself to show good posture as she walked through town, with a child on each side of her, Sophie and Daniel. At the boulangerie, she took her place at the back of the queue. She waited breathlessly for someone to ask about the boy beside her, but the women in line were too tired and hungry and downtrodden even to look up. When it was finally Vianne's turn at the counter, Yvette looked up. She had been a beautiful woman only 2 years ago, with flowing copper-colored hair and eyes as black as coal. Now, 3 years into the war, she looked aged and tired. Vianne Mauriac, I have not seen you with your daughter for a while. Bonjour, Sophie. You have grown so tall. She peered over the counter. And who is this good-looking young man? Daniel, he said proudly. Vianne placed a trembling hand on his shorn head. I adopted him from Antoine's cousin in Nice. She died. Yvette pushed the frizzy hair out of her eyes, pulled a strand of it out of her mouth as she stared down at the toddler. She had 3 sons of her own, one not much older than Daniel. Vianne's heart hammered in her chest. Yvette stepped back from the counter. She went to the small door that separated the shop from the bakery. Herr Lieutenant, she said, could you come out here? Vianne tightened her grip on her willow basket handle, working it as if it were piano keys. A portly German ambled out of the back room, his arms overflowing with freshly baked baguettes. He saw Vianne and stopped. Madame, he said, his apple cheeks bulging at the fullness of his mouth. Vianne could barely nod. Yvette said to the soldier, "There's no more bread today, Herr Lieutenant. If I make more, I will save the best for you and your men. This poor woman couldn't even get a day-old baguette." The man's eyes narrowed appreciatively. He moved toward Vianne, his flat feet thumping on the stone floor. Wordlessly, he dropped a half-eaten baguette into her basket. Then he nodded and left the shop, a little bell tinkling at his exit. When they were alone, Yvette moved in close to Vianne, so close she had to fight the urge to step back. "I heard you have an SS officer in your house now. What happened to the handsome captain?" "He disappeared," Vianne said evenly. "No one knows." "No one? Why did they bring you in for questioning? Everyone saw you go in." "I am just a housewife. What could I possibly know of such things?" Yvette stared at her a moment longer, assessing Vianne in the silence. Then she stepped back. "You are a good friend, Vianne Mauriac," she said quietly. Vianne nodded briefly and herded the children to the door. The days of stopping to talk to friends on the street were gone. Now it was dangerous enough to simply make eye contact. Friendly conversation had gone the way of butter and coffee and pork. Outside, Vianne paused on the cracked stone step, through which a lush patch of frosted weeds pushed up. She was wearing a winter coat she had made from a tapestried bedspread. She had copied a pattern she'd seen in a magazine, double-breasted, knee-length, with a wide lapel and button she'd taken from one of her mother's favorite Harris tweed jackets. It was warm enough for today, but soon she would need layers of newsprint between her sweater and her coat. Vianne retied the scarf around her head and knotted it more tightly beneath her chin as the icy wind hit her full in the face. Leaves skittered across the stone aisle, cartwheeled across her booted feet. She held tightly to Daniel's mittened hand and stepped out into the street. She knew instantly that something was wrong. There were German soldiers and French gendarmes everywhere, in cars, on motorcycles, marching up the icy street, gathered in pods at the cafes. Whatever was happening out here, it couldn't be good, and it was always best to stay away from the soldiers, especially since the Allied victories in North Africa. "Come on, Sophie and Daniel, let's go home." She tried to turn right at the corner, but found the street barricaded. All up and down the street, doors were locked and shutters were closed. The bistros were empty. There was a terrible sense of danger in the air. The next street she tried was barricaded too. A pair of Nazi soldiers stood guard at it, their rifles pointed at her. Behind them, German soldiers marched up the street toward them, goose-stepping in formation. Vianne took the children's hands and picked up their pace, but one street after another was barricaded and guarded. It became clear that there was a plan in place. Lorries and buses were thundering up the cobblestone streets toward the town square. Vianne came to the square and stopped, breathing hard, pulling the children in close to her sides. Pandemonium. There were buses lined up in a row, disgorging passengers, all of whom wore a yellow star. Women and children were being forced, pushed, herded into the square. Nazis stood on the perimeter, a terrible, frightening patrol edge, while French policemen pulled people out of the buses, yanked jewelry from women's necks, shoved them at gunpoint.
"Maman?"
Sophie cried. Vianne clamped a hand over her daughter's mouth. To her left, a young woman was shoved to the ground and then hauled back up by her hair and dragged through the crowd.
"Vianne!"
She swung around, saw Helene Ruel carrying a small leather suitcase and holding a little boy's hand. An older boy stood close to her side. A yellow, tattered star identified them.
"Take my sons,"
Helene said desperately to Vianne.
"Here?"
Vianne said, glancing around.
No, Maman, the older boy said. Papa told me to take care of you. I am not leaving you. If you let go of my hand, I'll just follow you. Better we stay together.
Behind them, another whistle shrieked. Helene shoved the younger boy into Vianne, pushed him hard against Daniel.
He is Jean-Georges, like his uncle. 4 years old this June. My husband's people are in Burgundy.
I have no papers for him. They'll kill me if I take him.
You! A Nazi shouted at Helene. He came up behind her, grabbed her by the hair, almost yanking her off her feet. She slammed into her older son, who strove to keep her upright. And then Helene and her son were gone, lost in the crowd. The boy was beside her, wailing, "Maman!" and sobbing.
We need to leave,
Vianne said to Sophie.
Now!
She clutched Jean-Georges' hand so tightly he cried harder. Every time he yelled, "Maman!" she flinched and prayed for him to be quiet. They hurried up one street and down the other, dodging the barricades and bypassing the soldiers who were breaking down doors and herding Jewish people into the square. Twice they were stopped and allowed to pass because they had no stars on their clothing. On the muddy road, she had to slow down, but she didn't stop, even when both boys started crying. At Le Jardin, Vianne finally stopped. Von Richter's black Citroën was parked out front.
Oh no,
Sophie said. Vianne looked down at her terrified daughter and saw her own fear replicated in the beloved eyes, and all at once she knew what she needed to do.
We have to try to save him, or we are as bad as they are,
she said. And there it was. She hated to bring her daughter into this, but what choice was there?
I have to save this boy. How? I don't know yet,
Vianne admitted.
But von Richter...
As if drawn by his own name, the Nazi appeared at the front door, looking fussily precise in his uniform.
Ah, Madame Mauriac,
he said, his gaze narrowing as he approached her.
There you are.
Vianne struggled for calm.
We have been to town for shopping.
Not a good day for that. Jews are being collected for deportation.
He walked toward her, his boots tamping down the wet grass. Beside him, the apple tree was barren of leaves. Bits of fabric fluttered from the empty branches. Red, pink, white. A new one for Beth, in black.
And who is this fine-looking youngster?
Von Richter said, touching the child's tear-streaked cheek with one black-gloved finger.
A friend's boy. His mother died of tuberculosis this week.
Von Richter lurched backwards, as if she'd said bubonic plague.
I don't want that child in the house. Is that understood? You will take him to the orphanage this instant.
The orphanage. Mother Marie-Therese. She nodded.
Of course, Herr Sturmbannführer.
He made a flicking gesture with his hand as if to say,
Go, now.
He started to walk away. Then he stopped and turned back to face Vianne.
I want you home this evening for supper.
I am always home, Herr Sturmbannführer.
We leave tomorrow, and I want you to feed me and my men a good meal before we go.
Leave?
She asked, feeling a spike of hope.
We are occupying the rest of France tomorrow. No more free zone. It's about damn time. Letting you French govern yourselves was a joke. Good day, madam.
Vianne remained where she was, standing still, holding the child's hand. Above the sound of Jean-Georges crying, she heard the gate squeak open and slam shut. Then a car engine started up. When he was gone, Sophie said,
Will Mother Marie-Therese hide him?
I hope so. Take Daniel into the house and lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sophie looked old for her age suddenly. wise beyond her years.
Good for you, Maman. We shall see,
was all the hope she had left. When her children were safely in the house, with the door locked, she said to the boy beside her,
Come, Jean-Georges, we are going for a walk. To my maman?
She couldn't look at him.
Come.
As Vianne and the boy walked back to town, an intermittent rain began. Jean-Georges alternately cried and complained, but Vianne was so nervous she barely heard him. How could she ask Mother Superior to take this risk? How could she not? They walked past the church to the convent hidden behind it. The Order of the Sisters of St. Joseph had begun in 1650 with 6 like-minded women who simply wanted to serve the poor in their community. They had grown to thousands of members throughout France until religious communities were forbidden by the state during the French Revolution. Some of the original 6 sisters had become martyrs for their beliefs, guillotined for their faith. Vianne went to the abbey's front door and lifted the heavy iron knocker, letting it fall against the oak door, clattering hard.
Why are we here?
Jean-Georges whined.
Is my maman here?
Shh! A nun answered, her sweet, plump face bracketed by the white wimple and black hood of her habit.
Ah, Vianne,
she said, smiling. Sister Agatha, I would like to speak to Mother Superior if that's possible. The nun stepped back, her habit swishing on the stone floor.
I will see. You two take a seat in the garden.
Vianne nodded. Merci. She and Jean-Georges made their way through the cold cloisters. At the end of one arched corridor, they turned left and went into the garden. It was good-sized and square, with frosted brown grass and a marble lion's head fountain and several stone benches placed here and there. Vianne took a seat on one of the cold benches out of the rain and pulled the boy up beside her. She didn't have long to wait.
Vianne,
Mother said, coming forward, her habit dragging on the grass, her fingers closed around the large crucifix that hung from a chain around her neck.
how good it is to see you. It's been too long. And who is this young man?
The boy looked up.
Is my maman here?
Vianne met Mother Superior's even gaze with one of her own.
His name is Jean-Georges Rouelle, Mother.
I would speak to you alone if we could. Mother clapped her hands, and a young nun appeared to take the boy away. When they were alone, Mother Superior sat down beside Vianne. Vianne couldn't corral her thoughts, and so a silence fell between them.
I am sorry about your friend Rachel.
And so many others,
Vianne said. Mother nodded.
We have heard terrible rumors coming from Radio London about what is happening in the camps.
Perhaps our Holy Father...
He is silent on this matter,
Mother said, her voice heavy with disappointment. Vianne took a deep breath.
Hélène Rouelle and her elder son were deported today. Jean-Georges is alone. His mother left him with me.
Left him with you?
Mother paused.
It is dangerous to have a Jewish child in your home, Vianne.
I want to protect him, she said quietly.
Mother looked at her. She was silent so long that Vianne's fear began to put down roots, grow.
And how would you accomplish this?
She asked at last.
Hide him.
Where?
Vianne looked at Mother, saying nothing. Mother's face drained of color.
Here?
An orphanage. What better place?
Mother Superior stood and then sat. Then she stood again. Her hands moved to the cross, held it. Slowly, she sat down again. Her shoulders sagged, and then straightened when her decision was made.
A child in our care needs papers. Baptismal certificates.
I can get those, of course, but identity papers...
I will get them,
Vianne said, although she had no idea if it were possible. You know that it is illegal to hide Jews now. The punishment is deportation if you're lucky, and lately, I believe no one is lucky in France. Vianne nodded. Then Mother Superior said, I will take the boy, and I could make room for more than one Jewish child.
More?
Of course there are more, Vianne. I will speak to a man I know in Giraud. He works for l'Œuvre de Secours aux Enfants, the Help the Children Fund. I expect he will know many families and children in hiding. I will tell him to expect you.
Me?
You are the leader of this now, and if we are risking our lives for one child, we may as well try to save more. Mother got abruptly to her feet. She hooked her arm through Vianne's, and the two women strolled the perimeter of the small garden. No one here can know the truth. The children will have to be coached and have paperwork that passes inspection. And you would need a position here, perhaps as a teacher, as a part-time teacher. That would allow us to pay you a small stipend and would answer questions about why you were here with the children.
Vianne said,
feeling shaky. Don't look so afraid, Vianne. You are doing the right thing. She had no doubt that this was true, and still she was terrified.
This is what they have done to us. We are afraid of our own shadows.
She looked at Mother.
How will I do it? Go to scared, hungry women and ask them to give me their children?
You will ask them if they've seen their friends being herded onto trains and taken away. You will ask them what they would risk to keep their child off of that train. Then you will let each mother decide.
It is an unimaginable choice. I'm not sure I could do it. Just hand Sophie and Daniel over to a stranger.
Mother leaned close. I hear one of their awful stormtroopers is billeted at your house. You realize this puts you and Sophie at terrible risk.
Of course. But how can I let her believe it's all right to do nothing in times such as these?
Mother stopped. Releasing Vianne, she laid a soft palm against her cheek and smiled tenderly. Be careful, Vianne. I have already been to your mother's funeral. I do not want to attend yours. Chapter 30. On an ice-cold mid-November day, Isabelle and Gaëtan left Brantôme and boarded a train to Bayonne. The carriage was overflowing with solemn German soldiers, more so than usual, and when they disembarked, they found more soldiers crowding the platform. Isabelle held Gaëtan's hand as they made their way through the gray-green uniforms. Two young lovers on their way to the beach town. My maman used to love going to the beach. Did I ever tell you that? Isabelle asked as they passed near two SS officers. You rich kids see all the good stuff. She smiled. We were hardly rich, Gaëtan, she said, when they were outside the train station. Well, you weren't poor, he said. I know poor. He paused, let that settle between them, and then he said, I could be rich someday. Someday, he said again with a sigh, and she knew what he was thinking. It was what they were always thinking. Will there be a France in our future? Gaëtan slowed. Isabelle saw what had captured his attention. Keep moving, he said. A roadblock had been set up ahead of them. Troops were everywhere, carrying rifles. What's going on? Isabelle asked. They've seen us, Gaëtan said. He tightened his hold on her hand. They strolled toward the swarm of German soldiers. A burly, square-headed sentry blocked their way and demanded to see their passes and papers. Isabelle offered her Juliet papers. Gaëtan offered his own false documents. But the soldier was more interested in the goings-on behind him. He barely glanced at the documents and handed them back. Isabelle gave him her most innocent smile.
"What's happening today?"
"No more free zone," the soldier said, waving them through.
"No more free zone? But—"
"We are taking over all of France," he said roughly. "No more pretense that your ridiculous Vichy government is in charge anywhere. Go!" Gaëtan pulled her forward through the amassing troops. For hours as they walked, they were honked at by German lorries and automobiles in a hurry to get past them. It wasn't until they reached the quaint seaside town of Saint-Jean-de-Luz that they were able to escape the gathering Nazis. They walked along the empty seawall, perched high above the pounding surf of the Atlantic Ocean. Below them, a curl of yellow sand held the mighty, angry ocean at bay. In the distance, a lush green peninsula was dotted with houses built in the Basque tradition, with white sides and red doors and bright red tile roofs. The sky overhead was a faded, washed-out blue, with clouds stretched as taut as clotheslines. There were no other people out today, neither on the beach nor walking along the ancient seawall. For the first time in hours, Isabelle could breathe.
"What does it mean, no free zone?"
"It is not good, that's for sure. It will make your work more dangerous."
"I've been moving through occupied territory already."
She tightened her hold on his hand and led him off the seawall. They stepped down the uneven steps and made their way to the road.
"We used to vacation here when I was little," she said. "Before my maman died. At least that's what I've heard. I barely remember."
She wanted it to be the start of a conversation, but her words fell into the new silence between them and went unanswered. In the quiet, Isabelle felt the suffocating weight of missing him, even though he was holding her hand. Why hadn't she asked him more questions in their days together, gotten to know everything about him? Now there was no time left, and they both knew it. They walked in a heavy silence. In the haze of early evening, Gaëtan got his first glimpse of the Pyrenees. The jagged, snow-dusted mountains rose into the leaden sky, their snow-tipped peaks ringed in clouds. "Merde. You crossed those mountains how many times?"
27.
"You're a wonder," he said.
"I am," she said with a smile.
They continued up through the dark, empty streets of Irun, climbing with every step, moving past the closed-up shops and bistros full of old men. Beyond town lay the dirt path that led into the foothills. At last they came to the cottage, tucked into the dark foothills, its chimney puffing smoke. "Are you okay?" he asked, noticing that she had slowed her step.
"I will miss you," she said quietly. "How long can you stay?"
"I have to leave in the morning." She wanted to release the hold on his hand, but it was difficult. She had this terrible, irrational fear that if she let go of him, she would never touch him again, and the thought of that was paralyzing. Still, she had a job to do. She let go of him and knocked, 3 times sharply in rapid succession. Madame opened the door. Dressed in man's clothing, smoking a Gauloise, she said,
"Juliet, come, come!"
She stepped back, welcoming Isabelle and Gaëtan into the main room, where 4 airmen stood around the dining table. The fire burned in the hearth, and above the flames a black cast-iron pot bubbled and hissed and popped. Isabelle could smell the stew's ingredients: goat meat, wine, bacon, thick, rich stock, mushrooms, and sage. The aroma was heavenly and reminded her that she hadn't eaten all day. Madame gathered the men together and introduced them. There were 3 RAF pilots and an American flyer, The three Brits had been there for days, waiting for the American who had arrived yesterday. Eduardo would be leading them over the mountains tomorrow morning. "It's good to meet you," one of them said, shaking Isabelle's hand as if she were a water pump. "You're just as beautiful as we've been told." The men started talking all at once. Gaëtan moved easily into their midst, as if he belonged with them. Isabelle stood beside Madame Babineau and handed her the envelope of money that should have been delivered almost 2 weeks earlier. "I'm sorry about the delay." "You had a good excuse. How are you feeling?" Isabelle moved her shoulder, testing it. "Better. In another week, I'll be ready to make the crossing again." Madame handed Isabelle the Gauloise. Isabelle took a long drag and exhaled, studying the men who were now in her charge. "How are they?" "See the tall, thin one? Nose like a Roman emperor?" Isabelle couldn't help smiling. "I see him." "He claims to be a lord or duke or something. Sarah in Pau said he was trouble. Wouldn't follow a girl's orders." Isabelle made a note of that. It wasn't a rarity, of course, flyers who didn't want to take orders from women, or girls or dames or broads, but it was always a trial. She handed Isabelle a crumpled, dirt-stained letter. "One of them gave me this to give to you." She opened it quickly, scanned the contents. She recognized Henri's sloppy handwriting. J. Your friend survived her German holiday, but she has guests. Do not stop by. We'll watch out for her. Vianne was fine. She had been released after questioning, but another soldier or soldiers were billeted there. She crumpled the paper and tossed it in the fire. She didn't know whether to be relieved or more worried. Instinctively, her gaze sought out Gaëtan, who was watching her as he spoke to an airman. "I see the way you're watching him, you know." "Lord Big Nose?" Madame Babineau barked out a laugh. "I am old but not blind. The young handsome one with the hungry eyes. He keeps looking at you, too." "He'll be leaving tomorrow morning." "Ah." Isabelle turned to the woman who had become her friend in the past 2 years. "I'm afraid to let him go, which is crazy with all the dangerous things I do." The look in Madame's dark eyes was both knowing and compassionate. "I would tell you to be careful if these were ordinary times. I would point out that he is young and engaged in a dangerous business, and young men in danger can be fickle." She sighed. "But we are cautious about too much these days. And why add love to the list?" "Love," Isabelle said quietly. "I will add this, though, since I am a mother and we can't help ourselves. A broken heart hurts as badly in wartime as in peace. Say goodbye to your young man well." Isabelle waited for the house to go quiet, or as quiet as a room could be with men sleeping on the floor, snoring, rolling over. Moving cautiously, she eased out of her blankets and picked her way through the main room and went outside. Stars flickered overhead, the sky immense in this dark landscape. Moonlight illuminated the goats, turned them into silver-white dots on the hillside. She stood at the wooden fence staring out. She didn't have to wait long. Gaëtan came up behind her, put his arms around her. She leaned back into him. "I feel safe in your arms," she said. When he didn't respond, she knew something was wrong. Her heart sank. She turned slowly, looked up at him. "What is it?" "Isabelle." The way he said it frightened her. She thought, "No, don't tell me, whatever it is, don't tell me." In the silence, noises became noticeable. The bleating of goats, the beating of her heart, the tumbling of a rock down a distant hillside. "That meeting, the one we were going to in Carriveau when you found the airman?" "Oui," she said. She had studied him so carefully in the past few days, watched every nuance of emotion cross his face, and she knew whatever he was going to say, it wouldn't be good. I'm leaving Paul's group. Fighting a different way.
Different how?
With guns, he said quietly. And bombs. Anything we can find. I'm joining a group of guerrilla partisans who live in the woods. My job is explosives. He smiled. And stealing bomb parts.
Your past should help you there.
Her teasing fell flat. His smile faded. I can't just deliver papers anymore, Iz. I need to do more. And I won't see you for a while, I think. She nodded, but even as she moved her head in agreement, she thought,
How will I walk away and leave him now?
And she understood what he had been afraid of from the start. The look he gave her was as intimate as a kiss. In it, she saw her own fear reflected. They might never see each other again.
Make love to me, Gaëtan,
she said. Like it's the last time. Vianne stood outside the Hotel Bellevue in the pouring rain. The windows of the hotel were fogged. Through the haze, she could see a crowd of gray-green field uniforms.
Come on, Vianne. You're in it now.
She squared her shoulders and opened the door. A bell tinkled gaily overhead, and the men in the room stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. Wehrmacht, SS, Gestapo. She felt like a lamb going to slaughter. At the desk, Henri looked up. Seeing her, he came out from behind the front desk and moved swiftly through the crowd toward her. He took her by the arm, hissing, "Smile." She tried to comply. She wasn't sure whether she succeeded. He led her to the front desk, where he let go of her arm. He was saying something, laughing, as if at some joke, as he took his place by the heavy black phone and cash register. "Your father, correct?" he said loudly. "A room for 2 nights?" She nodded numbly. "Here, let me show you the room we have available," he said at last. She followed him out of the lobby and into the narrow hallway. They went past a small table set with fresh fruit. Only the Germans could afford such an extravagance, and a water closet that was empty. At the end of the corridor, he led her up a narrow set of stairs and into a room so small there was only a single bed and a blacked-out window. He closed the door behind them. "You shouldn't be here. I sent you word that Isabelle was fine."
Oui, merci.
She took a deep breath.
I need identity papers. You were the only person I could think of who might be able to help me.
He frowned. "That's a dangerous request, madame. For whom?"
"A Jewish child in hiding."
"Hiding where?"
"I don't think you want to know that, do you?"
No. Is it a safe place?" She shrugged, her answer obvious in the silence. Who knew what was safe anymore? "I hear Sturmbannführer von Richter is billeted with you. He was here first. He's a dangerous man, vindictive and cruel. If he caught you..."
"What can we do, Henri? Just stand by and watch?"
"You remind me of your sister," he said.
"Believe me, I am not a brave woman."
Henri was quiet for a long while. Then he said, "I'll work on getting you the blank papers. You'll have to learn to forge them yourself. I am too busy to add to my duties. Practice by studying your own."
"Thank you."
She paused, looking at him, remembering the note he had delivered to her all those months ago, and the assumptions Vianne had made about her sister at the time. She knew now that Isabelle had been doing dangerous work from the beginning, important work. Isabelle had shielded Vianne from this knowledge to protect her, even though it meant looking like a fool. She had traded on the fact that Vianne would easily believe the worst of her. Vianne was ashamed of herself for believing the lie so easily.
"Don't tell Isabelle I'm doing this. I want to protect her."
Henri nodded.
"Au revoir,"
Vianne said. On her way out, She heard him say, "Your sister would be proud of you." Vianne neither slowed nor responded. Ignoring the German soldier's catcalling, she made her way out of the hotel and headed for home. Now all of France was occupied by the Germans, but it made little difference in Vianne's daily life. She still spent all day in one queue or another. Her biggest problem was Daniel. It still seemed smart to hide him from the villagers, even though her lie about an adoption seemed unquestioned when she told it, and she told it to everyone she could find, but people were too busy surviving to care, or maybe they guessed the truth and applauded it, who knew? She left the children at home now, hidden away behind locked doors. It meant that she was always jittery in town, nervous. Today, when she had gotten all that there was to be had for her rations, she rewrapped the woolen scarf around her throat and left the butcher's shop. As she braved the cold on Rue Victor Hugo, she was so miserable and distracted by worry, it took her a moment to realize that Henri was walking beside her. He glanced around the street, up and down, but in the wind and cold, no one was about. Shutters clattered and awnings shook. The bistro tables were empty. He handed her a baguette. "The filling is unusual. My maman's recipe." She understood. There were papers inside. She nodded. "Bread with special filling is difficult to obtain these days. Eat it wisely." "And what if I need more bread?" "More? So many hungry children." He stopped, turned to her, gave her a perfunctory kiss on each cheek. "Come see me again, madame." She whispered in his ear, "Tell my sister I asked about her. We parted badly." He smiled. "I am constantly arguing with my brother, even in war. In the end, we're brothers." Vianne nodded, hoping it was true. She placed the baguette in her basket, covering it with the scrap of linen, tucking it alongside the blancmange powder and oatmeal that had been available today. As she watched him walk away, the basket seemed to grow heavier. Tightening her grip, she headed down the street. She was almost out of the town square when she heard it.
"Madame Mauriac, what a surprise!"
His voice was like oil pooling at her feet, slippery and clinging. She wet her lips and held her shoulders back, trying to look both confident and unconcerned. He had returned last evening, triumphant, crowing about how easy it had been to take over all of France. She had fed dinner to him and his men, pouring them endless glasses of wine. At the end of the meal, he had tossed the leftovers to the chickens. Vianne and the children had gone to bed hungry. He was in his uniform, heavily decorated with swastikas and iron crosses, smoking a cigarette, blowing the smoke slightly to the left of her face.
"You are done with your shopping for the day?"
"Such as it is, Herr Sturmbannführer. There was very little to be had today, even with our ration cards."
"Perhaps if your men hadn't been such cowards, your famine wouldn't be so hungry."
She gritted her teeth in what she hoped passed for a smile. He studied her face, which she knew was chalky pale.
"Are you all right, madam?"
"Fine, Herr Sturmbannführer."
"Allow me to carry your basket. I will escort you home."
She gripped the basket.
"No, really, it's not necessary."
He reached a black-gloved hand toward her. She had no choice but to place the twisted willow handle in his hand. He took the basket from her and began walking. She fell into step beside him, feeling conspicuous walking with an SS officer through the streets of Carriveau. As they walked, von Richter made conversation. He talked about the Allies' certain defeat in North Africa. He talked about the cowardice of the French and the greediness of the Jews. He talked about the final solution, as if it were a recipe to be exchanged among friends. She could hardly make out his words over the roar in her head. When she dared to glance at the basket, She saw the baguette peeking out from beneath the red and white linen that covered it.
"You are breathing like a racehorse, madam. Are you unwell?"
Yes, that was it. She forced a cough, clamped a hand over her mouth.
"I am sorry, Herr Sturmbannführer. I was hoping not to bother you with it, but sadly, I fear I caught the flu from that boy the other day."
He stopped.
"Have I not asked you to keep your germs away from me?"
He shoved the basket at her so hard it hit her in the chest. She grabbed hold of it desperately, afraid it would fall and the baguette would break open and spill false papers at his feet.
I am so sorry. It was thoughtless of me."
"I will not be home for supper,"
he said, turning on his heel. Vianne stood there a few moments, just long enough to be polite, in case he turned around, and then she hurried for home. Well past midnight that night, when von Richter had been abed for hours, Vianne crept from her bedroom and went to the empty kitchen. She carried a chair back to her bedroom, quietly shutting the door behind her. She brought the chair to the nightstand, tucked it in close, and sat down. By the light of a single candle, she withdrew the blank identity papers from her girdle. She took out her own identity papers and studied them in minute detail. Then she took out the family Bible and opened it. On every blank space she could find, she practiced forging signatures. At first she was so nervous that her penmanship was unsteady, but the more she practiced, the calmer she felt. When her hands and breathing had steadied, she forged a new birth certificate for Jean-Georges, naming him Émile Duval. But new papers weren't enough. What would happen when the war was over and Hélène Ruel returned? If Vianne weren't here, with the risk she was taking, she had to consider this terrible possibility. Hélène would have no idea where to look for her son or what name he'd been given. She would need to create a fiche, a file card that had all the information she had on him, who he really was, who his parents were, any known relatives, everything she could think of. She ripped out 3 pages from the Bible and made a list on each page. On the first, in dark ink over the prayers, she wrote, Henri de Champlain, 1. Jean-Georges Ruel, 2. On the second sheet, she wrote, 1. Daniel Mauriac, 2. Émile Duval. And on the third she wrote, 1. Carivaux, Mauriac, 2. Abbé de la Trinité. She carefully rolled each page into a small cylinder. Tomorrow she would hide them in 3 different places. 1 in a dirty jar in the shed, which she would fill with nails. 1 in an old paint can in the barn, and 1 she would bury in a box in the chicken coop. The fiche cards she would leave with Mother at the Abbey. The cards and lists, when put together, would identify the children after the war and make it possible to get them back to their families. It was dangerous, of course, writing down any of this, but if she didn't keep a record, and the worst happened to her, how would the hidden children ever be reunited with their parents? For a long time, Vianne stared down at her work. So long that the children sleeping in her bed began to move around and mumble, and the candle flame began to sputter. She leaned over and laid a hand on Daniel's warm back to comfort him. Then she climbed into bed with her children. It was a long time before she fell asleep. Chapter 31. May 6th, 1995. Portland, Oregon.
"I am running away from home," I say to the young woman sitting next to me. She has hair the color of cotton candy and more tattoos than a Hells Angels biker, but she is alone like me in this airport full of busy people. Her name, I have learned, is Felicia. In the past 2 hours, since the announcement that our flight is delayed, we have become traveling companions. It was a natural thing, our coming together. She saw me picking at the horrible French fries Americans love, and I saw her watching me. She was hungry, that was obvious. Naturally, I called her over and offered to buy her a meal. Once a mother, always a mother. Or maybe I'm finally going home after years of running away. It's hard to know the truth sometimes. I'm running away, she says, slurping on the shoebox-sized soft drink I bought her. If Paris isn't far enough, my next stop is Antarctica. I see past the hardware on her face and the defiance in her tattoos, and I feel a strange connection to her, a compatriotism. We are runaways together. I'm sick, I say, surprising myself with the admission. Sick like the shingles? My aunt had that. It was gross. No, sick like cancer. Oh. Slurp, slurp. So why are you going to Paris? Don't you need, like, chemo? I start to answer her. No treatments for me. I'm done with all that. When her question settles in, why are you going to Paris? And I fall silent. I get it. You're dying. She shakes her big cup so that the slushy ice rattles inside. Done with trying, lost hope and all that. What the hell? I am so deep in thought, in the unexpected starkness of her statement, "You're dying," that it takes me a moment to realize that it is Julian who has just spoken. I look up at my son. He is wearing the navy blue silk sport coat I gave him for Christmas this year and trendy, dark-washed jeans. His hair is tousled, and he is holding a black leather weekender bag slung over one shoulder. He does not look happy. Paris, Mom? Air France Flight 605 will begin boarding in 5 minutes. That's us, Felicia says. I know what my son is thinking. As a boy, he begged me to take him to Paris. He wanted to see the places I mentioned in bedtime stories. He wanted to know how it felt to walk along the Seine at night, or to shop for art in the Place des Vosges, or to sit in the Tuileries garden, eating a butterfly macaron from La Durée. I said no to every request, saying simply, I am an American now. My place is here. We'd like to begin boarding anyone traveling with children under 2 years of age or anyone who needs a little extra time, and our first-class passengers. I stand, lifting the extendable handle on my rolling bag. That's me. Julian stands directly in front of me as if to block my access to the gate. You're going to Paris all of a sudden by yourself? It was a last-minute decision. What the hell and all that? I give him the best smile I can muster under the circumstances. I have hurt his feelings, which was never my intent. It's that invitation, he says, and the truth you never told me. Why had I said that on the phone? You make it sound so dramatic, I say, waving my gnarled hand. It's not. And now I must board. I'll call you. No need. I'm coming with you. I see the surgeon in him suddenly, the man who is used to staring past blood and bone to find what is broken. Felicia hefts her camo backpack over one shoulder and tosses her empty cup in the wastebasket, where it bounces against the opening and thunks inside. So much for running away, dude. I don't know which I feel more, relief or disappointment. Are you sitting by me?"
"On such short notice? No."
I clutch the handle of my rolling suitcase and walk toward the nice-looking young woman in the blue and white uniform. She takes my boarding pass, tells me to have a nice flight, and I nod absently and keep moving. The jetway draws me forward. I feel a little claustrophobic suddenly. I can hardly catch my breath. I can't yank my suitcase's black wheels into the plane over the metallic hump.
"I'm here, Mom,"
Julian says quietly, taking my suitcase, lifting it easily over the obstruction. The sound of his voice reminds me that I am a mother, and mothers don't have the luxury of falling apart in front of their children, even when they are afraid, even when their children are adults. A stewardess takes one look at me and makes that, "Here's an old one who needs help" face. Living where I do now, in that shoebox filled with the Q-tips that old people become, I've come to recognize it. Usually it irks me, makes me straighten my back, and push aside the youngster who is sure that I cannot cope in the world on my own. But just now, I'm tired and scared, and a little help doesn't seem like a bad thing. I let her help me to my window seat in the second row of the plane. I have splurged on a first-class ticket. Why not? I don't see much reason to save my money anymore. "Thank you," I say to the stewardess as I sit down. My son is the next one onto the plane. When he smiles at the stewardess, I hear a little sigh, and I think, of course. Women have swooned over Julian since before his voice changed. "Are you two traveling together?" she says, and I know she is giving him points for being a good son. Julian gives her one of his ice-melting smiles.
"Yes, but we couldn't get seats together. I'm 3 rows behind her."
He offers her his boarding pass.
"Oh, I'm sure I can solve this for you,"
she says, as Julian stows my suitcase and his weekender in the bin above my seat. I stare out the window, expecting to see the tarmac busy with men and women in orange vests, waving their arms and unloading suitcases. But what I see is water squiggling down the plexiglass surface, and woven within the silvered lines is my reflection. My own eyes stare back at me.
"Thank you so much,"
I hear Julian say, and then he is sitting down beside me, clamping his seatbelt shut, pulling the strap taut across his waist.
"So,"
he says after a long enough pause that people have shuffled past us in a steady stream, and the pretty stewardess, who has combed her hair and freshened her makeup, has offered us champagne.
"The invitation."
I sigh. The invitation. Yes, that's the start of it. Or the end, depending on your point of view. It's a reunion. In Paris.
"I don't understand,"
he says. "You were never meant to." He reaches for my hand. It is so sure and comforting, that healer's touch of his. In his face, I see the whole of my life. I see a baby who came to me long after I'd given up, and a hint of the beauty I once had. I see my life in his eyes.
"I know there's something you want to tell me, and whatever it is, it's hard for you. Just start at the beginning."
I can't help smiling at that. He is such an American, this son of mine. He thinks one's life can be distilled to a narrative that has a beginning and an end. He knows nothing about the kind of sacrifice that, once made, can never be either fully forgotten or fully borne. And how could he? I have protected him from all of that. Still, I am here, on a plane heading home, and I have an opportunity to make a different choice than the one I made when my pain was fresh and a future predicated on the past seemed impossible. Later, I say, and I mean it this time, I will tell him the story of my war and my sisters. Not all of it, of course, not the worst parts, but some. Enough that he will know a truer version of me. Not here, though. I'm exhausted. I lean back into the big first-class chair and close my eyes. How can I start at the beginning when all I can think about is the end?
Chapter 32. If you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. May 1944, France. In the 18 months since the Nazis had occupied all of France, life had become even more dangerous, if that were possible. French political prisoners had been interned in Drancy and imprisoned in Fresnes, and hundreds of thousands of French Jews had been deported to concentration camps in Germany. The orphanages of Neuilly-sur-Seine and Montreuil had been emptied and their children sent to the camps. And the children who'd been held at the Veldiv, more than 4,000 of them, had been separated from their parents and sent to concentration camps alone. Allied forces were bombing day and night. Arrests were made constantly. People were hauled out of their homes and their shops for the slightest infraction, for a rumor of resistance, and imprisoned or deported. Innocent hostages were shot in retaliation for things they knew nothing about, and every man between 18 and 50 was supposed to go to forced labor camps in Germany. No one felt secure. There were no yellow stars on clothing anymore. No one made eye contact or spoke to strangers. Electricity had been shut off. Isabelle stood on a busy Paris street corner, ready to cross. But before her ratty, wooden-soled shoe hit the cobblestones, a whistle shrieked. She backed into the shade of a flowering chestnut tree. These days, Paris was a woman screaming. Noise, noise, noise. Whistles blaring, shotguns firing, lorries rumbling, soldiers shouting. The tide of the war had shifted. The Allies had landed in Italy, and the Nazis had failed to drive them back. Losses had spurred the Nazis to greater and greater aggression. In March, they had massacred over 300 Italians in Rome as retaliation for partisan bombing that killed 28 Germans. At last, Charles de Gaulle had taken control of all Free France forces, and something big was being planned for this week. A column of German soldiers marched up the Boulevard Saint-Germain on their way to the Champs-Élysées. They were led by an officer astride a white stallion. As soon as they passed, Isabelle crossed the street and merged into the crowd of German soldiers gathered on the other sidewalk. She kept her gaze downward and her gloved hands coiled around her handbag. Her clothing was as worn and ragged as that of most Parisians, and the clatter of wooden soles rang out. No one had leather anymore. She bypassed long queues of housewives and hollow-faced children standing outside of boulangerie and boucherie. Rations had been cut again and again and again in the past 2 years. People in Paris were surviving on 800 calories a day. There was not a dog or cat or rat to be seen on the streets. This week, one could buy tapioca and string beans, nothing else. At the Boulevard de la Gare, there were piles of furniture and art and jewelry, everything of value taken from the people who'd been deported. Their belongings were sorted and crated and sent to Germany. She ducked into Les Deux Magots in the Saint-Germain and took a seat in the back. On the red moleskin bench, she waited impatiently, watched over by the statues of Chinese mandarins. A woman who might be Simone de Beauvoir sat at a table near the front of the cafe. She was bent over a piece of paper, writing furiously, Isabelle sank into the comfortable seat. She was bone-weary. In the past month alone, she'd crossed the Pyrenees 3 times and visited each of the safe houses, paying her passeur. Every step was dangerous now that there was no free zone.
Juliet.
She looked up and saw her father. He had aged in the last few years. They all had. Deprivation and hunger and despair and fear had left their marks on him, in skin that was the color and texture of beach sand and deeply lined. He was so thin that his head now seemed too big for his body. He slid into the booth across from her, put his wrinkled hands on the pitted mahogany table. She reached forward, clasped her hands around his wrists. When she drew her hands back, she had palmed the pencil-sized coil of false identity papers he'd had up his sleeve. She tucked them expertly in her girdle and smiled at the waiter who had just appeared.
Coffee,
Papa said in a tired voice. Isabelle shook her head. The waiter returned, deposited a cup of barley coffee, and disappeared again.
They had a meeting today,
her father said.
High-ranking Nazis. The SS was there. I heard the word Nightingale.
We're careful, she said quietly. And you are taking more risk than I am, stealing the blank identity papers.
I am an old man. They don't even see me. You should take a break, maybe. Let someone else do your mountain trips.
She gave him a pointed look. Did people say things like this to men? Women were integral to the resistance. Why couldn't men see that? He sighed, seeing the answer in her affronted look.
Do you need a place to stay?
Isabelle appreciated the offer. It reminded her of how far they'd come. They still weren't close, but they were working together, and that was something. He no longer pushed her away, and now, here, an invitation. It gave her hope that someday, when the war was over, they could actually talk. I can't. It would put you at risk. She hadn't been to the apartment in more than 18 months. Neither had she been to Carrivaux or seen Vianne in all that time. Rarely had Isabelle spent 3 nights in the same place. Her life was a series of hidden rooms and dusty mattresses and suspicious strangers.
Have you heard anything about your sister?
I have friends looking out for her. I hear she is taking no chances, keeping her head down and her daughter safe.
She will be fine, she said, hearing how hope softened that last sentence.
You miss her,
he said. Isabelle found herself thinking of the past suddenly, wishing she could just let it go. Yes, she missed her sister, but she had missed Vianne for years, for all of her life.
Well,
he stood up abruptly. She noticed his hands.
Your hands are shaking.
I quit drinking. It seemed like a bad time to be a drunk.
I don't know about that, she said, smiling up at him. Drunk seems like a good idea these days.
Be careful, Juliet.
Her smile faded. Every time she saw anyone these days, it was hard to say goodbye. You never knew if you'd see them again.
You too.
Midnight. Isabelle crouched in the darkness behind a crumbling stone wall. She was deep in the woods and dressed in peasant clothes, denim overalls that had seen better days, wooden-soled boots, and a lightweight blouse made from an old shower curtain. Downwind, she could smell the smoke of nearby bonfires, but she couldn't see even a glimmer of firelight. Behind her, a twig snapped. She crouched lower, barely breathed. A whistle sounded. It was the lilting song of the nightingale, or close to it. She whistled back. She heard footsteps. Breathing. And then...
Is?
She rose and turned around. A thin beam of light swept past her and then snapped off. She stepped over a fallen log and into Gaetan's arms.
I missed you,
he said after a kiss, drawing back with a reluctance she could feel. They had not seen each other for more than 8 months. Every time she heard of a train derailing, or a German-occupied hotel being blown up, or a skirmish with partisans, she worried. He took her by the hand and led her through a forest so dark she couldn't see the man beside her or the trail beneath their feet. Gaëtan never turned on his torchlight. He knew these woods intimately, having lived here for well over a year. At the end of the woods, they came to a huge grassy field where people stood in rows. They held torchlights, which they swept forward and back like beacons, illuminating the flat area between the trees. She heard an airplane engine overhead, felt the whoosh of air on her cheeks, and smelled exhaust. It swooped in above them, flying low enough to make the trees shudder. She heard a loud mechanical scree, and the banging of metal on metal, and then a parachute appeared. Falling, a huge box swinging beneath it. "Weapons drop," Gaëtan said. Tugging her hand, he led her into the trees again and up a hill, to the encampment deep in the forest. In its center, a bonfire glowed bright orange, its light hidden by the thick fringe of trees. Several men stood around the fire, smoking cigarettes and talking. Most had come here to avoid the STO, compulsory deportation to forced labor camps in Germany. Once here, they had taken up arms and become partisans who fought a guerrilla war with Germany. In secret, under cover of night, the Maquis. They bombed trains and blew up munitions dumps and flooded canals and did whatever else they could to disrupt the flow of goods and men from France to Germany. They got their supplies and their information from the Allies. Their lives were always at risk. When found by the enemy, reprisals were swift and often brutal. Burning, cattle prods, blinding. Each Maquis fighter carried a cyanide pill in his pocket. The men looked unwashed, starving, haggard. Most wore brown corduroy pants and black berets, all of which were frayed and patched and faded. For all that Isabelle believed in their cause, she wouldn't want to be alone up here. "Come," Gaëtan said. He led her past the bonfire to a small, dirty-looking tent with a canvas flap that was open to reveal a single sleeping bag and a pile of clothes and a pair of muddy boots. As usual, it smelled of dirty socks and sweat. Isabelle ducked her head and crouched low as she made her way inside. Gaëtan sat down beside her and closed the flap. He didn't light a lamp. The men would see their silhouettes within and start catcalling. "Isabelle," he said. "I've missed you." She leaned forward, let herself be taken in his arms and kissed. When it ended, too soon, she took a deep breath. "I have a message for your group from London. Paul received it at 5 p.m. tonight. Long sobs of autumn violins." She heard him draw in a breath. Obviously the words, which they'd received over the radio from the BBC, were a code. "Is it important?" she asked. His hands moved to her face, held her gently, and drew her in for another kiss. This one was full of sadness. Another goodbye. "Important enough that I have to leave right now." All she could do was nod. "There's never any time," she whispered. Every moment they'd ever had together had been stolen somehow, or wrested. They met, they ducked into shadowy corners or dirty tents or back rooms, and they made love in the dark. But they didn't get to lie together afterward like lovers and talk. He was always leaving her, or she was leaving him. Each time he held her, she thought, this will be it, the last time I see him. And she waited for him to say he loved her. She told herself that it was war, that he did love her, but he was afraid of that love, afraid he would lose her, and it would hurt more somehow if he'd declared himself. On good days, she even believed it. "How dangerous is it, this thing you're going off to do?" Again, the silence. "I'll find you," he said quietly. "Maybe I'll come to Paris for a night, and we'll sneak into the cinema and boo at the newsreels and walk through the Rodin gardens." "Like lovers," she said, trying to smile. It was what they always said to each other, this dream shared of a life that seemed impossible to remember and unlikely to reoccur. He touched her face with a gentleness that brought tears to her eyes. "Like lovers." In the past 18 months, as the war had escalated and Nazi aggression mounted, Vianne had found and hidden 13 children at the orphanage. At first, she had canvassed the nearby countryside, following leads given to her by the OSE. In time, Mother had connected with the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, an umbrella group for Jewish charities in the United States that funded the struggle to save Jewish children, and they had brought Vianne into contact with more children in need. Mothers sometimes showed up on her doorstep, crying, desperate, begging her for help. Vianne never turned anyone away, but she was always terrified. Now, on a warm June day in 1944, a week after the Allies had landed more than 150,000 troops in Normandy, Vianne stood in her classroom at the orphanage, staring out at the children who sat slumped and tired at their desks. Of course they were tired. In the past year, the bombing had rarely stopped. Air raids were so constant that Vianne no longer bothered to take her children into the cellar pantry when the alarm sounded at night. She just lay in bed with them, holding them tightly, until either all clear sounded or the bombing stopped. It never stopped for long. Vianne clapped her hands together and called for attention. Perhaps a game would lift their spirits.
"Is it another air raid, madame?"
asked Émile. He was 6 years old now and never mentioned his maman anymore. When asked, he said that she
died because she got sick.
And that was all there was to it. He had no memory at all of being Jean-Georges Rouel, just as Daniel had no memory of who he used to be. No air raid," she said. "Actually, I was thinking that it's awfully hot in here." She tugged at her loose collar.
"That's because of the blackout windows, madame,"
said Claudine, formerly Bernadette.
"Mother says she feels like a smoked ham in her woolen habit."
The children laughed at that. "It's better than the winter cold," Sophie said, and to this there was a round of nodding agreement. "I was thinking," Vianne said, "that today would be a good day to—" Before she could finish her thought, she heard the clatter of a motorcycle outside. Moments later, footsteps, jackboots, thundered down the stone corridor. Everyone went still. The door to her classroom opened. Von Richter walked into the room. As he approached Vianne, he removed his hat and tucked it beneath his armpit.
"Madam," he said, "will you step into the corridor with me?"
Vianne nodded.
"One moment, children," she said. "Read quietly while I am gone."
Von Richter took her by the arm, a painful, punishing grip, and led her into the stone courtyard outside her classroom. The sound of falling water from the mossy fountain gurgled nearby.
"I am here to ask about an acquaintance of yours, Henri Navarre."
Vianne prayed she didn't flinch.
"Who? Herr Sturmbannführer?"
"Henri Navarre."
"Ah, oui, the hotelier."
She fisted her hands to still them.
"You are his friend?"
Vianne shook her head.
"No, Herr Sturmbannführer. I know of him merely. It is a small town."
Von Richter gave her an assessing look.
"If you are lying to me about something so simple, I will perhaps wonder what else you are lying to me about."
"Herr Sturmbannführer, no."
"You have been seen with him."
His breath smelled of beer and bacon, and his eyes were narrowed.
"He'll kill me,"
she thought for the first time. She'd been careful for so long, never antagonizing him or defying him, never making eye contact if she could help it. But in the last few weeks, he had become volatile, impossible to predict.
It is a small town, but...
He has been arrested for aiding the enemy, madam.
Oh,
she said.
I will speak to you more about this, madam, in a small room with no windows, and believe me, I will get the truth out of you. I will find out if you are working with him.
Me?
He tightened his hold so much she thought her bones might crack.
If I find that you knew anything about this, I will question your children intensely, and then I will send you all to Fren prison.
Don't hurt them, I beg you.
It was the first time she'd ever begged him for anything, and at the desperation in her voice, he went perfectly still. His breathing accelerated, and there it was, as plain as the blue of his eyes. Arousal. For more than a year and a half, she had conducted herself with scrupulous care in his presence, dressing and acting like a little wren, never drawing his attention, never saying anything beyond yes or no, Herr Sturmbannführer. Now, in an instant, all of that was undone. She had revealed her weakness, and he had seen it. He knew how to hurt her now. Hours later, Vianne was in a windowless room in the bowels of the town hall. She sat stiffly upright in her chair, her hands clamped around the armrests so tightly that her knuckles were white. She had been here for a long time, alone, trying to decide what the best answers would be. How much did they know? What would they believe? Had Henri named her? No. If they knew that she had forged documents and hidden Jewish children, she would already have been arrested. Behind her, the door creaked open and then clicked shut.
Madame Mauriac.
She got to her feet. Von Richter circled her slowly, his gaze intimate on her body. She was wearing a faded, often repaired dress and no stockings, and Oxfords with wooden soles. Her hair, unwashed for 2 days, was covered by a gingham turban with a knot above her forehead. Her lipstick had run out long ago, and so her lips were pale. He came to a stop in front of her, too close, his hands clasped behind his back. It took courage to tilt her chin upward, and when she did, when she looked into his ice-blue eyes, she knew she was in trouble.
You've a scene with Henri Navarre walking in the square. He is suspected of working with the Marquis de Limousine, those cowards who live like animals in the woods, and aided the enemy in Normandy.
At the same time as the Allied landing at Normandy, the Marquis had wreaked havoc across the country, cutting train lines, setting bombs, flooding canals. The Nazis were desperate to find and punish the partisans.
I am barely acquainted with him, Herr Sturmbannführer. I know nothing of men who aid the enemy.
Are you making a fool of me, madam?
She shook her head. He wanted to hit her. She could see it in his blue eyes, an ugly, sick desire. It had been planted when she'd begged him for something, and now she had no idea how to eradicate it. He reached out and grazed a finger along her jaw. She flinched.
Are you truly so innocent?
Herr Sturmbannführer, you have lived in my home for 18 months. You see me every day. I feed my children and work in my garden and teach at the orphanage. I am hardly aiding the Allies.
His fingertips caressed her mouth, forcing her lips to part slightly.
If I find out that you are lying to me, I will hurt you, madam, and I will enjoy it.
He let his hand fall away.
But if you tell the truth now, I will spare you and your children.
She shivered at the thought of his finding out that he had been living all this time with a Jewish child. It would make a fool of him.
I would never lie to you, Herr Sturmbannführer. You must know that.
Here's what I know,
he said, leaning closer. Whispering in her ear,
I hope you are lying to me, madam.
He drew back.
You are scared,
he said, smiling.
I have nothing to be afraid of,
she said, unable to get much volume in her voice.
We shall see if that is true. For now, madam, go home, and pray I do not discover that you have lied to me.
That same day, Isabelle walked up the cobblestone street in the hilltop town of Orune. She could hear the echo of footsteps behind her. On the journey here from Paris, her two latest songs, Major Foley and Sergeant Smythe, had followed her instructions perfectly and had made it past the various checkpoints. She hadn't looked back in quite some time, but she had no doubt that they were walking as instructed, with at least 100 yards between them. At the top of the hill, she saw a man seated on a bench in front of the closed post. He held a sign that read, "Deaf and dumb, waiting for my maman to pick me up." Amazingly, the simple ruse still worked to fool the Nazis. Isabelle went to him.
I have an umbrella,
she said in her heavily accented English.
It looks like rain, he said.
She nodded.
Walk at least 50 yards behind me.
She kept walking up the hill, alone. By the time she reached Madame Babineau's property, it was nearing nightfall. At the bend in the road, she paused, waiting for her airmen to catch up. The man who'd been seated on the bench was the first to arrive.
"Hello, ma'am," he said,
pulling off his borrowed beret.
"Major Tom Dowd, ma'am, and I'm to say best wishes from Sarah in Poe, ma'am. She was a first-rate hostess."
Isabelle smiled tiredly. They were so larger than life, these Yanks, with their ready smiles and booming voices and their gratitude. Not at all like the Brits, who thanked her with clipped words and cool voices and firm handshakes. She'd lost track of the times an American had hugged her so tightly she'd come off her feet.
I'm Juliet,
she said to the Major. Major Jack Foley was next to arrive. He gave her a big smile and said,
"Those are some mountains." "You said a mouthful there,"
Dowd said, thrusting his hand out.
"Dowd, Chicago."
"Foley,
Boston."
"Nice to meet you." Sergeant Smythe brought up the rear. He arrived a few minutes later.
"Hello, gentlemen,"
he said stiffly.
"That was a hike."
"Just wait,"
Isabelle said with a laugh. She led them to the cottage and knocked 3 times on the front door. Madame Babineau opened the door a little, saw Isabelle through the crack and grinned, stepping back to allow them entrance. As always, a cast-iron cauldron hung above the flames in the soot-blackened fireplace. The table was set for their arrival, with glasses of warm milk and empty soup bowls. Isabelle glanced around.
"Eduardo?"
"In the barn, with 2 more airmen. We are having trouble getting supplies. It's all this damned bombing. Half of town is rubble."
She placed a hand on Isabelle's cheek.
"You look tired, Isabelle. Are you well?"
The touch was so comforting that Isabelle couldn't help leaning into it for just a moment. She wanted to tell her friend her troubles, unburden herself for a moment. But that was another luxury lost in this war. Troubles were carried alone. Isabelle didn't tell Madame Babineau that the Gestapo had broadened their search for the Nightingale, or that she worried for her father and sister in Nice. What was the point? They all had family to worry about. Such were ordinary anxieties, fixed points on the map of this war. Isabelle reached out for the old woman's hands. There were so many terrible aspects to what their lives were now, but there was this, too. friendships forged in fire that had proven to be as strong as iron. After so many solitary years, spent tucked away in convents and forgotten in boarding schools, Isabelle never took for granted the fact that she now had friends. People whom she cared about, and who cared about her.
I am fine, my friend.
And that handsome man of yours?
Still bombing depots and derailing trains. I saw him just before the invasion at Normandy. I could tell something big was up. I know he's in the thick of it. I'm worried.
Isabelle heard the distant purr of an engine. She turned to Madame.
Are you expecting anyone?
No one ever drives up here.
The airman heard it too. They paused in their conversation. Smythe looked up. Foley drew a knife out of his waistband. Outside, the goat started bleating. A shadow moved across the window. Before Isabelle could yell out a warning, the door smacked open and light poured into the room, along with several SS agents.
Put your hands over your heads!
Isabelle was hit hard in the back of the head by a rifle butt. She gasped and stumbled forward. Her legs gave out beneath her and she fell hard, cracking her head on the stone floor. The last thing she heard before she lost consciousness was,
"You are all under arrest."
Chapter 33. Isabelle woke tied to a wooden chair at her wrists and ankles. The ropes bit into her flesh and were so tight she couldn't move. Her fingers were numb. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling above her, a cone of light in the darkness. The room smelled of mold and piss and water seeping through cracks in the stone. Somewhere in front of her, a match flared. She heard the scratch of sound, smelled the sulfur, and tried to lift her head, but the movement hurt so much she made an involuntary sound.
"Good,"
someone said.
"It hurts."
Gestapo. He pulled a chair from the darkness and sat down, facing her.
"Pain?"
he said simply.
"Or no pain? The choice is yours."
In that case, no pain.
He hit her hard. Blood filled her mouth, sharp and metallic tasting. She felt it dribble down her chin.
2 days,
she thought.
Only 2 days.
She had to last under questioning for 48 hours without naming names. If she could do that, just not crack, her father and Gaëtan and Henri and Didier and Paul and Anouk would have time to protect themselves. They would know soon that she had been arrested if they didn't already know. Eduardo would get the word out, and then he would go into hiding. That was their plan.
"Name,"
he said, withdrawing a small notebook and a pencil from his breast pocket. She felt blood dripping down her chin onto her lap.
Juliette Gervais. But you know that. You have my papers.
"We have papers that name you as Juliette Gervais, true.
So why ask me?
Who are you really?"
"I'm really Juliette."
"Bonne père?"
he asked lazily, studying his well-tended fingernails.
"Nice."
"And what were you doing in Irogne?"
"I was in Irogne,"
she said. He straightened at that. His gaze returned to hers with interest.
"How old are you?"
22, or nearly, I think. Birthdays don't mean much anymore.
"You look younger."
"I feel older."
He slowly got to his feet, towered over her.
"You work for the Nightingale. I want his name."
They didn't know who she was.
"I know nothing about birds."
The blow came out of the blue, stunning in its impact. Her head whipped sideways, cracked hard against the chair back.
"Tell me about the Nightingale."
"I told you."
This time he hit her with an iron ruler across the cheek, so hard she felt her skin break open and blood spill. He smiled and said again,
"The Nightingale."
She spat as hard as she could, but it came out as a dribbling blob of blood that landed in her lap. She shook her head to clear her vision and wished immediately that she hadn't. He was coming toward her again, methodically slapping the red dripping ruler into his open palm.
"I'm Rittmeister Schmidt, Commandant of the Gestapo in Amboise. And you are?"
He is going to kill me, Isabelle thought. She struggled against her restraints, breathing hard. She tasted her own blood. "Juliet," she whispered, desperate now that he believe her. She couldn't last 2 days. This was the risk everyone had warned her about, the terrible truth of what she'd been doing. How had it seemed like an adventure? She would get herself and everyone she cared about killed.
"We have most of your compatriots. There is no sense in you dying to protect dead men."
Was it true? No. If it were true, she would be dead too.
"Juliet Gervais,"
she said again. He backhanded her with the ruler so hard the chair toppled sideways and crashed to the floor. Her head cracked on the stone at the same time he kicked her in the stomach with the toe of his boot. The pain was like nothing she'd ever known. She heard him say,
"Now, mademoiselle, name the Nightingale."
And she couldn't have answered if she wanted to. He kicked her again, with all his weight behind the blow. Consciousness brought pain. Everything hurt. Her head, her face, her body. It took effort and courage to lift her head. She was still bound at the ankles and wrists. The ropes chafed against her torn, bloodied skin, cut into her bruised flesh. Where am I? Darkness surrounded her, and not an ordinary darkness, not an unlit room. This was something else, an impenetrable, inky blackness that pressed against her battered face. She sensed a wall was mere inches from her face. She tried to make the smallest move of her foot to reach forward, and pain roared to life again, biting deep into the rope cuts on her ankles. She was in a box, and she was cold. She could feel her breath and knew it would be visible. Her nostril hairs were frozen. She shivered hard, uncontrollably. She screamed in terror. The sound of her scream echoed back at her and was lost. Freezing. Isabelle shuddered with cold, whimpering. She could feel her breath now, pluming in front of her face, turning to frost on her lips. Her eyelashes were frozen.
Think, Isabelle. Don't give up.
She moved her body a little, fighting through the cold and pain. She was seated, still bound at the ankles and wrists. Naked. She closed her eyes, sickened by the image of him undressing her, touching her when she was unconscious. In the fetid darkness, she became aware of a thrumming noise. At first, she thought it was her blood, pulsing in pain, or her heart, pounding a desperate beat to stay alive. But it wasn't that. It was a motor. And nearby, humming. She recognized the sound, but what was it? She shuddered again, trying to wiggle her fingers and toes to combat the dead feeling that had overtaken her extremities. Before there was pain in her feet, and then a tingling, and now, nothing. She moved the only thing she could, her head, and it thunked against something hard. She was naked, tied to a chair, inside a frozen, dark, humming, small, a refrigerator. She panicked, tried frantically to wrest free, to topple her prison, but all her effort did was wind her, defeat her. She couldn't move. Not anything except her fingers and toes, which were too frozen to cooperate.
Not like this, please.
She would freeze to death, or be asphyxiated. Her own breathing echoed back at her, surrounded her, a shudder of breath all around it. She started to cry, and her tears froze, turning to icicles on her cheeks. She thought of all the people she loved. Vianne, Sophie, Gaëtan, her father. Why hadn't she told them she loved them every day when she had the chance? And now she would die without ever saying a word to Vianne. Vianne, she thought. Only that. The name. Part prayer, part regret, part goodbye. A dead body hung from every street lamp in the town square. Vianne came to a stop, unable to believe what she was seeing. Across the way, an old woman stood beneath one of the bodies. The air was full of the whining creak of ropes pulled taut. Vianne moved cautiously through the square, taking care to keep away from the street lamps. Blue-faced, swollen, slack bodies. There had to be 10 dead men here. Frenchmen, she could tell. Maquisards by the look of them. The rough guerrilla partisans of the woods. They wore brown pants and black berets and tricolor armbands. Vianne went to the old woman, took her by the shoulders. "You should not be here," she said. "My son," the woman croaked. "He can't stay here." "Come," Vianne said. Less gently this time. She maneuvered the old woman out of the square. On Rue La Grande, the woman pulled free and walked away, mumbling to herself, crying. Vianne passed 3 more dead bodies on her way to the boucherie. Carrivaux seemed to be holding its breath. The Allies had bombed the area repeatedly in the last few months, and several of the town's buildings had been reduced to rubble. Something always seemed to be falling down or crumbling. The air smelled of death, and the town was silent. Danger lurked in every shadow, around every corner. In the queue at the butcher shop, Vianne heard women talking, their voices lowered.
Retaliation.
Worse in Toul.
Did you hear about Oradour-sur-Glane?
Even with all of that, with all of the arrests and deportations and executions, Vianne couldn't believe the newest rumors. Yesterday morning, the Nazis had marched into the small village of Oradour-sur-Glane, not far from Carrivaux, and herded everyone at gunpoint into the town's church, supposedly to check their papers.
"Everyone in town,"
whispered the woman to whom Vianne had spoken.
"Men, women, children. The Nazis shot them all. Then they slammed the doors shut, locked them all in, and burned the church to the ground."
Her eyes welled with tears.
"It's true." "It can't be,"
Vianne said.
"My Didi saw them shoot a pregnant woman in the belly."
"She saw this?" Vianne asked. The old woman nodded.
"Didi hid out for hours behind a rabbit hutch and saw the town in flames. She said she'll never forget the screaming. Not everyone was dead when they set the fire."
It was supposedly in retaliation for a Sturmbannführer who'd been captured by the Maquis. Would the same thing happen here? The next time the war went badly, would the Gestapo or SS round up the villagers of Carrivaux and trap them in the town hall and open fire? She took the small tin of oil that this week's ration card had allowed her and walked out of the shop, flipping her hood up to shield her face. Someone grabbed her by the arm and pulled her hard to the left. She stumbled sideways, lost her footing, and almost fell. He pulled her into a dark alley and revealed himself.
"Papa?"
Vianne said, too stunned by his appearance to say more. She saw what the war had done to him, how it had etched lines in his forehead and placed puffy bags of flesh beneath his tired-looking eyes, how it had leached the color from his skin and turned his hair white. He was terribly thin. Age spots dotted his sagging cheeks. She was reminded of his return from the Great War, when he'd looked this bad.
"Is there somewhere quiet we can talk?"
he said.
"I'd rather not meet your German."
"He's not my German, but we—"
She could hardly blame him for not wanting to meet von Richter.
"The house next door to mine is vacant. To the east. The Germans thought it too small to bother with. We can meet there."
"In 20 minutes,
he said. Vianne pulled her hood back up over her scarf-covered hair and stepped out of the alleyway. As she left town and walked along the muddy road toward home, she tried to imagine why her father was here. She knew, or supposed, that Isabelle was living with him in Paris, although even that was conjecture. For all she knew, her sister and her father lived separate lives in the same city. She hadn't heard from Isabelle since that terrible night in the barn, although Henri reported that she was well. She hurried past the airfield, barely noticing the aeroplanes that were crumpled and still smoking from a recent bombing raid. At Rachel's gate, she paused and glanced up and down the road. No one had followed or seemed to be watching her. She slipped inside the yard and hurried to the abandoned cottage. The front door had been broken long ago and now hung askew. She let herself inside. The interior was shadowy and limbed in dust. Almost all of the furniture had been requisitioned or stolen by looters, and missing pictures left black squares on the walls. Only an old love seat with dirty cushions and a broken leg remained in the living room. Vianne sat down, perched nervously, her foot tapping on the rush-covered floor. She chewed on her thumbnail, unable to be still, and then she heard footsteps. She went to the window, lifting the blackout shade. Her father was at the door. Only he wasn't her father, not this stooped old man. She let him into the house. When he looked at her, the lines in his face deepened. The folds of his skin looked like pockets of melting wax. He ran a hand through his thinning hair. The long white strands rearranged themselves into spikes, giving him a strangely electrified look. He moved toward her slowly, limping just a little. It brought her whole life back in an instant, that shuffling, awkward way he had of moving. Her maman sang, "Forgive him, Vianne. He isn't himself anymore, and he can't forgive himself. It's up to us to do it."
"Vianne,"
he said her name softly, his rough voice lingering over it. Again she was reminded subtly of before, when he had been himself. It was a long-forgotten thought. In the after years, she had relegated all thoughts of him to the closet. In time, she'd forgotten. Now she remembered. It scared her to feel this way. He had hurt her so many times. Papa. He went to the love seat and sat down. The cushions sagged tiredly beneath his meager weight.
"I was a terrible father to you girls."
It was so surprising and true that Vianne had no idea what to say. He sighed.
"It's too late now to fix all that."
She joined him at the love seat, sat down beside him.
"It's never too late,"
she said cautiously. Was it true? Could she forgive him? Yes. The answer came instantly, as unexpected as his appearance here. He turned to her.
"I have so much to say and no time to say it."
"Stay here,"
she said.
"I'll care for you and—"
"Isabelle has been arrested and charged with aiding the enemy. She's imprisoned in Giraud."
Vianne drew in a sharp breath. The regret she felt was immense, as was the guilt. What had her last words to her sister been? Don't come back.
"What can we do?"
"We?"
he said.
"It is a lovely question, but not one to be asked. You must do nothing. You stay here in Carriveau and stay out of trouble, as you have been. Keep my granddaughter safe. Await your husband.
It was all Vianne could do not to say.
I'm different now, Papa. I am helping to hide Jewish children.
She wanted to see herself reflected in his gaze, wanted just once to make him proud of her.
Do it. Tell him.
How could she? He looked so old sitting here, old and broken and lost. There was only the barest hint of the man he'd been. He didn't need to know that Vianne was risking her life too. Couldn't worry that he would lose both his daughters. Let him think that she was as safe as one could be. A coward.
Isabelle will need you to come home to when this is over. You will tell her that she did the right thing. She will worry about that one day. She will think she should have stayed with you, protected you. She will remember leaving you with the Nazi, risking your lives, and she will agonize over her choice.
Vianne heard the confession that lay beneath. He was telling her his own story in the only way he could, cloaked in Isabelle's. He was saying that he had worried about his choice, to join the army in the Great War, that he had agonized over what his fighting had done to his family. He knew how changed he'd been on his return, and instead of pain drawing him closer to his children and wife, it had separated them. He regretted pushing them away, leaving them with Madame Dumas all those years ago. What a burden such a choice must be. For the first time, she saw her own childhood as an adult, from far away, with the wisdom this war had given her. Battle had broken her father. She had always known that. Her maman had said it repeatedly. But now Vianne understood. It had broken him.
You girls will be part of the generation that goes on, that remembers, he said. The memories of what happened will be hard to forget. You will need to stay together. Show Isabelle that she is loved. Sadly, this is a thing I never did. Now it is too late.
You sound like you're saying goodbye.
She saw the sad, forlorn look in his eyes, and she understood why he was here, what he'd come to say. He was going to sacrifice himself for Isabelle. She didn't know how, but she knew it to be true just the same. It was his way of making up for all the times he'd disappointed them.
Papa,
she said,
what are you going to do?
He laid a hand to her cheek, and it was warm and solid and comforting. That father's touch. She hadn't realized, or admitted to herself, how much she'd missed him. And now, just when she glimpsed a different future, a redemption, it dissolved around her.
What would you do to save Sophie?
Anything.
Vianne stared at this man who, before the war changed him, had taught her to love books and writing and to notice a sunset. She hadn't remembered that man in a long time.
I must go,
he said, handing her an envelope. On it was written,
Isabelle and Vianne,
in his shaky handwriting.
Read it together.
He stood up and turned to leave. She wasn't ready to lose him. She grabbed for him. A piece of his cuff ripped away in her grasp. She stared down at it. A strip of brown and white checked cotton lay in her palm. A strip of fabric like the others tied to her tree branches. Remembrances for lost and missing loved ones.
I love you, Papa,
she said quietly, realizing how true it was, how true it had always been. Love had turned into loss, and she'd pushed it away. But somehow, impossibly, a bit of that love had remained. A girl's love for her father, immutable, unbearable but unbreakable.
How can you?
She swallowed hard, saw that he had tears in his eyes.
How can I not?
He gave her a last, lingering look, and a kiss to each cheek, and then he drew back. So softly she almost didn't hear, he said,
I loved you too.
And then left her. Vianne watched him walk away. When at last he disappeared, she returned home. There, she paused beneath the apple tree full of scraps of fabric. In the years that she had been tying scraps to the branches, the tree had died, and the fruit had turned bitter. The other apple trees were hale and healthy, but this one, the tree of her remembrances, was as black and twisted as the bombed-out town behind it. She tied the brown-checked scrap next to Rachel's. Then she went into the house. A fire was lit in the living room. The whole house was warm and smoky, wasteful. She closed the door behind her, frowning.
"Children,"
she called out.
They are upstairs in my room. I gave them some chocolates and a game to play.
Von Richter. What was he doing here in the middle of the day? Had he seen her with her father? Did he know about Isabelle?
Your daughter thanked me for the chocolates. She is such a pretty young thing.
Vianne knew better than to show her fear at that. She remained still and silent, trying to calm her racing heart.
But your son,
he put the slightest emphasis on the word.
He looks nothing like you.
My husband, and...
He struck so fast she didn't even see him move. He grabbed her by the arm, squeezing hard, twisting the soft flesh. She let out a little cry as he shoved her back against the wall.
Are you going to lie to me again?
He took both of her hands and wrenched them over her head, pinning them to the wall with one gloved hand.
"Please,"
she said.
"Don't."
She knew instantly that it was a mistake to beg.
I checked the records. There is only one child born to you and Antoine. A girl, Sophie. You buried others. Who is the boy?
Vianne was too frightened to think clearly. All she knew for sure was that she couldn't tell the truth, or Daniel would be deported. And God knew what they'd do to Vianne, to Sophie.
"Antoine's cousin died giving birth to Daniel. We adopted the baby just before the war started. You know how difficult official paperwork is these days. But I have his birth certificate and baptismal papers. He's our son now."
Your nephew, then. Blood, but not blood. Who is to say his father isn't a communist or Jewish?
Vianne swallowed convulsively. He didn't suspect the truth.
"We're Catholic. You know that."
What would you do to keep him here with you?
"Anything,"
she said. He unbuttoned her blouse, slowly, letting each button be teased through its fraying hole. When the bodice gaped open, he slid his hand inside, sliding it over her breast, twisting her nipple hard enough that she cried out in pain.
Anything?
He asked. She swallowed dryly.
"The bedroom, please," she said. "My children."
He stepped back.
After you, madam.
"You will let me keep Daniel here?"
Are you negotiating with me?
"I am."
He grabbed her by the hair and yanked hard, pulling her into the bedroom. He kicked the door shut with his booted foot and then shoved her up against the wall. She made an oof as she hit. He pinned her in place and shoved her skirt up and ripped her knitted underpants away. She turned her head and closed her eyes, hearing his belt unbuckle with a clatter and his buttons release.
"Look at me,"
he said. She didn't move, didn't so much as breathe. Neither did she open her eyes. He hit her again. Still she stayed where she was, her eyes closed tightly.
"If you look at me, Daniel stays."
She turned her head and slowly opened her eyes.
"That's better."
She gritted her teeth as he yanked down his pants and shoved her legs farther apart and violated both her body and her soul. She did not make a single sound, nor did she look away. Chapter 34. Isabelle tried to crawl away from what? Had she just been kicked or burned or locked in the refrigerator? She couldn't remember. She dragged her aching, bloody feet backward across the floor, one pain-filled inch at a time. Everything hurt. Her head, her cheek, her jaw, her wrists and ankles. Someone grabbed her by the hair, yanked her head back. Blunt, dirty fingers forced her mouth open. Brandy splashed into her mouth, gagging her. She spit it back up. Her hair was thawing. Ice water streamed down her face. She opened her eyes slowly. A man stood in front of her, smoking a cigarette. The smell made her sick to her stomach. How long had she been here? Think, Isabelle. She had been moved to this dank, airless cell. 2 mornings had dawned with her able to see the sun, right? 2? Or just 1? Had she given the network enough time to get people hidden? She couldn't think. The man was talking, asking her questions. His mouth opened, closed, spewed smoke. She flinched instinctively, curled into a crouch, squatted back. The man behind her kicked her in her spine, hard, and she stilled. So, 2 men, one in front of her and one behind. Pay attention to the one who was speaking. What was he saying? Sit. She wanted to defy him, but didn't have the strength. She climbed up onto the chair. The skin around her wrists was torn and bloody, oozing pus. She used her hands to cover her nakedness, but it was useless, she knew. He would pull her legs apart to bind her ankles to the chair legs. When she was seated, something soft hit her in the face and fell into her lap. Dully, she looked down. A dress, not hers. She clutched it to her bare breasts and looked up. "Put it on," he said. Her hands were shaking as she stood and stepped awkwardly into the wrinkled, shapeless blue linen dress that was at least 3 sizes too large. It took forever to button the sagging bodice. "The Nightingale," he said, taking a long drag on his cigarette. The tip glowed red-orange, and Isabelle instinctively shrank into the chair. Schmidt. That was his name. "I don't know anything about birds," she said. "You are Juliet Gervais," he said. "I have told you that 100 times. And you know nothing about the Nightingale." "This is what I've told you." He nodded sharply, and Isabelle immediately heard footsteps, and then the door behind her creaked open. She thought, "It doesn't hurt. It's just my body. They can't touch my soul." It had become her mantra. "We are done with you." He was smiling at her in a way that made her skin crawl. "Bring him in." A man stumbled forward in shackles. "Papa!" She saw horror in his eyes and knew how she looked. Split lip and blackened eyes and torn cheek. Cigarette burns on her forearms. Blood matted in her hair. She should stay still, stand where she was, but she couldn't. She limped forward, gritting her teeth at the pain. There were no bruises on his face, no cuts on his lip, no arm held close to his body in pain. They hadn't beaten or tortured him, which meant they hadn't interrogated him. "I am the Nightingale," her father said to the man who'd tortured her. "Is that what you need to hear?" She shook her head, said, "No," in a voice so soft no one heard. "I am the Nightingale," she said, standing on burned, bloody feet. She turned to the German who had tortured her. Schmidt laughed. "You, a girl, the infamous Nightingale." Her father said something in English to the German, who clearly didn't understand. Isabelle understood. They could speak in English. Isabelle was close enough to her father to touch him, but she didn't.
"Don't do this,"
she begged.
"It's done,"
he said. The smile he gave her was slow in forming, and when it came, she felt pain constrict her chest. Memories came at her in waves, surging over the breakwater she'd built in the isolated years. Him sweeping her into his arms, twirling her around, picking her up from a fall, dusting her off, whispering, "Not so loud, my little terror. You'll wake your maman." She drew in short, shallow breaths and wiped her eyes. He was trying to make it up to her, asking for forgiveness and seeking redemption all at once, sacrificing himself for her. It was a glimpse of who he'd once been, the poet her maman had fallen in love with. That man, the one before the war, might have known another way, might have found the perfect words to heal their fractured past. But he wasn't that man anymore. He had lost too much, and in his loss, he'd thrown away more. This was the only way he knew to tell her that he loved her.
"Not this way,"
she whispered.
"There is no other. Forgive me,"
he said softly. The Gestapo stepped between them. He grabbed her father by the arm and pulled him toward the door. Isabelle limped after them.
"I am the Nightingale,"
she called out. The door slammed in her face. She hobbled to the cell's window, clutching the rough, rusty bars.
"I am the Nightingale,"
she screamed. Outside, beneath a yellow morning sun, her father was dragged into the square, where a firing squad stood at the ready, rifles raised. Her father stumbled forward, lurched across the cobblestone square, past a fountain. Morning sunlight gave everything a golden, beautiful glow.
"We were supposed to have time,"
she whispered, feeling tears start. How often had she imagined a new beginning for her and Papa, for all of them? They would come together after the war, Isabelle and Vianne and Papa, learn to laugh and talk and be a family again. Now it would never happen. She would never get to know her father, never feel the warmth of his hand in hers, never fall asleep on the divan beside him, never be able to say all that needed to be said between them. Those words were lost, turned into ghosts that would drift away unsaid. They would never be the family maman had promised.
"Papa,"
she said. It was such a big word suddenly, a dream in its entirety. He turned and faced the firing squad. She watched him stand taller and square his shoulders. He pushed the white strands of hair from his dry eyes. Across the square, their gazes met. She clutched the bars harder, clinging to them for support.
"I love you,"
he mouthed. Shots rang out. Vianne hurt all over. She lay in bed, bracketed by her sleeping children, trying not to remember last night's rape in excruciating detail. Moving slowly, she went to the pump and washed up in cold water, wincing every time she touched an area that was bruised. She dressed in what was easy, a wrinkled linen button-up dress with a fitted bodice and flared skirt. All night, she'd lain awake in bed, holding her children close, alternately weeping for what he'd done to her, what he'd taken from her, and fuming that she couldn't stop it. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill herself. What would Antoine think of her now? Truthfully, the biggest part of her wanted to curl up in a ball in some dark corner and never show her face again. But even that, shame, was a luxury these days. How could she worry about herself when Isabelle was in prison and their father was going to try to save her? "Sophie," she said when they'd finished their breakfast of dry toast and a poached egg, "I have an errand to run today. You will stay home with Daniel. Lock the door."
Von Richter is gone until tomorrow.
She felt her face grow hot. This was the kind of intimacy she shouldn't know.
He told me so last night.
Her voice broke on the last word. Sophie rose.
Maman?
Vianne dashed tears away.
I'm fine, but I must go. Be good.
She kissed both of them goodbye and rushed out before she could start thinking of reasons to stay. Like Sophie and Daniel. And von Richter. He said he was leaving for the night, but who knew? He could always have her followed. But if she worried too much about what-ifs, she would never get anything done. In the time she'd been hiding Jewish children, she had learned to go on despite her fear. She had to help Isabelle.
Don't come back. I'll turn you in myself.
And Papa, if she could. She boarded the train and sat on a wooden bench in the third-class carriage. Several of the other passengers, mostly women, sat with their heads down, hands clasped in their laps. A tall Hauptsturmführer stood guard by the door, his gun at the ready. A squad of narrow-eyed milice, the brutal Vichy police, sat in another part of the carriage. Vianne didn't look at either of the women in the compartment with her. One of them stank of garlic and onions. The smell made Vianne faintly sick in the hot, airless compartment. Fortunately, her destination was not far away, and just after 10 o'clock in the morning, she disembarked at the small train station on the outskirts of Giraud. Now what? The sun rode high overhead, baking the small town into a stupor. Vianne clutched her handbag close, felt perspiration crawl down her back and drip from her temples. Many of the sand-colored buildings had been bombed. Piles of rubble were everywhere. A blue Cross of Lorraine had been painted onto the stone sides of an abandoned school. She encountered few people on the crooked cobblestone streets. Now and then a girl on a bicycle or a boy with a wheelbarrow would thump and rattle past her, but for the most part, what she noticed was the silence, an air of desertion. Then a woman screamed. Vianne came around the last crooked corner and saw the town square. A dead body was lashed to the fountain in the square. Blood reddened the water that lapped around his ankles. His head had been strapped back with an army belt, so that he seemed almost relaxed there, with his mouth slack, his eyes open, sightless. Bullet holes chewed up his chest, left his sweater in tatters. Blood darkened his chest and pant legs. Her father. Isabelle had spent the last night huddled in the damp, black corner of her cell. The horror of her father's death replayed itself over and over. She would be killed soon. Of that she had no doubt. As the hours passed, time measured in breaths taken and released, in heartbeats, she wrote imaginary letters of goodbye to her father, to Gaëtan, to Vianne. She strung her memories into sentences that she memorized, or tried to. But they all ended with, "I'm sorry." When the soldiers came for her, iron keys rattling in ancient locks, worm-eaten doors scraping open across the uneven floor, she wanted to scream and protest, yell, "No!" But she had no voice left. She was yanked to her feet. A woman built like a panzer tank thrust shoes and socks at her and said something in German. Obviously, she didn't speak French. She gave Isabelle back her Juliet identity papers. They were stained now and crumpled. The shoes were too small and pinched her toes, but Isabelle was grateful for them. The woman hauled her out of the cell and up the uneven stone steps and out into the blinding sunlight of the square. Several soldiers stood by the opposite buildings, their rifles strapped to their backs, going about their business. She saw her father's bullet-ridden dead body lashed to the fountain and screamed. Everyone in the square looked up. The soldiers laughed at her, pointed.
Quiet!
The German tank woman hissed. Isabelle was about to say something when she saw Vianne moving toward her. Her sister moved forward awkwardly, as if she wasn't quite in control of her body. She wore a tattered dress that Isabelle remembered as once being pretty. Her red gold hair was dull and lank, tucked behind her ears. Her face was as thin and hollow as a bone china teacup. "I've come to help you," Vianne said quietly. Isabelle could have cried. More than anything in the world, she wanted to run to her big sister, to drop to her knees and beg for forgiveness, and then to hold her in gratitude. To say, "I'm sorry," and "I love you," and all the words in between. But she couldn't do any of that. She had to protect Vianne.
"So did he,"
she said, cocking her head toward her father.
"Go away. Please. Forget me."
The German woman yanked Isabelle forward. She stumbled along, her feet screaming in pain, not allowing herself to look back. She thought she was being led to a firing squad, but she went past her father's slumped body and out of the square and onto a side street where a lorry was waiting. The woman shoved Isabelle into the back of the lorry. She scrambled back to the corner and squatted down, alone. The canvas flaps unfurled, bringing darkness. As the engine roared to life, she rested her chin in the hard and empty valley between her bony knees and closed her eyes. When she woke again, it was to stillness. The truck had stopped moving. Somewhere a whistle blared. The flaps of the truck were whisked sideways, and light flooded into the back of the truck. So bright, Isabelle couldn't see anything but shadow men coming toward her, yelling,
"Schnell! Schnell!"
She was pulled out of the truck and tossed to the cobblestone street like a sack of trash. There were 4 empty cattle cars lined up along the platform. The first 3 were shut tightly. The 4th was open and crammed with women and children. The noise was overwhelming. Screaming, crying, dogs barking, soldiers shouting, whistles blaring, the chugging hum of the waiting train. The Nazi shoved Isabelle into the crowd, pushing her forward every time she stopped, until the last carriage appeared in front of her. He picked her up and threw her inside. She stumbled into the crowd, almost fell. Only the other bodies kept her on her feet. They were still coming in, stumbling forward, crying, clutching their children's hands, trying to find a 6-inch opening between bodies in which to stand. Iron bars covered the windows. In the corner, Isabelle saw a single barrel. Their toilet. Suitcases were piled in the corner on a stack of hay bales. Limping on feet that ached with every step, Isabelle pushed through the crowd of whimpering, crying women, past their screaming children, to the back of the train carriage. In the corner, she saw a woman standing alone, her arms crossed defiantly across her chest, her coarse gray hair covered by a black scarf. Madame Babineau's ruched face broke into a brown-toothed smile. Isabelle was so relieved by the sight of her friend that she almost cried.
"Madame Babineau,"
Isabelle whispered, hugging her friend tightly.
"I think it's time you called me Micheline,"
her friend said. She was dressed in men's pants that were too long for her and a flannel work shirt. She touched Isabelle's cracked, bruised, bloodied face.
"What have they done to you?"
"Their worst," she said, trying to sound like herself.
"I think not."
Micheline let that sink in a moment, and then cocked her head toward a bucket near her booted feet. This one was filled with a gray water that sloshed over the edges as the wooden floor rattled beneath so many moving bodies. A split wooden ladle lay to one side.
"Drink while it's there,"
she said. Isabelle filled the ladle with the fetid-smelling water. Gagging at the taste, she forced herself to swallow. She stood, offered a ladleful to Micheline, who drank it all and wiped her wet lips with the back of her sleeve.
"This is going to be bad,"
Micheline said.
"I'm sorry I got you into this,"
Isabelle said.
"You did not get me into anything, Juliet,"
Micheline said.
"I wanted to be a part of it."
The whistle sounded again, and the car doors banged shut, plunging them all into darkness. Bolts clanged into place, locking them in. The train lurched forward. People fell into one another, fell down. Babies screamed and children whined. Someone was peeing in the bucket, and the smell overlaid the stench of the sweat and fear. Micheline put an arm around Isabelle, and the two women climbed to the top of the hay bales and sat together.
"I am Isabelle Rossignol,"
she said quietly, hearing her name swallowed by the darkness. If she was going to die on this train, she wanted someone to know who she was. Micheline sighed.
"You are Julienne and Madeleine's daughter."
"Did you know from the start?"
"Oui. You have your mother's eyes and your father's temperament."
"He was executed,"
she said.
"He admitted to being the Nightingale."
Micheline held her hand.
"Of course he did. Someday, when you are a mother, you will understand. I remember thinking your parents were unmatched. Quiet, intellectual Julienne, and your vivacious, steel-spined maman. I thought they had nothing in common. But now I know how often love is like that. It was the war, you know. It broke him like a cigarette. Irreparable. She tried to save him. So hard."
"When she died?"
"Oui. Instead of fixing himself, he drank and made himself worse. But the man he became was not the man he was,"
Micheline said.
"Some stories don't have happy endings. Even love stories. Maybe especially love stories."
The hours rolled by slowly. Often, the train stopped to take on more women and children or to avoid bombing. The women took turns sitting down and standing up, each helping the others when they could. The water disappeared and the urine barrel overfilled, sloshing over. Whenever the train slowed, Isabelle pushed to the sides of the carriage, peering through the slats, trying to see where they were, but all she saw was more soldiers and dogs and whips, more women being herded like cattle into more train cars. Women wrote their names on scraps of paper or cloth and shoved them through cracks in the carriage walls, hoping against hope to be remembered. By the second day, they were all exhausted and hungry and so thirsty they remained quiet, saving their saliva. The heat and stench in the carriage was unbearable. "Be afraid." Wasn't that what Gaëtan had said to her? He said the warning had come from Vianne that night in the barn. Isabelle hadn't fully understood it then. She understood it now. She had thought herself indestructible. But what would she have done differently?
"Nothing,"
she whispered into the darkness. She would do it all again. And this wasn't the end. She had to remember that. Each day she lived, there was a chance for salvation. She couldn't give up. She could never give up. The train stopped. Isabelle sat up, bleary-eyed, her body aching and in pain from the beatings of her interrogation. She heard harsh voices, dogs barking. A whistle blared.
"Wake up, Micheline,"
Isabelle said, gently jostling the woman beside her. Micheline edged upright. The 70 other people in the car, women and children, slowly roused themselves from the stupor of the journey. Those who were seated rose. The women came together instinctively, packed in closer. Isabelle winced in pain as she stood on torn feet in shoes too small. She held Micheline's cold hand. The giant carriage doors rumbled open. Sunlight poured in, blinding them all. Isabelle saw SS officers, dressed in black, with their snarling, barking dogs. They were shouting orders at the women and children, incomprehensible words with obvious meanings. "Climb down, move on, get into line." The women helped one another down. Isabelle held onto Micheline's hand and stepped down onto the platform. A truncheon hit her in the head so hard she stumbled sideways and dropped to her knees. "Get up," a woman said. "You must." Isabelle let herself be helped to her feet. Dizzy, she leaned into the woman. Micheline came up on her other side, put an arm around her waist to steady her. To Isabelle's left, a whip snaked through the air, hissing, and cracked into the fleshy pink of a woman's cheek. The woman screamed and held the torn skin of her cheek together. Blood poured between her fingers, but she kept moving. The women formed ragged lines and marched across uneven ground through an open gate that was surrounded by barbed wire. A watchtower loomed above them. Inside the gates, Isabelle saw hundreds, thousands of women who looked like ghosts moving through a surreal landscape of gray, their bodies emaciated, their eyes sunken and dead-looking in gray faces, their hair shorn. They wore baggy, dirty striped dresses. Some were barefooted. Only women and children, no men. Behind the gates and beneath the watchtower, she saw barracks stretching out in lines. A corpse of a woman lay in the mud in front of them. Isabelle stepped over the dead woman, too numb to think of anything but keep moving. The last woman who'd stopped had been hit so hard she didn't get up again. Soldiers yanked the suitcases from their hands, snatched necklaces, pulled earrings and wedding rings off. When their valuables were all gone, they were led into a room where they stood crowded together, sweating from the heat, dizzy from thirst. A woman grabbed Isabelle's arms, pulled her aside. Before she could even think, she was being stripped naked. They all were. Rough hands scratched her skin with dirty fingernails. She was shaved everywhere, under her arms, her head, and her pubic hair, with a viciousness that left her bleeding. "Schnell!" Isabelle stood with the other shaved, freezing, naked women, her feet aching, her head still ringing from the blows. And then they were being moved again, herded forward toward another building. She remembered suddenly the stories she'd heard at MI9 and on the BBC, news stories about Jewish people being gassed to death at the concentration camps. She felt a feeble sense of panic as she shuffled forward with the herd, into a giant room full of showerheads. Isabelle stood beneath one of the showerheads, naked and trembling. Over the noise of the guards and the prisoners and the dogs, she heard the rattling of an old ventilation system. Something was coming on, clattering through the pipes. This is it. The doors of the building banged shut. Ice-cold water gushed from the showerheads, shocking Isabelle, chilling her to the bone. In no time it was over, and they were being herded again. Shivering, trying futilely to cover her nakedness with her trembling hands, she moved into the crowd and stumbled forward with the other women. One by one they were deloused. Then Isabelle was handed a shapeless striped dress with a dirty pair of men's underwear and 2 left shoes without laces. Clutching her new possessions to her clammy breasts, she was shoved into a barn-like building with stacks of wooden bunks. She climbed into one of the bunks and lay there with 9 other women. Moving slowly, she dressed and then lay back, staring up at the gray wooden underside of the bunk above her. "Micheline?" she whispered. "I'm here, Isabelle," her friend said from the bunk above. Isabelle was too tired to say more. Outside, she heard the smacking of leather belts, the hissing of whips, and the screams of women who moved too slowly. "Welcome to Ravensbrück," said the woman beside her. Isabelle felt the woman's skeletal hip against her leg. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the sounds, the smell, the fear, the pain. "Stay alive," she thought,
Stay alive.
Chapter 35. August. Vianne breathed as quietly as she could. In the hot, muggy darkness of this upstairs bedroom, her bedroom, the one she'd shared with Antoine, every sound was amplified. She heard the bed springs ping in protest as von Richter rolled onto his side. She watched his exhalations, gauging each one. When he started to snore, she inched sideways and peeled the damp sheet away from her naked body. In the last few months, Vianne had learned about pain and shame and degradation. She knew about survival, too, how to gauge von Richter's moods and when to stay out of his way and when to be silent. Sometimes, if she did everything just right, he barely saw her. It was only when he'd had a bad day, when he came home already angry, that she was in trouble. Like last night. He'd come home in a terrible temper, muttering about the fighting in Paris. The Maquis had started fighting in the streets. Vianne had known instantly what he'd want that night. To inflict pain. She'd herded her children out of the room quickly, put them to bed in the downstairs bedroom. Then she'd gone upstairs. That was the worst of it, maybe, that he made her come to him, and she did. She took off her clothes so he wouldn't rip them away. Now as she dressed, she noticed how much it hurt to raise her arms. She paused at the blacked-out window. Beyond it lay fields destroyed by incendiary bombs. Trees broken in half, many of them still smoldering, gates and chimneys broken, an apocalyptic landscape. The airfield was a crushed pile of stone and wood, surrounded by broken airplanes and bombed-out lorries. Since General de Gaulle had taken over the Free French Army and the Allies had landed in Normandy, the bombing of Europe had become constant. Was Antoine out there still? Was he somewhere in his prison camp, looking out a slit in the barracks wall or a boarded-up window, looking at this moon that had once shone on a house filled with love? And Isabelle. She'd been gone only 2 months, but it felt like a lifetime. Vianne worried about her constantly, but there was nothing to be done about worry. It had to be borne. Downstairs, she lit a candle. The electricity had been off for a long time now. In the water closet, she set the candle down by the sink and stared at herself in the oval mirror. Even in candlelight, she looked pasty and gaunt. Her dull, reddish-gold hair hung limp on either side of her face. In the years of deprivation, her nose seemed to have lengthened, and her cheekbones had become more prominent. A bruise discolored her temple. Soon she knew it would darken. She knew without looking that there would be handprints on her upper arms and an ugly bruise on her left breast. He was getting meaner, angrier. The Allied forces had landed in southern France and begun liberating towns. The Germans were losing the war, and von Richter seemed hell-bent on making Vianne pay for it. She stripped and washed in tepid water. She scrubbed until her skin was mottled and red, and still she didn't feel clean. She never felt clean. When she could stand no more, she dried off and redressed in her nightgown, adding a robe over it. Tying it at the waist, she left the bathroom, carrying her candle. Sophie was in the living room waiting for her. She sat on the last good piece of furniture in the room, the divan, with her knees drawn together and her hands clasped. The rest of the furniture had been requisitioned or burned. "What are you doing up so late?"
I could ask you the same question, but I don't really need to, do I?
Vianne tightened the belt on her robe. It was a nervous habit, something to do with her hands.
Let's go to bed.
Sophie looked up at her. At almost 14, Sophie's face had begun to mature. Her eyes were black against her pale skin, her lashes lush and long. A poor diet had thinned Sophie's hair, but it still hung in ringlets. She pursed her full lips.
Really, Maman? How long must we pretend?
The sadness and the anger in those beautiful eyes was heartbreaking. Vianne apparently had hidden nothing from this child who'd lost her childhood to war. What was the right thing for a mother to say to her nearly grown daughter about the ugliness in the world? How could she be honest? How could Vianne expect her daughter to judge her less harshly than she judged herself? Vianne sat down beside Sophie. She thought about their old life. Laughter, kisses, family suppers, Christmas mornings, lost baby teeth, first words.
I'm not stupid,
Sophie said.
I have never thought you were, not for a moment.
She drew in a breath and let it out.
I only wanted to protect you.
From the truth?
From everything.
There's no such thing, Sophie said bitterly.
Don't you know that by now? Rachel is gone. Sarah is dead. Grand-père is dead. Tante Isabelle is...
Tears filled her eyes.
And Papa? When did we last hear from him? A year? 8 months? He's probably dead too.
Your father is alive.
So is your aunt. I'd feel it if they were gone.
She put a hand over her heart.
I'd know it here. Your heart? You'd feel it in your heart?
Vianne knew that Sophie was being shaped by this war, roughened by fear and desperation, into a sharper, more cynical version of herself. But still it was hard to see in such sharp detail.
How can you just... go to him? I see the bruises.
That's my war, Vianne said quietly, ashamed almost more than she could stand.
Tante Isabelle would have strangled him in his sleep.
Oui, she agreed. Isabelle is a strong woman. I am not. I am just a mother trying to keep her children safe.
You think we want you to save us this way?
You're young, she said, her shoulders slumping in defeat. When you are a mother yourself...
I won't be a mother,
she said. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Sophie.
I want to kill him,
Sophie said after a moment. Me too.
We could hold a pillow over his head while he sleeps.
You think I have not dreamed of doing it? But it is too dangerous. Beck already disappeared while living in this house. To have a second officer do the same? They would turn their attention on us, which we don't want. Sophie nodded glumly. I can stand what von Richter does to me, Sophie. I couldn't stand losing you or Daniel, or being sent away from you, or seeing you hurt. Sophie didn't look away.
I hate him.
So do I, Vianne said quietly. So do I. It is hot out today. I was thinking it would be a good day for swimming, Vianne said with a smile. The uproar was immediate and unanimous. Vianne guided the children out of the orphanage classroom, keeping them tucked in close as they walked down the cloisters. They were passing Mother Superior's office when the door opened. Madame Mauriac, Mother said, smiling, your little gaggle looks happy enough to burst into song. Not on a day this hot, Mother. She linked her arm through Mother's. Come to the pond with us. A thoroughly lovely idea on a September day. Single file, Vianne said to the children as they reached the main road. The children immediately fell into line. Vianne started them off on a song, and they picked it up instantly, singing loudly as they clapped and bounced and skipped. Did they even notice the bombed-out buildings they passed? The smoking piles of rubble that had once been homes? Or was destruction the ordinary view of their childhoods, unremarkable, unnoticeable? Daniel, as always, stayed with Vianne, clinging to her hand. He was like that lately, afraid to be apart from her for long. Sometimes it bothered her, even broke her heart. She wondered if there was a part of him, deep down, that remembered all that he had lost. The mother, the father, the sister. She worried that when he slept, curled up against her side, he was Ari, the boy left behind. Vianne clapped her hands.
Children, you are to cross the street in an orderly fashion. Sophie, you are my leader.
The children crossed the street carefully and then raced up the hill to the wide, seasonal pond that was one of Vianne's favorite places. Antoine had first kissed her at this very spot. At the water's edge, the students started stripping down. In no time, they were in the water. She looked down at Daniel.
Do you want to go play in the water with your sister?
Daniel chewed his lower lip, watching the children splash in the still blue water.
I don't know.
You don't have to swim if you don't want to. You could just get your feet wet. He frowned, his round cheeks bunched in consideration. Then he let go of her hand and walked cautiously toward Sophie. He still clings to you, Mother said.
He has nightmares too.
Vianne was about to say, Lord knows I do, when nausea hit. She mumbled, excuse me, and ran through the tall grass to a copse of trees, where she bent over and vomited. There was almost nothing in her stomach, but the dry heaves went on and on, leaving her feeling weak and exhausted. She felt Mother's hand on her back, rubbing her, soothing her. Vianne straightened. She tried to smile.
I'm sorry. I don't...
She stopped. The truth washed over her. She turned to Mother.
I threw up yesterday morning.
Oh no, Vianne. A baby? Vianne didn't know whether to laugh or cry or scream at God. She had prayed and prayed for another child to grow in her womb. But not now. Not his. Vianne hadn't slept in a week. She felt rickety and tired and terrified, and her morning sickness had gotten even worse. Now she sat at the edge of the bed, looking down at Daniel. At 5, he was outgrowing his pajamas again. Skinny wrists and ankles stuck out from the frayed sleeves and pant legs. Unlike Sophie, he never complained about being hungry or reading by candlelight or the terrible gray bread their rations provided. He remembered nothing else.
Hey, Captain Dan,
she said, pushing the damp black curls out of his eyes. He rolled onto his back and grinned up at her, showing off his missing front teeth.
Maman, I dreamed there was candy.
The door to the bedroom banged open. Sophie appeared, breathing hard.
Come quick, Maman.
Oh, Sophie, I'm...
Now.
Come on, Daniel. She looks serious. He surged at her exuberantly. He was too big for her to carry, so she hugged him tightly and then withdrew. She retrieved the only clothes that fit him. A pair of canvas pants that had been made from painter's cloth she'd found in the barn, and a sweater she'd knitted with precious blue wool. When he was dressed, she took his hand and led him into the living room. The front door was standing open. Bells were ringing. Church bells. It sounded as if music were playing somewhere. La Marseillaise? On a Tuesday at 9 in the morning? Outside, Sophie stood beneath the apple tree. A line of Nazis marched past the house. Moments later came the vehicles. Tanks and lorries and automobiles rumbled past Le Jardin, one after another, churning up dust. A black Citroën pulled over to the side of the road and parked. Von Richter got out and came to her, his boots dirty, his eyes hidden behind black sunglasses, his mouth drawn into a thin, angry line.
Madame Mauriac.
Herr Stunbonführer.
We are leaving your sorry, sickly little town.
She didn't speak. If she had, she would have said something that could get her killed.
This war isn't over, he said.
But whether this was for her benefit or his own, she wasn't sure. His gaze flicked past Sophie and landed on Daniel. Vianne stood utterly still, her face impassive. He turned to her. The newest bruise on her cheek made him smile.
"Von Richter!"
someone in the entourage yelled.
"Leave your French whore behind!"
"That's what you know," he said. She pressed her lips together to keep from speaking.
"I'll forget you."
He leaned forward.
"I wonder if you can say the same."
He marched into the house and came out again, carrying his leather valise. Without a glance at her, he returned to his automobile. The door slammed shut behind him. Vianne reached for the gate to steady herself.
"They're leaving,"
Sophie said. Vianne's legs gave out. She crumpled to her knees.
"He's gone."
Sophie knelt beside Vianne and held her tightly. Daniel ran barefooted through the patch of dirt between them.
"Me too,"
he yelled.
"I want a hug."
He threw himself into them so hard they toppled over, fell into the dry grass. In the months since the Germans had left Carriveau, there was good news everywhere about the Allied victories, but the war hadn't ended. Germany hadn't surrendered. The blackout had been softened to a dim out, so the windows let in light again, a surprising gift. But still Vianne couldn't relax. Without von Richter on her mind, she would never say his name out loud again, not as long as she lived. But she couldn't stop thinking about him. She was obsessed with worry for Isabelle and Rachel and Antoine. She wrote Antoine a letter almost every day and stood in line to mail them, even though the Red Cross reported that no mail was getting through. They hadn't heard from him in more than a year.
"You're pacing again, Maman,"
Sophie said. She was seated at the divan, snuggled up with Daniel, a book open between them. On the fireplace mantel were a few of the photographs Vianne had brought in from the cellar in the barn. It was one of the few things she could think to do to make Le Jardin a home again.
"Maman?"
Sophie's voice brought Vianne back to herself.
"He's coming home,"
Sophie said.
"And so is Tante Isabelle."
Mais oui.
"What will we tell Papa?"
Sophie asked. And Vianne knew by the look in Sophie's eyes that she'd wanted to ask this for a while. Vianne placed a hand on her still flat abdomen. There was no sign of the baby yet, but Vianne knew her body well. A life was growing within her. She left the living room and went to the front door, pushing it open. Barefooted, she stepped down on the cracked stone steps, feeling the soft moss on the bottoms of her feet. Taking care not to step on a sharp rock, she walked out to the road and turned toward town, kept walking. The cemetery appeared on her right. It had been ruined by a bomb blast 2 months ago. Aged stone markers lay on their sides, split in pieces. The ground was cracked and broken, with gaping holes here and there. Skeletons hung from the tree branches, bones clattering in the breeze. In the distance, she saw a man coming around the bend in the road. In years to come, she would ask herself what had drawn her out here on this hot autumn day at exactly this hour. But she knew. Antoine. She started to run, heedless of her bare feet. It wasn't until she was almost in his arms, close enough to reach out, that she stopped suddenly, drew herself up short. He would take one look at her and know that she had been ruined by another man.
"Vianne,"
he said, in a voice she barely recognized.
"I escaped."
He was so changed. His face had sharpened, and his hair had gone gray. White stubble covered his hollow cheeks and jawline, and he was so terribly thin. His left arm hung at an odd angle, as if it had been broken and badly reset. He was thinking the same of her. She could see it in his eyes. His name came out in a whisper of breath.
"Antoine."
She felt the sting of tears and saw that he was crying too. She went to him, kissed him, but when he drew back, he looked like a man she'd never seen before.
"I can do better,"
he said. She took his hand. More than anything, she wanted to feel close to him, connected, but the shame of what she'd endured created a wall between them. "I thought of you every night," he said as they walked toward home. "I imagined you in our bed, thought of how you looked in that white nightgown. I knew you were as alone as I was." Vianne couldn't find her voice. "Your letters and packages kept me going," he said. At the broken gate in front of Le Jardin, he paused. She saw the house through his eyes. The tilted gate, the fallen wall, the dead apple tree that grew dirty scraps of cloth instead of bright red fruit. He pushed the gate out of the way. It clattered sideways, still connected to the crumbling post by a single unsteady screw and bolt. It creaked in protest at being touched. "Wait," she said. She had to tell him now, before it was too late. The whole town knew Nazis had billeted with Vianne. He would hear gossip, for sure. If a baby was born in 8 months, they would suspect. "It was hard without you," she began, trying to find her way. "Le Jardin is so close to the airfield. The Germans noticed the house on their way into town. 2 officers billeted here." The front door burst open and Sophie screamed, "Papa!" and came running across the yard. Antoine dropped awkwardly to one knee and opened his arms, and Sophie ran into him. Vianne felt pain open up and expand. He was home, just as she'd prayed for. But she knew now that it wasn't the same. It couldn't be. He was changed. She was changed. She placed a hand on her flat belly. "You are so grown up," Antoine said to his daughter. "I left a little girl and came home to a young woman. You'll have to tell me what I missed." Sophie looked past him to Vianne. "I don't think we should talk about the war. Any of it. Ever. It's over." Sophie wanted Vianne to lie. Daniel appeared in the doorway, dressed in short pants and a red knit turtleneck that had lost its shape, and socks that sagged over his ill-fitting second-hand shoes. Clutching a picture book to his narrow chest, he jumped down from the step and came toward them, frowning. "And who is this good-looking young man?" Antoine asked.
"I'm Daniel," he said. "Who are you?"
"I'm Sophie's father." Daniel's eyes widened. He dropped the book and threw himself at Antoine, yelling, "Papa, you're home!" Antoine scooped the boy into his arms and lifted him up. "I'll tell you," Vianne said, "but let's go inside now and celebrate." Vianne had fantasized about her husband's return from war 1,000 times. In the beginning, she'd imagined him dropping his suitcase at the sight of her and sweeping her into his big, strong arms. And then Beck had moved into her home, making her feel things for a man, an enemy, that even now she refused to name. When he'd told her of Antoine's imprisonment, she'd pared down her expectations. She'd imagined her husband thinner, more ragged-looking, but still Antoine when he returned. The man at her dinner table was a stranger. He hunched over his food and wrapped his arms around his plate, spooning marrow-bone broth into his mouth as if the meal were a timed event. When he realized what he was doing, he flushed guiltily and gave them a mumbled apology. Daniel talked constantly, while Sophie and Vianne studied the shadow version of Antoine. He jumped at every sound and flinched when he was touched, and the pain in his eyes was impossible to miss. After supper, he put the children to bed while Vianne did the dishes alone. She was happy to let him go, which only increased her guilt. He was her husband, the love of her life, and yet, when he touched her, it was all she could do not to turn away. Now, standing at the window in her bedroom, she felt nervous as she awaited him. He came up behind her. She felt his strong, sure hands on her shoulders, heard him breathing behind her. She longed to lean back, rest her body against his with the familiarity that came from years together, but she couldn't. His hands caressed her shoulders, ran down her arms, and then settled on her hips. He gently turned her to face him. He eased the collar of her robe sideways and kissed her shoulder. "You're so thin," he said, his voice hoarse with passion and something else. Something new between them. Loss, maybe, an acknowledgement that change had occurred in their absence.
"I've gained weight since the winter," she said.
"Yeah," he said. "Me too."
"How did you escape?"
"When they started losing the war, it got bad. They beat me so badly I lost the use of my left arm. I decided then I'd rather get shot running to you than be tortured to death. Once you're ready to die, the plan gets easy." Now was the time to tell him the truth. He might understand that rape was torture and that she'd been a prisoner too. It wasn't her fault, what had happened to her. She believed that. But she didn't think fault mattered in a thing like this. He took her face in his hands and forced her to lift her chin. Their kiss was sad, an apology almost, a reminder of what they'd once shared. She trembled as he undressed her. She saw the red marks that crisscrossed his back and torso, and the jagged, angry, puckering scars that ran the length of his left arm. She knew Antoine wouldn't hit her or hurt her, and still she was afraid. "What is it, Vianne?" he said, drawing back. She glanced at the bed, their bed, and all she could think about was him, von Richter.
"While you were gone."
"Do we need to talk about it?" She wanted to confess it all, to cry in his arms and be comforted and told that it would be all right. But what about Antoine? He'd been through hell too. She could see it in him. There were red, slashing scars on his chest that looked like whip marks. He loved her. She saw that too, felt it. But he was a man. If she told him she'd been raped, and that another man's baby grew in her belly, it would eat at him. In time, he would wonder if she could have stopped von Richter. Maybe someday he'd wonder if she'd enjoyed it. And there it was. She could tell him about Beck, even that she'd killed him, but she could never tell Antoine she'd been raped. This child in her belly would be born early. Children were born a month early all the time. She couldn't help wondering if this secret would destroy them either way. "I could tell you all of it," she said quietly. Her tears were tears of shame and loss and love. Love most of all. "I could tell you about the German officers who billeted here, and how hard life was, and how we barely survived, and how Sarah died in front of me, and how strong Rachel was when they put her on the cattle car, and how I promised to keep Ari safe. I could tell you how my father died, and Isabelle was arrested and deported. But I think you know it all. God forgive me. And maybe there's no point talking about any of it. Maybe." She traced a red welt that ran like a lightning bolt down his left bicep. "Maybe it's best to just forget the past and go on." He kissed her. When he drew back, his lips remained against hers. "I love you, Vianne." She closed her eyes and returned his kiss, waiting for her body to come alive at his touch. But when she slid beneath him and felt their bodies come together, as they'd done so many times before, she felt nothing at all.
"I love you too, Antoine."
She tried not to cry as she said it. A cold November night. Antoine had been home for almost 2 months. There had been no word from Isabelle. Vianne couldn't sleep. She lay in bed beside her husband, listening to his quiet snore. It had never bothered her before, never kept her awake. But now it did. No, that wasn't true. She turned, lay on her side, and stared at him. In the darkness, with the light of a full moon coming through the window, he was unfamiliar. Thin, sharp, gray-haired at 35. She inched out of bed and covered him with the heavy eiderdown that had been her grand-mère's. She put on her robe. Downstairs, she wandered from room to room, looking for... what? Her old life, perhaps, or the love for a man she'd lost. Nothing felt right anymore. They were like strangers. He felt it too. She knew he did. The war lay between them at night. She got a quilt from the living room trunk, wrapped it around herself, and went outside. A full moon hung over the ruined fields. Light fell in crackled patches on the ground below the apple trees. She went to the middle tree, stood beneath it. The dead black branch arched above her, leafless and gnarled. On it were all her scraps of twine and yarn and ribbon. When she'd tied the remembrances onto this branch, Vianne had naively thought that staying alive was all that mattered. The door behind her opened and closed quietly. She felt her husband's presence as she always had. "Vianne," he said, coming up behind her. He put his arms around her. She wanted to lean back into him, but she couldn't do it. She stared at the first ribbon she'd tied to this tree, Antoine's. The color of it was as changed, as weathered, as they were. It was time. She couldn't wait any longer. Her belly was growing. She turned, looked up at him. "Antoine," was all she could say. "I love you, Vianne." She drew in a deep breath and said, "I'm going to have a baby." He went still. It was a long moment before he said, "What? When?" She stared up at him, remembering their other pregnancies, how they'd come together in loss and in joy.
"I'm almost 2 months along, I think. It must have happened that first night you were home."
She saw every nuance of emotion in his eyes. Surprise, worry, concern, wonder, and finally joy. He grazed her chin, tilted her face up. "I know why you look so afraid, but don't worry, Vi. We won't lose this one," he said. "Not after all of this. It's a miracle." Tears stung her eyes. She tried to smile, but her guilt was suffocating. "You've been through so much."
"We all have."
"So we choose to see miracles." Was that his way of saying he knew the truth? Had suspicion planted itself? What would he say when the baby was born early?
"What do you mean?"
She saw tears glaze his eyes. "I mean, forget the past, Vi. Now is what matters. We will always love each other. That's the promise we made when we were 14. By the pond, when I first kissed you, remember?" "I remember." She was so lucky to have found this man. No wonder she had fallen in love with him. And she would find her way back to him, just as he'd found his way back to her. "This baby will be our new beginning."
"Kiss me,"
she whispered.
"Make me forget."
"It's not forgetting we need, Vianne," he said, leaning down to kiss her. "It's remembering." Chapter 36. In February 1945, snow covered the naked bodies piled outside the camp's newly built crematorium. Putrid black smoke roiled up from the chimneys. Isabelle stood, shivering, in her place at the morning appel, roll call. It was the kind of cold that ached in the lungs and froze eyelashes and burned fingertips and toes. She waited for the roll call to end, but no whistle blared. Snow was still falling. In the prisoners' ranks, some women started to cough. Another one pitched face first into the mushy, muddy snow and couldn't be raised. A bitter wind blew across the camp. Finally, an SS officer on horseback rode past the women, eyeing them one by one. He seemed to notice everything: the shorn hair, the flea bites, the blue tips of frost-bitten fingers, and the patches that identified them as Jews or homosexuals or political prisoners. In the distance, bombs fell, exploded like distant thunder. When the officer pointed out a woman, she was immediately pulled from the line. He pointed at Isabelle, and she was yanked nearly off her feet, dragged out of line. The SS squad surrounded the women who'd been chosen, forced them to form two lines. A whistle blared. Schnell! 1, 2, 3! Isabelle marched forward, her feet aching with cold, her lungs burning. Micheline fell into step beside her. They had made it a mile or so outside of the gates when a lorry rumbled past them, its back heaped high with naked corpses. Micheline stumbled. Isabelle reached out, holding her friend upright. And still they marched. At last they came to a snowy field blanketed in fog. The Germans separated the women again. Isabelle was yanked away from Micheline and pushed into a group of other Nacht und Nebel, political prisoners. The Germans shoved them together and shouted at them and pointed until Isabelle understood. The woman beside her screamed when she saw what they'd been chosen for. Road crew. Don't, Isabelle said, just as a truncheon hit the woman hard enough to send her sprawling. Isabelle stood numb as a plow mule as the Nazis slipped rough leather harness straps over her shoulders and tightened them at her waist. She was harnessed to 11 other young women, elbow to elbow. Behind them, attached to the harness, was a steel wheel the size of an automobile. Isabelle tried to take a step. Couldn't. A whip cracked across her back, setting her flesh on fire. She clutched the harness straps and tried again, taking a step forward. They were exhausted. They had no strength, and their feet were freezing on the snowy ground, but they had to move or they'd be whipped. Isabelle angled forward, straining to move, to get the steel wheel turning. The straps bit into her chest. One of the women stumbled, fell. The others kept pulling. The leather harness creaked and the wheel turned. They pulled and pulled and pulled, creating a road from the snow-covered ground behind them. Other women used shovels and wheelbarrows to clear the way. All the while, the guards sat in pods, gathered around open fires, talking and laughing among themselves. Step, step, step. Isabelle couldn't think of anything else. Not the cold, not her hunger or thirst. Not the flea and lice bites that covered her body. And not real life. That was the worst of all. The thing that would get her to miss a step, to draw attention to herself, to be hit or whipped or worse. Step. Just think about moving. Her leg gave out. She crumpled to the snow. The woman beside her reached out. Isabelle grabbed the shaking blue-white hand, gripped it in her numb fingers, and crawled back to stand. Gritting her teeth, she took another pain-filled step, and then another. The siren went off at 3:30 a.m., as it did every morning, for roll call. Like her 9 bunkmates, Isabelle slept in every bit of clothing she had, ill-fitting shoes and underwear, the baggy striped dress with her prisoner identification number sewn on the sleeve. But none of it provided warmth. She tried to encourage the women around her to hold strong, but she herself was weakening. It had been a terrible winter. All of them were dying, some quickly, of typhus and cruelty, and some slowly of starvation and cold, but all were dying. Isabelle had had a fever for weeks, but not high enough to send her to the hospital block. And last week she'd been beaten so badly she'd lost consciousness at work. And then she'd been beaten for falling down. Her body, which couldn't have weighed more than 80 pounds, was crawling with lice and covered in open sores. Ravensbrück had been dangerous from the beginning, but now, in March 1945, it was even more so. Hundreds of women had been killed or gassed or beaten in the last month. The only women who'd been left alive were the Verfügbaren, the disposables, who were sick or frail or elderly, and the women of Nacht und Nebel, night and fog, political prisoners like Isabelle and Micheline, women of the resistance. The rumor was that the Nazis were afraid to gas them now that the tide of war had turned. "You're going to make it." Isabelle realized she'd been weaving in place, beginning to fall. Micheline Babineau gave her a tired, encouraging smile. "Don't cry."
"I'm not crying,"
Isabelle said. They both knew that the women who cried at night were the women who died in the morning. Sadness and loss were drawn in with each breath, but never expelled. You couldn't give in, not for a second. Isabelle knew this. In the camp, she fought back the only way she knew how, by caring for her fellow prisoners and helping them to stay strong. All they had in this hell was each other. In the evenings, they crouched in their dark bunks, whispering among themselves, singing softly, trying to keep alive some memory of who they'd been. Over the 9 months Isabelle had been here, she had found and lost too many friends to count. But Isabelle was tired now, and sick. Pneumonia, she was pretty sure, and typhus maybe. She coughed quietly and did her job and tried to draw no attention. The last thing she wanted was to end up in the tent, a small brick building with tarp walls, into which the Nazis put any woman with an incurable disease. It was where women went to die. "Stay alive," Isabelle said softly. Micheline nodded encouragingly. They had to stay alive, now more than ever. Last week, new prisoners had come with news. The Russians were advancing across Germany, smashing and defeating the Nazi army. Auschwitz had been liberated. The Allies were said to be winning one victory after another in the West. A race for survival was on, and everyone knew it. The war was ending. Isabelle had to stay alive long enough to see an Allied victory and a free France. A whistle blared at the front of the line. A hush fell over the crowd of prisoners, women mostly, and a few children. In front of them, a trio of SS officers paced with their dogs. The camp commandant appeared in front of them. He stopped and clasped his hands behind his back. He called out something in German, and the SS officers advanced. Isabelle heard the words, "Nacht und Nebel." An SS officer pointed at her, and another one pushed through the crowd, knocking women to the ground, stepping on or over them. He grabbed Isabelle's skinny arm and pulled hard. She stumbled along beside him, praying her shoes wouldn't fall off. It was a whipping offense to lose a shoe, and if she did, she'd spend the rest of this winter with a bare, frostbitten foot. Not far away, she saw Micheline being dragged off by another officer. All Isabelle could think was that she needed to keep her shoes on. An SS officer called out a word Isabelle recognized. They were being sent to another camp. She felt a wave of impotent rage. She would never survive a forced march through the snow to another camp. "No," she muttered. Talking to herself had become a way of life. For months, as she stood in line at work, doing something that repelled and horrified her, she whispered to herself. As she sat on a hole in a row of pit toilets, surrounded by other women with dysentery, staring at the women sitting across from her, trying not to gag on the stench of their bowel movements, she whispered to herself. In the beginning, It had been stories she told herself about the future, memories she shared with herself about the past. Now, it was just words, gibberish sometimes, anything to remind herself that she was human and alive. Her toe caught on something and she pitched to the ground, falling face first in the dirty snow.
"To your feet,"
someone yelled.
"March!"
Isabelle couldn't move, but if she stayed here, they'd whip her again, or worse.
"On your feet,"
Micheline said.
"I can't."
"You can. Now,
before they see you fallen."
Micheline helped her to her feet. Isabelle and Micheline fell into the ragged line of prisoners. Walking wearily forward, past the brick-walled perimeter of the camp, beneath the watchful eye of the soldier in the watchtower. They walked for 2 days, traveled 35 miles, collapsing on the cold ground at night, huddling together for warmth, praying to see the dawn, only to be awakened by whistles and told to march again. How many died along the way? She wanted to remember their names, but she was so cold and hungry and exhausted her brain barely worked. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a train station, where they were shoved onto cattle cars that smelled of death and excrement. Black smoke rose into the snow-whitened sky. The trees were bare. There were no birds anymore in the sky. No chirping or screeching or chatter of living things filled this forest. Isabelle clambered up onto the bales of hay that were stacked along the wall and tried to make herself as small as possible. She pulled her bleeding knees into her chest and wrapped her arms around her ankles to conserve what little warmth she had. The pain in her chest was excruciating. She covered her mouth just as a cough racked her, bent her forward.
"There you are,"
Micheline said in the dark, climbing onto the hay bale beside her. Isabelle let out a sigh of relief, and immediately she was coughing again. She put a hand over her mouth and felt blood spray into her palm. She'd been coughing up blood for weeks now. Isabelle felt a dry hand on her forehead, and she coughed again.
"You're burning up."
The cattle car doors clanged shut. The carriage shuddered, and the giant iron wheels began to turn. The car swayed and clattered. Inside, the women banded together and sat down. At least in this weather, their urine would freeze in the barrel and not slosh all over. Isabelle sagged next to her friend and closed her eyes. From somewhere far away, she heard a high-pitched whistling sound. A bomb falling. The train screeched to a halt, and the bomb exploded, near enough that the carriage rattled. The smell of smoke and fire filled the air. The next one could fall on this train and kill them all. 4 days later, when the train finally came to a complete stop, it had slowed dozens of times to avoid being bombed. The doors clattered open to reveal a white landscape, broken only by the black greatcoats of the SS officers waiting outside. Isabelle sat up, surprised to find that she wasn't cold. She felt hot, so hot she was perspiring. She saw how many of her friends had died overnight, but there was no time to grieve for them, no time to say a prayer or whisper a goodbye. The Nazis on the platform were coming for them, blowing their whistles, yelling, "Schnell! Schnell!" Isabelle nudged Micheline awake. "Take my hand," Isabelle said. The two women held hands and climbed gingerly down from the hay bales. Isabelle stepped over a dead body, from which someone had already taken the shoes. On the other side of the platform, a line of prisoners was forming. Isabelle limped forward. A woman in front of Isabelle stumbled and fell to her knees. An SS officer yanked the woman to her feet and shot her in the face. Isabelle didn't slow down. Alternately freezing cold and burning hot, unsteady on her feet, she plodded forward through the snowy forest until another camp came into view.
"Schnell!"
Isabelle followed the women in front of her. They passed through open gates. past a throng of skeletal men and women in gray-striped pajamas who looked at them through a chain-link fence.
Juliet!
She heard the name. At first it meant nothing to her, just another sound. Then she remembered. She'd been Juliet, and Isabelle before that, and the Nightingale. Not just F-5491. She glanced at the skeletal prisoners lined up behind the chain link. Someone was waving at her. A woman. Gray skin and a hooked, pointed nose and sunken eyes. Eyes. Isabelle recognized the tired, knowing gaze fixed on her. Anouk. Isabelle stumbled to the chain-link fence. Anouk met her, their fingers clasped through the ice-cold metal. "Anouk," she said, hearing the break in her voice. She coughed a little, covered her mouth. The sadness in Anouk's dark eyes was unbearable. Her friend's gaze cut to a building whose chimney puffed out putrid black smoke. "They're killing us to cover what they've done."
Henri? Paul? Gaetan?
They were all arrested, Juliet. Henri was hanged in the town square. The rest... She shrugged. Isabelle heard an SS soldier yell at her. She backed away from the fence. She wanted to say something real to Anouk, something that would last, but she couldn't do anything but cough. She covered her mouth and stumbled sideways, got back into line. She saw her friend mouth, "Goodbye," and Isabelle couldn't even respond. She was so tired of goodbyes. Chapter 37. Even on this blue-skied March day, the apartment on the Avenue La Bourdonnais felt like a mausoleum. Dust covered every surface and layered the floor. Vianne went to the windows and tore the blackout shades down, letting light into this room for the first time in years. It looked like no one had been in this apartment for some time. Probably not since that day Papa had left to save Isabelle. Most of the paintings were still on the walls, and the furniture was in place. Some of it had been hacked up for firewood and piled in the corner. An empty soup bowl and spoon sat on the dining room table. His volumes of self-published poetry lined the mantel. "It doesn't look like she's been here. We must try the Hotel Lutetia." Vianne knew she should pack up her family's things, claim these remnants of a different life. But she couldn't do it now. She didn't want to. Later. She and Antoine and Sophie left the apartment. On the street outside, all around them were signs of recovery. Parisians were like moles, coming out into the sunshine after years in the dark. But still there were food lines everywhere, and rationing and deprivation. The war might have been winding down. The Germans were retreating everywhere, but it wasn't over yet. They went to the Hotel Lutetia, which had been home to the Abwehr under the occupation, and was now a reception center for people returning from the camps. Vianne stood in the elegant, crowded lobby. As she looked around, she felt sick to her stomach and grateful that she'd left Daniel with Mother Marie-Therese. The reception area was filled with rail-thin, bald, vacant-eyed people dressed in rags. They looked like walking cadavers. Moving among them were doctors and Red Cross workers and journalists. A man approached Vianne, stuck a faded black and white photograph in her face.
"Have you seen her? Last we heard she was at Auschwitz."
The photograph showed a lovely girl standing beside a bicycle, smiling brightly. She couldn't have been more than 15 years old.
"No," Vianne said. "I'm sorry."
The man was already walking away, looking as dazed as Vianne felt. Everywhere Vianne looked, she saw anxious families, photographs held in their shaking hands, begging for news of their loved ones. The wall to her right was covered with photographs and notes and names and addresses. The living looking for the lost. Antoine moved closer to Vianne, put a hand on her shoulder. "We will find her, Vi."
Maman,
Sophie said.
are you all right?
She looked down at her daughter.
Perhaps we should have left you at home.
"It's too late to protect me," Sophie said. "You must know that." Vianne hated that truth as much as any. She held onto her daughter's hand and moved resolutely through the crowd, with Antoine beside her. In an area to the left, she saw a gathering of men in dirty striped pajamas who looked like skeletons. How were they still alive? She didn't even realize that she had stopped again until a woman appeared in front of her. "Madame?" The woman, a Red Cross worker, said gently. Vianne tore her gaze from the ragged survivors.
I have people I'm looking for. My sister, Isabelle Rossignol.
She was arrested for aiding the enemy and deported. And my best friend, Rachel de Champlain, was deported. Her husband, Marc, was a prisoner of war. I don't know what happened to any of them or how to look for them. And I have a list of Jewish children in Carivaux. I need to reunite them with their parents. The Red Cross worker, a thin, gray-haired woman, took out a piece of paper and wrote down the names Vianne had given her. "I will go to the records desk and check these names. As to the children, come with me." She led the three of them to a room down the hall, where an ancient-looking man with a long beard sat behind a desk piled with papers. "Monsieur Montan," the Red Cross worker said, "this woman has some information on some Jewish children." The old man looked up at her through bloodshot eyes and made a flicking motion with his long, hair-tufted fingers. "Come in." The Red Cross worker left the room. The sudden quiet was disconcerting after so much noise and commotion. Vianne approached the desk. Her hands were damp with perspiration. She rubbed them along the sides of her skirt. "I am Vianne Mauriac, from Carivaux." She opened her handbag and withdrew the list she had compiled last night from the 3 lists she'd kept throughout the war. She set it on his desk. "These are some hidden Jewish children, monsieur. They are in the Abbé de la Trinité orphanage, under the care of Mother Superior Marie-Thérèse. I don't know how to reunite them with their parents. Except for the first name on the list, Henri de Champlain is with me. I am searching for his parents." 19 children, he said quietly. "It is not many, I know, but—" He looked up at her as if she were a heroine instead of a scared survivor. "It is 19 who would have died in the camps along with their parents, madame. Can you reunite them with their families?" she asked softly. "I will try, madame. But sadly, most of these children are indeed orphans now. The lists coming from the camps are all the same. Mother dead, father dead, no relatives alive in France. And so few children survived." He ran a hand through the thinning gray hair on his head. "I will forward your list to the OSE in Nice. They are trying to reunite families. Merci, madame." Vianne waited a moment, but the man said no more. She rejoined her husband and daughter, and they left the office and stepped back into the crowd of refugees and families and camp survivors. "What do we do now?" Sophie asked. "We wait to hear from the Red Cross worker," Vianne said. Antoine pointed to the wall of photographs and names of the missing. "We should look for her there." A look passed between them, an acknowledgement of how much it would hurt to stand there, looking through the photographs of the missing. Still, they moved to the sea of pictures and notes and began to look through them one by one. They were there for nearly 2 hours before the Red Cross worker returned. "Madame?" Vianne turned. "I am sorry, madame. Rachel and Marc de Champlain are listed among the deceased, and there is no record of an Isabelle Rossignol anywhere." Vianne heard deceased and felt an almost unbearable grief. She pushed the emotion resolutely aside. She would think of Rachel later, when she was alone. She would have a glass of champagne outside, beneath the yew tree, and talked to her friend.
"What does that mean? No record of Isabelle. I saw them take her away."
"Go home and wait for your sister's return," the Red Cross worker said. She touched Vianne's arm. "Have hope. Not all of the camps have been liberated." Sophie looked up at her.
"Maybe she made herself invisible."
Vianne touched her daughter's face, managed a small, sad smile. "You are so grown up. It makes me proud and breaks my heart at the same time." "Come on," Sophie said, tugging on her hand. Vianne allowed her daughter to lead her away. She felt more like the child than the parent as they made their way through the crowded lobby and out onto the brightly lit street. Hours later, when they were on the train bound for home, seated on a wooden banquette in the third-class carriage, Vianne stared out the window at the bombed-out countryside. Antoine sat sleeping beside her, his head resting against the dirty window. "How are you feeling?" Sophie asked. Vianne placed a hand on her swollen abdomen. A tiny flutter, a kick, tapped against her palm. She reached for Sophie's hand. Sophie tried to pull away. Vianne gently insisted. She placed her daughter's hand on her belly. Sophie felt the flutter of movement, and her eyes widened. She looked up at Vianne. "How can you—" "We are all changed by this war, Soph. Daniel is your brother now that Rachel is gone. Truly your brother. And this baby, he or she is innocent of his or her creation. It's hard to forget," she said quietly. "And I'll never forgive. But love has to be stronger than hate, or there is no future for us." Sophie sighed. "I suppose," she said, sounding too adult for a girl of her age. Vianne placed a hand on top of her daughter's. "We will remind each other, on the dark days. We will be strong for each other." Roll call had been going on for hours. Isabelle dropped to her knees. The minute she hit the ground, she thought, "Stay alive," and clambered back up. Guards patrolled the perimeter with their dogs, selecting women for the gas chamber. Word was that another march was coming, this one to Mauthausen, where thousands had already been worked to death. Soviet prisoners of war, Jews, Allied airmen, political prisoners. It was said that none who walked through its gates would ever walk out. Isabelle coughed. Blood sprayed across her palm. She wiped it on her dirty dress quickly before the guards could see. Her throat burned, her head pulsed and ached. She was so focused on her agony that it took her a moment to notice the sound of engines. "Do you hear that?" Micheline said. Isabelle felt a commotion moving through the prisoners. It was hard to concentrate when she hurt so badly. Her lungs ached with every breath. "They're leaving," she heard. "Isabelle, look!" At first, all she saw was bright blue sky and trees and prisoners. Then she noticed. "The guards are gone," she said in a hoarse, ragged voice. The gates clattered open, and a stream of American trucks drove through the gates. Soldiers sat on bonnets and hung out the back, their rifles held across their chests. Americans. Isabelle's knees gave out. "Micheline," she whispered, her voice as broken as her spirit. "We made it." That spring, the war began to end. General Eisenhower broadcast a demand for the German surrender. Americans crossed the Rhine and went into Germany. The Allies won one battle after another and began to liberate the camps. Hitler was living in a bunker. And still, Isabelle didn't come home. Vianne let the letterbox clang shut. "It's as if she disappeared." Antoine said nothing. For weeks they had been searching for Isabelle. Vianne stood in queues for hours to make telephone calls, and sent countless letters to agencies and hospitals. Last week, they had visited more displaced person camps, but to no avail. There was no record of Isabelle Rossignol anywhere. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth, along with hundreds of thousands of others. Maybe Isabelle had survived the camps only to be shot a day before the Allies arrived. Supposedly in one of the camps, a place called Bergen-Belsen, the Allies had found heaps of still warm bodies at liberation. Why? So they wouldn't talk. "Come with me," Antoine said, taking her by the hand. She no longer stiffened at his touch or flinched, but she couldn't seem to relax into it either. In the months since Antoine's return, they were play-acting at love, and both of them knew it. He said he didn't make love to her because of the baby, and she agreed that it was for the best, but they knew. "I have a surprise for you," he said, leading her into the backyard. The sky was a bright cerulean, beneath which the yew tree provided a patch of cool brown shade. In the pergola, the few chickens that were left pecked at the dirt, clucking and flapping. An old bedsheet had been stretched between a branch of the yew tree and an iron hat rack that Antoine must have found in the barn. He led her to one of the chairs set on the stone patio. In the years of his absence, the moss and grass had begun to overtake this part of the yard, so her chair sat unsteadily on the uneven surface. She sat down carefully. She was unwieldy these days. The smile her husband gave her was both dazzling in its joy and startling in its intimacy. "The kids and I have been working on this all day. It's for you." The kids and I. Antoine took his place in front of the sagging sheet and lifted his good arm in a sweeping gesture. "Ladies and gentlemen, children and scrawny rabbits and chickens who smell like shit." Behind the curtain, Daniel giggled and Sophie shushed him. "In the rich tradition of Madeleine in Paris, which was Mademoiselle Mauriac's first starring role, I give you the Le Jardin Singers." With a flourish, he unsnapped one side of the sheet curtain and swept it aside to reveal a wooden platform set upon the grass at a not quite level slant. On it, Sophie stood beside Daniel. Both wore blankets as capes, with a sprig of apple blossoms at the throat, and crowns made of some shiny metal, onto which they had glued pretty rocks and bits of colored glass.
"Hi, Maman,"
Daniel said, waving furiously. "Shh," Sophie said to him. "Remember?" Daniel nodded seriously. They turned carefully. The plank floor teetered beneath them, and held hands facing Vianne. Antoine brought a silver harmonica to his mouth and let out a mournful note. It hung in the air for a long time, vibrating in invitation, and then he started to play. Sophie began to sing in a high, pure voice. "Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques." She squatted down, and Daniel popped up, singing, "Dormez-vous, dormez-vous." Vianne clamped her hand over her mouth, but not before a little laughter slipped out. On stage, the song went on. She could see how happy Sophie was to do this once ordinary thing, this little performance for her parents, and how hard Daniel was concentrating to do his part well. It felt both profoundly magical and beautifully ordinary, a moment from the life they'd had before. Vianne felt joy open up inside of her. "We're going to be all right," she thought, looking at Antoine. In the shade cast by the tree her great-grandfather had planted, with their children's voices in the air, she saw her other half, thought again, "We're going to be all right." Din-dan-don. When the song ended, Vianne clapped wildly. The children bowed majestically. Daniel tripped on his bedspread cape and tumbled to the grass and came up laughing. Vianne waddled to the stage and smothered her children with kisses and compliments. "What a lovely idea," she said to Sophie, her eyes shining with love and pride.
I was concentrating, Maman,
Danielle said proudly. Vianne couldn't let them go. This future she'd glimpsed filled her soul with joy.
I planned with Papa,
Sophie said.
Just like before, Maman. I planned it too,
Daniel said, puffing out his little chest. She laughed.
How grand you both were at singing and...
Vianne? Antoine said from behind her. She couldn't look away from Daniel's smile.
How long did it take you to learn your part?
Maman, Sophie said quietly.
Someone is here.
Vianne turned to look behind her. Antoine was standing near the back door with two men. Both wore threadbare black suits and black berets. One carried a tattered briefcase.
Sophie, take care of your brother for a minute,
Antoine said to the children.
We have something to discuss with these men.
He moved in beside Vianne, placing a hand at the small of her back, helping her to her feet, urging her forward. They filed into the house in a silent line. When the door closed behind them, the men turned to face Vianne.
I am Nathaniel Lerner,
said the older of the two men. He had gray hair and skin the color of tea-stained linen. Age spots discolored large patches of his cheeks.
And I am Philippe Horowitz,
said the other man.
We are from the OSE.
Why are you here? Vianne asked.
We are here for Ari de Champlain, the rabbi said in a gentle voice. He has relatives in America, Boston, in fact, and they have contacted us.
Vianne might have collapsed if Antoine had not held her steady.
We understand you rescued 19 Jewish children all by yourself, and with German officers billeted in your home. That's impressive, madame.
Heroic, the rabbi added. Antoine placed his hand on her shoulder, and at that, his touch, she realized how long she'd been silent.
Rachel was my best friend,
she said quietly.
I tried to help her sneak into the free zone before the deportation, but...
Her daughter was killed, Lerner said.
How do you know that?
It is our job to collect stories and reunite families, he answered. We have spoken to several women who were in Auschwitz with Rachel. Sadly, she lived less than a month there. Her husband, Mark, was killed in Stalag 13A. He was not as lucky as your husband.
Vianne said nothing. She knew the men were giving her time, and she both appreciated and hated it. She didn't want to accept any of this.
Daniel, Ari, was born a week before Mark left for the war. He has no memory of either of his parents. It was the safest way to let him believe he was my son.
But he is not your son, madame.
Lerner's voice was gentle, but the words were like the lash of a whip.
I promised Rachel I would keep him safe, she said.
And you have. But now it is time for Ari to return to his family, to his people.
He won't understand,
she said.
Perhaps not, Lerner said. Still.
Vianne looked at Antoine for help.
We love him. He's part of our family. He should stay with us. You want him to stay, don't you, Antoine?
Her husband nodded solemnly. She turned to the men.
We could adopt him, raise him as our own. But Jewish, of course. We will tell him who he is and take him to synagogue and...
Madame, Lerner said with a sigh. Philippe approached Vianne, took her hands in his.
We know you love him and he loves you. We know that Ari is too young to understand, and that he will cry and miss you, perhaps for years.
But you want to take him anyway.
You look at the heartbreak of one boy. I am here because of the heartbreak of my people, you understand?
His face sagged, his mouth curved into a small frown.
Millions of Jews were killed in this war, madame. Millions.
He let that sink in.
An entire generation is gone. We need to band together now. Those few of us who are left. We need to rebuild, One boy with no memory of who he was may seem a small thing to lose, but to us, he is the future. We cannot let you raise him in a religion that is not yours and take him to synagogue when you remember. Ari needs to be who he is and to be with his people. Surely his mother would want that.
Vianne thought of the people she'd seen at Hotel Lutetia, those walking skeletons with their haunted eyes, and the endless wall of photographs. Millions had been killed. A generation lost. How could she keep Ari from his people, his family? She would fight to the death for either of her children, but there was no opponent for her to fight, just loss on both sides.
"Who is taking him?"
she said, not caring that her voice cracked on the question.
"His mother's first cousin. She has an 11-year-old girl and a 6-year-old son. They will love Ari as their own."
Vianne couldn't find the strength even to nod or wipe the tears from her eyes.
"Maybe they will send me pictures?"
Philippe gazed at her.
"He will need to forget you, madame, to start a new life."
How keenly Vianne knew the truth of that.
"When will you take him?"
"No," Lerner said. "Now."
"We cannot change this?"
Antoine asked.
"No, monsieur,"
the rabbi said.
"It is the right thing for Ari to return to his people. He is one of the lucky ones. He still has family living."
Vianne felt Antoine take her hand in his. He led her to the stairs, tugging more than once to keep her moving. She climbed the wooden steps on legs that felt leaden and unresponsive. In her son's bedroom. No, not her son's. She moved like a sleepwalker, picking up his few clothes and gathering his belongings. A threadbare stuffed monkey whose eyes had been loved off, a piece of petrified wood he'd found by the river last summer, and the quilt Vianne had made from scraps of clothes he'd outgrown. On its back, she'd embroidered, "To our Daniel, love, maman, papa, and Sophie." She remembered when he'd first read it and said,
"Is Papa coming back?"
And she'd nodded and told him that families had a way of finding their way home.
"I don't want to lose him. I can't."
Antoine held her close and let her cry. When she'd finally stilled, he murmured,
"You're strong,"
against her ear.
"We have to be. We love him, but he's not ours."
She was so tired of being strong. How many losses could she bear?
"You want me to tell him?"
Antoine asked. She wanted him to do it, wanted it more than anything. But this was a mother's job. With shaking hands, she stuffed Daniel's, Ari's, belongings into a ragged canvas rucksack and then walked out of the room, realizing a second too late that she'd left Antoine behind. It took everything she had to keep breathing, keep moving. She opened the door to her bedroom and burrowed through her armoire until she found a small framed photograph of herself and Rachel. It was the only picture she had of Rachel. It had been taken 10 or 12 years ago. She wrote their names on the back and then shoved it into the pocket of the rucksack and left the room. Ignoring the men downstairs, she went out to the backyard, where the children, still in capes and crowns, were playing on the makeshift stage. The 3 men followed her. Sophie looked at all of them.
"Maman?"
Daniel laughed. How long would she remember exactly that sound? Not long enough. She knew that now. Memories, even the best of them, faded.
"Daniel?"
She had to clear her throat and try again.
"Daniel? Could you come here?"
"What's wrong, Maman?"
Sophie said.
"You look like you've been crying."
She moved forward, clutching the rucksack to her side.
"Daniel?"
He grinned up at her.
"You want us to sing it again, Maman?"
He asked. righting the crown as it slipped to one side of his head.
"Can you come here, Danielle?"
She asked it twice, just to be sure. She was afraid too much of this was happening in her head. He padded toward her, yanking his cape sideways so he didn't trip over it. She knelt in the grass and took his hands in hers.
"There's no way to make you understand this."
Her voice caught.
"In time, I would have told you everything. When you were older, we would have gone to your old house even. But time's up, Captain Dan."
He frowned.
What do you mean?
"You know how much we love you,"
she said.
Oui, maman,
Daniel said.
"We love you, Danielle, and we have from the moment you came into our lives. But you belonged to another family first. You had another maman and another papa, and they loved you too."
Danielle frowned.
I had another maman.
Behind her, Sophie said,
"Oh no!" "Her name was Rachel de Champlain, and she loved you with all her heart. And your papa was a brave man named Mark. I wish I could be the one to tell you their stories, but I can't."
She dashed tears from her eyes.
"Because your maman's cousin loves you too, and she wants you to come live with them in America, where people have plenty to eat and lots of toys to play with."
Tears filled his eyes.
"But you're my maman. I don't want to go."
She wanted to say, "I don't want you to go," but that would only frighten him more, and her last job as his mother was to make him feel safe.
"I know,"
she said quietly.
"But you are going to love it, Captain Dan, and your new family will love and adore you. Maybe they will even have a puppy, like you've always wanted."
He started to cry, and she pulled him into her arms. It took perhaps the greatest courage of her life to let go of him. She stood. The two men immediately appeared at her side.
"Hello, young man,"
Philippe said to Daniel, giving him an earnest smile. Daniel wailed. Vianne took Daniel's hand and led him through the house and into the front yard, past the dead apple tree littered with remembrance ribbons, and through the broken gate to the blue Peugeot parked on the side of the road. Lerner got into the driver's seat, while Philippe waited near the back fender. The engine fired up, smoke puffed out from the rear exhaust. Philippe opened the back door. Giving Vianne one last sad look, he slid into the seat, leaving the car door open. Sophie and Antoine came up beside her and bent down together to hug Daniel.
"We will always love you, Daniel,"
Sophie said.
"I hope you remember us."
Vianne knew that only she could get Daniel into the automobile. He would trust only her. Of all the heartbreaking, terrible things she'd done in this war, none hurt as badly as this. She took Daniel by the hand and led him into the automobile that would take him away from her. He climbed into the back seat. He stared at her through teary, confused eyes.
Maman?
Sophie said,
Just a minute,
and ran back to the house. She returned a moment later with Bébé and thrust the stuffed rabbit at Daniel. Vianne bent down to look him in the eye.
"You need to go now, Daniel. Trust Maman."
His lower lip trembled. He clutched the toy to his chest.
"Oui, Maman. Be a good boy."
Philippe leaned over and shut the door. Daniel launched himself at the window, pressing his palms to the glass. He was crying now, yelling,
"Maman! Maman!"
They could hear his screams for minutes after the automobile was gone. Vianne said quietly,
"Have a good life, Henri de Champlain."
Chapter 38. Isabelle stood at attention. She needed to stand up straight for roll call. If she gave in to her dizziness and toppled over, they would whip her, or worse. No, It wasn't roll call. She was in Paris now, in a hospital room. She was waiting for something, for someone. Micheline had gone to speak to the Red Cross workers and journalists gathered in the lobby. Isabelle was supposed to wait here. The door opened.
"Isabelle,"
Micheline said in a scolding tone.
"you shouldn't be standing."
"I'm afraid I'll die if I lie down," Isabelle said. Or maybe she thought the words. Like Isabelle, Micheline was thin as a matchstick, with hip bones that showed like knuckles beneath her shapeless dress. She was almost entirely bald. Only tufts of hair grew here and there. And she had no eyebrows. The skin at her neck and along her arms was riddled with oozing open sores. "Come," Micheline said. She led her out of the room, through the strange crowd of silent, shuffling, rag-dressed returnees and the loud, watery-eyed family members in search of loved ones, past the journalists who asked questions. She steered her gently to a quieter room, where other camp survivors sat slumped in chairs. Isabelle sat down in a chair and dutifully put her hands in her lap. Her lungs ached and burned with every breath she drew, and a headache pounded inside her skull.
"It's time for you to go home," Micheline said.
Isabelle looked up, blank and bleary-eyed.
"Do you want me to travel with you?"
She blinked slowly, trying to think. Her headache was blinding in its intensity.
"Where am I going?"
"Carriveau. You're going to see your sister. She's waiting for you."
"She is?"
"Your train leaves in 40 minutes. Mine leaves in an hour."
"How do we go back?" Isabelle dared to ask. Her voice was barely above a whisper.
"We are the lucky ones,"
Micheline said, and Isabelle nodded. Micheline helped Isabelle stand. Together they limped to the hospital's back door, where a row of automobiles and Red Cross lorries waited to transport survivors to the train station. As they waited their turn, they stood together, tucked close as they'd done so often in the past year, in Appel lines, in cattle cars, in food queues. A bright-faced young woman in a Red Cross uniform came into the room carrying a clipboard.
"Rossignol?"
Isabelle lifted her hot, sweaty hands and cupped Micheline's wrinkled, grayed face. "I loved you, Micheline Babineau," she said softly, and kissed the older woman's dry lips.
"Don't talk about yourself in the past tense."
"But I am past tense. The girl I was."
"She's not gone, Isabelle. She's sick, and she's been treated badly, but she can't be gone. She had the heart of a lion."
"Now you're speaking in the past tense." Honestly, Isabelle couldn't remember that girl at all, the one who'd jumped into the resistance with barely a thought. The girl who'd recklessly brought an airman into her father's apartment and foolishly brought another one into her sister's barn. The girl who had hiked across the Pyrenees and fallen in love during the exodus from Paris.
"We made it,"
Micheline said. Isabelle had heard those words often in the past week. We made it. When the Americans had arrived to liberate the camp, those 3 words had been on every prisoner's lips. Isabelle had felt relief then. After all of it, the beatings, the cold, the degradation, the disease, the forced march through the snow, she had survived. Now, though, she wondered what her life could possibly be. She couldn't go back to who she'd been, but how could she go forward? She gave Micheline a last wave goodbye and climbed into the Red Cross vehicle. Later, on the train, she pretended not to notice how people stared at her. She tried to sit up straight, but she couldn't do it. She slumped sideways, rested her head against the window. She closed her eyes and was asleep in no time, dreaming feverishly of a clattering ride in a cattle car, of babies crying and women trying desperately to soothe them. And then the doors opened and the dogs were waiting. Isabelle jolted awake. She was so disoriented, it took her a moment to remember that she was safe. She dabbed at her forehead with the end of her sleeve. Her fever was back. 2 hours later, the train rumbled into Carriveau.
I made it.
So why didn't she feel anything? She got to her feet and shuffled painfully from the train. As she stepped down onto the platform, a coughing spasm took over. She bent, hacking and coughing up blood into her hand. When she could breathe again, she straightened, feeling hollowed out and drained, old. Her sister stood at the edge of the platform. She was big with pregnancy and dressed in a faded and patched summer dress. Her strawberry blonde hair was longer now, past her shoulders, and wavy. As she scanned the crowd leaving the train, her gaze went right past Isabelle. Isabelle raised her bony hand in greeting. Vianne saw her wave and paled.
Isabelle!
Vianne cried, rushing toward her. She cupped Isabelle's hollow cheeks in her hands.
Don't get too close. My breath is terrible.
Vianne kissed Isabelle's cracked, swollen, dry lips and whispered,
Welcome home, sister.
Home. Isabelle repeated the unexpected word. She couldn't bring up any images to go along with it. Her thoughts were so jumbled and her head pounded. Vianne gently put her arms around Isabelle and pulled her close. Isabelle felt her sister's soft skin and the lemony scent of her hair. She felt her sister stroking her back, just as she'd done when she was a little girl. And Isabelle thought, I made it. Home. You're burning up, Vianne said when they were back at Le Jardin, and Isabelle was clean and dry and lying in a warm bed.
I can't seem to get rid of this fever.
I will get you some aspirin. Vianne started to rise.
No,
Isabelle said.
Don't leave me, please. Lie with me.
Vianne climbed into the small bed, afraid that the lightest touch would leave a bruise. She gathered Isabelle close with exquisite care.
I'm sorry about Beck. Forgive me,
Isabelle said, coughing. She'd waited so long to say it, imagined this conversation 1,000 times.
For the way I put you and Sophie in danger.
No, Isabelle, Vianne said softly. Forgive me. I failed you at every turn. Starting when Papa left us with Madame Dumas, and when you ran off to Paris. How could I believe your ridiculous story about an affair? That has haunted me. Vianne leaned toward her. Can we start over now? Be the sisters Maman wanted us to be? Isabelle fought to stay awake. I'd like that. I'm so proud of what you did in this war, Isabelle. Isabelle's eyes filled with tears. What about you, Vi? Vianne looked away.
After Beck, another Nazi billeted here.
A bad one. Did Vianne realize that she touched her belly as she said it? That shame colored her cheeks? Isabelle knew instinctively what her sister had endured. Isabelle had heard countless stories of women being raped by the soldiers billeted with them.
You know what I learned in the camps?
Vianne looked at her. What?
They couldn't touch my heart. They couldn't change who I was inside. My body, they broke that in the first days. But not my heart, Vi. Whatever he did, it was to your body, and your body will heal.
She wanted to say more. Maybe add, I love you. But a hacking cough overtook her. When it passed, she lay back, spent, breathing shallow, ragged breaths. Vianne leaned closer, pressed a cool, wet rag to her fevered forehead. Isabelle stared at the blood on the quilt, remembering the end days of her mother's life. There had been such blood then, too. She looked at Vianne and saw that her sister was remembering it, too. Isabelle woke on a wooden floor. She was freezing and on fire at the same time, shivering and sweating. She heard nothing. No rats or cockroaches scurrying across the floor. No water bleeding through the wall cracks, turning to fat slugs of ice. No coughing or crying. She sat up slowly, wincing at every movement, no matter how fractional. Everything hurt. Her bones, her skin, her head, her chest. She had no muscles left to hurt, but her joints and ligaments ached. She heard a loud rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire. She covered her head and scurried into the corner, crouching low. No, she was at Le Jardin, not Ravensbrook. That sound was rain hitting the roof. She got slowly to her feet, feeling dizzy. How long had she been here? 4 days? 5? She limped to the nightstand, where a porcelain pitcher sat beside a bowl of tepid water. She washed her hands and splashed water on her face, and then dressed in the clothes Vianne had laid out for her. A dress that had belonged to Sophie when she was 10 years old, and bagged on Isabelle. She began the long, slow journey down the stairs. The front door was open. Outside, the apple trees were blurred by a falling rain. Isabelle went to the doorway, breathing in the sweet air. "Isabelle?" Vianne said, coming up beside her. "Let me get you some marrow broth. The doctor says you can drink it." She nodded absently, letting Vianne pretend that the few tablespoons of broth Isabelle's stomach could hold would make a difference. She stepped out into the rain. The world was alive with sound. Birds cawing, church bells ringing, rain thumping on the roof, splashing in puddles. Traffic clogged the narrow, muddy road, automobiles and lorries and bicyclists, honking and waving, yelling out to one another as people came home. An American lorry rumbled past, full of smiling, fresh-faced soldiers who waved at passers-by. At the sight of them, Isabelle remembered Vianne telling her that Hitler had killed himself and Berlin had been surrounded and would fall soon. Was that true? Was the war over? She didn't know, couldn't remember. Her mind was such a mess these days. Isabelle limped out to the road, realizing too late that she was barefoot. She would get beaten for losing her shoes, but she kept going. Shivering, coughing, plastered by rain, she walked past the bombed-out airfield, taken over by Allied troops now.
"Isabelle!"
She turned, coughing hard, spitting blood into her hand. She was trembling now with cold, shivering. Her dress was soaking wet.
"What are you doing out here?"
Vianne said.
"And where are your shoes? You have typhus and pneumonia, and you're out in the rain."
Vianne took off her coat and wrapped it around Isabelle's shoulder.
"Is the war over?"
"We talked about this last night, remember?" Rain blurred Isabelle's vision, fell in streaks down her back. She drew in a wet, shuddering breath and felt tears sting her eyes.
"Don't cry."
She knew that was important, but she didn't remember why.
"Isabelle, you're sick. Gaëtan promised to find me after the war was over,"
she whispered.
"I need to get to Paris so he can find me.
If he came looking for you, he'd come to the house." Isabelle didn't understand. She shook her head.
"He's been here, remember? After tour. He brought you home."
"My Nightingale, I got you home."
"Oh. He won't think I'm pretty anymore."
Isabelle tried to smile, but she knew it was a failure. Vianne put an arm around Isabelle and gently turned her around.
"We will go and write him a letter." "I don't know where to send it,"
Isabelle said, leaning against her sister, shivering with cold and fire. How did she make it home? She wasn't sure. She vaguely remembered Antoine carrying her up the stairs, kissing her forehead, and Sophie bringing her some hot broth. But she must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing she knew, night had fallen. Vianne sat sleeping in a chair beneath the window. Isabelle coughed. Vianne was on her feet in an instant, fixing the pillows behind Isabelle, propping her up. She dunked a cloth in the water at the bedside, wrung out the excess, and pressed it to Isabelle's forehead.
You want some marrow broth?
God, no.
You're not eating anything. I can't keep it down.
Vianne reached for the chair and dragged it close to the bed. Vianne touched Isabelle's hot, wet cheek and gazed into her sunken eyes.
I have something for you.
Vianne got up from her chair and left the room. Moments later, she was back with a yellowed envelope. She handed it to Isabelle.
This is for us, from Papa. He came by here on his way to see you in Giraud.
He did? Did he tell you that he was going to turn himself in to save me?
Vianne nodded and handed Isabelle the letter. The letters of her name blurred and elongated on the page. Malnutrition had ruined her eyesight.
Can you read it to me?
Vianne unsealed the envelope and withdrew the letter and began to read.
Isabelle and Vianne. What I do now, I do without misgiving. My regret is not for my death, but for my life. I am sorry I was no father to you. I could make excuses. I was ruined by the war. I drank too much. I couldn't go on without your maman. But none of that matters. Isabelle, I remember the first time you ran away to be with me. You made it all the way to Paris on your own. Everything about you said, love me. And when I saw you on that platform needing me, I turned away. How could I not see that you and Vianne were a gift? Had I only reached out, forgive me, my daughters, for all of it, and know that as I say goodbye, I loved you both with all of my damaged heart.
Isabelle closed her eyes and lay back into the pillows. All of her life, she'd waited for those words. His love. And now all she felt was loss. They hadn't loved each other enough in the time they had, and then time ran out.
Hold Sophie and Antoine and your new baby close, Vianne. Love is such a slippery thing.
Don't do that, Vianne said.
What?
Say goodbye. You'll get strong and healthy, and you'll find Gaëtan, and you'll get married, and be there when this baby of mine is born.
Isabelle sighed and closed her eyes.
What a pretty future that would be.
A week later, Isabelle sat in a chair in the backyard, wrapped in 2 blankets and an eiderdown comforter. The early May sun blazed down on her, and still she was trembling with cold. Sophie sat in the grass at her feet, reading her a story. Her niece tried to use a different voice for each character, and sometimes, even as bad as Isabelle felt, as much as her bones felt too heavy for her skin to bear, she found herself smiling, even laughing. Antoine was somewhere, trying to build a cradle out of whatever scraps of wood Vianne hadn't burned during the war. It was obvious to everyone that Vianne would be going into labor soon. She moved slowly and seemed always to have a hand pressed to the small of her back. With closed eyes, Isabelle savored the beautiful commonness of the day. In the distance, a church bell pealed. Bells had been ringing constantly in the past week to herald the war's end. Sophie's voice stopped abruptly in the middle of a sentence.
Isabelle thought she said, "Keep reading,"
but she wasn't sure. She heard her sister say,
"Isabelle?"
in a tone of voice that meant something. Isabelle looked up. Vianne stood there, flour streaking her pale, freckled face and dusting her apron, her reddish hair bound by a frayed turban.
"Someone is here to see you."
Tell the doctor I'm fine.
"It's not the doctor."
Vianne smiled and said, "Gaëtan is here." Isabelle felt as if her heart might burst through the paper walls of her chest. She tried to stand and fell back to the chair in a heap. Vianne helped her to her feet, but once she was standing, she couldn't move. How could she look at him? She was a bald, eyebrowless skeleton, with some of her teeth gone and most of her fingernails missing. She touched her head, realizing an awkward moment too late that she had no hair to tuck behind her ear. Vianne kissed her cheek. "You're beautiful," she said. Isabelle turned slowly, and there he was, standing in the open doorway. She saw how bad he looked, the weight and hair and vibrancy he'd lost. But none of it mattered. He was here. He limped toward her and took her in his arms. She brought her shaking hands up and put her arms around him. For the first time in days, weeks, a year, her heart was a reliable thing, pumping with life. When he drew back, he stared down at her, and the love in his eyes burned away everything bad. It was just them again, Gaëtan and Isabelle, somehow falling in love in a world at war. "You're as beautiful as I remember," he said. And she actually laughed, and then she cried. She wiped her eyes, feeling foolish, but tears kept streaming down her face. She was crying for all of it at last, for the pain and loss and fear and anger, for the war and what it had done to her and to all of them, for the knowledge of evil she could never shake, for the horror of where she'd been and what she'd done to survive. "Don't cry." How could she not? They should have had a lifetime to share truths and secrets, to get to know each other. "I love you," she whispered, remembering that time so long ago when she'd said it to him before. She'd been so young and shiny then. "I love you too," he said, his voice breaking. "I did from the first minute I saw you. I thought I was protecting you by not telling you. If I'd known." How fragile life was, how fragile they were. Love. It was the beginning and end of everything, the foundation and the ceiling and the air in between. It didn't matter that she was broken and ugly and sick. He loved her and she loved him. All her life she had waited, longed for, people to love her. But now she saw what really mattered. She had known love, been blessed by it. Papa, Maman, Sophie, Antoine, Micheline, Anouk, Henri, Gaëtan, Vianne. She looked past Gaëtan to her sister, the other half of her. She remembered Maman telling them that someday they would be best friends. That time would stitch their lives together. Vianne nodded, crying now too, her hand on her extended belly. "Don't forget me," Isabelle thought. She wished she had the strength to say it out loud. Chapter 39. May 7th, 1995. Somewhere over France. The lights in the airplane cabin come on suddenly. I hear the ding of the announcement system. It tells us that we are beginning our descent into Paris. Julian leans over and adjusts my seatbelt, making sure that my seat is in the locked, upright position, that I am safe. "How does it feel to be landing in Paris again, Mom?" I don't know what to say. Hours later, the phone beside me rings. I am still more than half asleep when I answer it. "Hello?" "Hey, Mom, did you sleep?" "I did." "It's 3 o'clock. What time do you want to leave for the reunion?" "Let's walk around Paris. I can be ready in an hour." "I'll come by and pick you up."
I ease out of a bed the size of Nebraska and head for the marble everywhere bathroom. A nice hot shower brings me back to myself and wakens me, but it isn't until I am seated at the vanity, staring at my face magnified in the light-rimmed oval mirror, that it hits me. I am home. It doesn't matter that I am an American citizen, that I have spent more of my life in the United States than I did in France. The truth is that none of that matters. I am home. I apply makeup carefully. Then I brush the snow-white hair back from my face, creating a chignon at the nape of my neck with hands that won't stop trembling. In the mirror, I see an elegant, ancient woman with velvety pleated skin, glossy pale pink lips, and worry in her eyes. It is the best I can do. Pushing back from the mirror, I go to the closet and withdraw the winter white slacks and turtleneck that I have brought with me. It occurs to me that perhaps color would have been a better choice. I wasn't thinking when I packed. I am ready when Julian arrives. He guides me out into the hallway, helping me as if I am blind and disabled, and I let him lead me through the elegant hotel lobby and out into the magic light of Paris in springtime. But when he asks the doorman for a taxi, I insist. We will walk to the reunion. He frowns. But it's in the Ile de la Cité. I wince at his pronunciation, but it is my own fault, really. I see the doorman smile. My son loves maps, I say, and he has never been to Paris before. The man nods. It's a long way, Mom, Julian says, coming up to stand beside me. And you're old? I can't help smiling. I am also French. You're wearing heels. Again, I say, I'm French. Julian turns to the doorman, who lifts his gloved hands and says, C'est la vie, monsieur. All right, Julian says at last. Let's walk. I take his arm, and for a glorious moment, as we step out onto the bustling sidewalk arm in arm, I feel like a girl again. Traffic rushes past us, honking and squealing. Boys skateboard up the sidewalk, dodging in and out amid the throngs of tourists and locals out on this brilliant afternoon. The air is full of chestnut blossoms and smells of baking bread, cinnamon, diesel fuel, car exhaust, and baked stone. Smells that will forever remind me of Paris. To my right, I see one of my mother's favorite pâtisseries, and suddenly I remember Maman handing me a butterfly macaron. Mom? I smile at him. Come, I say imperiously, leading him into the small shop. There is a long line, and I take my place at the end of it. I thought you didn't like cookies. I ignore him and stare at the glass case full of beautifully colored macarons and pain au chocolat. When it is my turn, I buy 2 macarons, 1 coconut, 1 raspberry. I reach into the bag and get the coconut macaron, handing it to Julian. We are outside again, walking when he takes a bite and stops dead. Wow, he says after a minute. Then, wow, again. I smile. Everyone remembers their first taste of Paris. This will be his. When he has licked his fingers and thrown the bag away, he links his arm through mine again. At a pretty little bistro overlooking the Seine, I say, let's have a glass of wine. It is just past 5 o'clock, the genteel cocktail hour. We take a seat outside, beneath a canopy of flowering chestnut trees. Across the street, along the banks of the river, vendors are set up in green kiosks, selling everything from oil paintings to old Vogue covers to Eiffel Tower keychains.
We share a greasy, paper-wrapped cone of frite and sip wine. One glass turns into two, and the afternoon begins to give way to the haze of dusk. I had forgotten how gently time passes in Paris. As lively as the city is, there's a stillness to it, a peace that lures you in. In Paris, with a glass of wine in your hand, you can just be. All along the Seine, street lamps come on, apartment windows turn golden. "It's 7, Julien says, and I realize that he's been keeping time all along, waiting. He is so American. No sitting idle, forgetting oneself, not for this young man of mine. He has also been letting me settle myself." I nod and watch him pay the check. As we stand, a well-dressed couple, both smoking cigarettes, glides in to take our seats. Julien and I walk arm in arm to the Pont Neuf, the oldest bridge across the Seine. Beyond it is the Île de la Cité, the island that was once the heart of Paris. Notre Dame, with its soaring chalk-colored walls, looks like a giant bird of prey landing, gorgeous wings outstretched. The Seine captures and reflects dots of lamplight along its shores, golden coronas pulled out of shape by the waves. "Magic," Julien says, and that is precisely true. We walk slowly, crossing over this graceful bridge that was built more than 400 years ago. On the other side, we see a street vendor closing up his portable shop. Julien stops, picks up an antique snow globe. He tilts it, and snow flurries and swirls within the glass, obscuring the delicate gilt Eiffel Tower. I see the tiny white flakes, and I know it's all fake, nothing. But it makes me remember those terrible winters, when we had holes in our shoes and our bodies were wrapped in newsprint and every scrap of clothing we could find. "Mom, you're shaking." "We're late," I say. Julien puts down the antique snow globe, and we are off again, bypassing the crowd waiting to enter Notre Dame. The hotel is on a side street behind the cathedral. Next to it is the Hôtel Dieu, the oldest hospital in Paris. "I'm afraid," I say, surprising myself with the admission. I can't remember admitting such a thing in years, although it has often been true. 4 months ago, when they told me the cancer was back, fear made me cry in the shower until the water ran cold. "We don't have to go in," he says. "Yes, we do," I say. I put one foot in front of the other until I am in the lobby, where a sign directs us to the ballroom on the 4th floor. When we exit the elevator, I can hear a man speaking through a microphone that amplifies and garbles his voice in equal measure. There is a table out in the hallway with name tags spread out. It reminds me of that old television show, Concentration. Most of the tags are missing, but mine remains. And there is another name I recognize. The tag is below mine. At the sight of it, my heart gives a little seize, knots up. I reach for my own name tag and pick it up. I peel off the back and stick the name tag to my sunken chest. But all the while, I am looking at the other name. I take the second tag and stare down at it. "Madame,"
says the woman seated behind the table. She stands, looking flustered.
"We've been waiting for you. There's a seat."
"I'm fine. I'll stand in the back of the room."
"Nonsense."
She takes my arm. I consider resisting, but haven't the will for it just now. She leads me through a large crowd, seated wall to wall in the ballroom on folding chairs, and toward a dais behind which 3 old women are seated. A young man in a rumpled blue sport coat and khaki pants, American, obviously, is standing at a podium. At my entrance, he stops speaking. The room goes quiet. I feel everyone looking at me. I sidle past the other old women on the dais and take my place at the empty chair next to the speaker. The man at the microphone looks at me and says, "Someone very special is with us tonight." I see Julian at the back of the room, standing against the wall, his arms crossed. He is frowning. No doubt he is wondering why anyone would put me on a dais. "Would you like to say something?" I think the man at the podium has asked me this question twice before it registers. The room is so still I can hear chairs squeaking, feet tapping on carpet, women fanning themselves. I want to say, "No, not me." But how can I be so cowardly? I get slowly to my feet and walk to the podium. While I'm gathering my thoughts, I glance to my right, at the old women seated at the dais, and see their names. Almadora, Eliane, and Anouk. My fingers clutch the wooden edges of the podium. My sister, Isabelle, was a woman of great passions, I say quietly at first. Everything she did full speed ahead, no brakes. When she was little, we worried about her constantly. She was always running away from boarding schools and convents and finishing school, sneaking out of windows and onto trains. I thought she was reckless and irresponsible and almost too beautiful to look at. And during the war, she used that against me. She told me that she was running off to Paris to have an affair, and I believed her. I believed her. All these years later, that still breaks my heart a little. I should have known she wasn't following a man, but her beliefs, that she was doing something important. I close my eyes for a moment and remember Isabelle standing with Gaëtan, her arms around him, her eyes on me, shining with tears, with love. And then closing her eyes, saying something none of us could hear, taking her last breath in the arms of the man who loved her. Then I saw tragedy in it. Now I see beauty. I remember every nuance of that moment in my backyard, with the branches of the yew tree spread out above our heads and the scent of jasmine in the air. I looked down at the second name tag in my hand. Sophie Mauriac, my beautiful baby girl, who grew into a solemn, thoughtful woman, who stayed near me for the whole of her life, always worrying, fluttering around me like a mama hen. Afraid. She was always just a little afraid of the world, after all that we had lived through, and I hated that. But she knew how to love, my Sophie, and when cancer came for her, she wasn't afraid. At the end, I was holding her hand, and she closed her eyes and said, "Tante, there you are." Now soon they will be waiting for me, my sister and my daughter. I tear my gaze away from the name tag and look out at the audience again. They don't care that I'm teary-eyed. Isabelle and my father, Julien Rossignol, and their friends ran the Nightingale escape route. Together, they saved over 117 men. I swallow hard. Isabelle and I didn't talk much during the war. She stayed away from me to protect me from the danger of what she was doing. So I didn't know everything Isabelle had done until she came back from Ravensbrück. I wipe my eyes. Now there is no squeaking chairs, no tapping feet. The audience is utterly still, staring up at me. I see Julian in the back.
his handsome face a study in confusion. All of this is news to him. For the first time in his life, he understands the gulf between us, rather than the bridge. I am not simply his mother now, an extension of him. I am a woman in whole, and he doesn't quite know what to make of me. The Isabelle who came back from the concentration camp was not the woman who'd survived the bombing at Tours or crossed the Pyrenees. The Isabelle who came home was broken and sick. She was unsure of so many things, but not about what she'd done. I look out at the people seated in front of me. On the day before she died, she sat in the shade beside me and held my hand and said, "Vi, it's enough for me." I said, "What's enough?" And she said, "My life. It's enough." And it was. I know she saved some of the men in this room, but I know that you saved her, too. Isabelle Rossignol died both a hero and a woman in love. She couldn't have made a different choice, and all she wanted was to be remembered. So I thank you all for giving her life meaning, for bringing out the very best in her, and for remembering her all these years later. I let go of the podium and step back. The audience surges to their feet, clapping wildly. I see how many of the older people are crying, and it strikes me suddenly. These are the families of the men she saved. Every man saved came home to create a family. More people who owed their lives to a brave girl and her father and their friends. After that, I am sucked into a whirlwind of gratitude and memories and photographs. Everyone in the room wants to thank me personally and tell me how much Isabelle and my father meant to them. At some point, Julian settles himself along my side and becomes a bodyguard of sorts. I hear him say, "It looks like we have a lot to talk about." And I nod and keep moving, clinging to his arm. I do my best to be my sister's ambassador, collecting the thanks she deserves. We are almost through the crowd. It is thinning now. People are making their way to the bar for wine, when I hear someone say, "Hello, Vianne," in a familiar voice. Even with all the years that have passed, I recognize his eyes. Gaëtan. He is shorter than I remember, a little stooped in the shoulders, and his tanned face is deeply creased by both weather and time. His hair is long, almost to his shoulders, and as white as gardenias, but still I would know him anywhere. "Vianne," he says, "I wanted you to meet my daughter." He reaches back for a classically beautiful young woman wearing a chic black sheath and vibrant pink neck scarf. She comes toward me, smiling as if we are friends. "I'm Isabelle," she says. I lean heavily into Julien's hand. I wonder if Gaëtan knows what this small remembrance would mean to Isabelle. Of course he does. He leans close and kisses each of my cheeks, whispering, "I loved her all of my life," as he draws back. We talk for a few minutes, about nothing really, and then he leaves. Suddenly I am tired, exhausted. I pull free of my son's possessive grip and move past the crowd to the quiet balcony. There I step out into the night. Notre Dame is lit up, its glow coloring the black waves of the Seine. I can hear the river lapping against stone and boat lines creaking. Julien comes up beside me. "So," he says, "your sister, my aunt, was in a concentration camp in Germany because she helped to create a route to save downed airmen, and this route meant that she hiked across the Pyrenees Mountains? It is as heroic as he makes it sound. Why have I never heard anything about all this? And not just from you.
Sophie never said a word. Hell, I didn't even know that people escaped over the mountains or that there was a concentration camp just for women who resisted the Nazis.
Men tell stories, I say. It is the truest, simplest answer to his question. Women get on with it. For us, it was a shadow war. There were no parades for us when it was over, no medals or mentions in history books. We did what we had to during the war. And when it was over, we picked up the pieces and started our lives over. Your sister was as desperate to forget it as I was. Maybe that was another mistake I made, letting her forget. Maybe we should have talked about it.
So Isabelle was off saving airmen, and Dad was a prisoner of war, and you were left alone with Sophie.
I know he is seeing me differently already, wondering how much he doesn't know.
What did you do in the war, Mom?
I survived, I say quietly. At the admission, I miss my daughter almost more than I can bear, because the truth of it is that we survived, together, against all odds.
That couldn't have been easy.
It wasn't. The admission slips out, surprising me. And suddenly we are looking at each other, mother and son. He is giving me his surgeon's look that misses nothing, not my newest wrinkles or the way my heart is beating a little too fast, or the pulse that pumps in the hollow of my throat. He touches my cheek, smiling softly. My boy.
You think the past could change how I feel about you? Really, Mom? Mrs. Moriarty?
I am glad for the interruption. It's a question I don't want to answer. I turn to see a handsome young man waiting to talk to me. He is American, but not obviously so. A New Yorker, perhaps, with close-cropped graying hair and designer glasses. He is wearing a fitted black blazer and an expensive white shirt with faded jeans. I step forward, extending my hand. He does the same thing at the same time, and when he does, our eyes meet, and I miss a step. It is just that, a missed step, one among many at my age. But Julian is there to catch me.
Mom?
I stare at the man before me. In him, I can see the boy I loved so deeply, and the woman who was my best friend.
Ariel de Champlain,
I say, his name a whisper, a prayer. He takes me in his arms and holds me tightly, and the memories return. When he finally pulls back, we are both crying.
I never forgot you or Sophie, he says. They told me to, and I tried, but I couldn't. I've been looking for you both for years.
I feel that constriction in my heart again. Sophie passed away about 15 years ago.
Ari looks away.
Quietly, he says,
I slept with her stuffed animal for years.
Bébé, I say, remembering.
Ari reaches into his pocket and pulls out the framed photograph of me and Rachel.
My mom gave this to me when I graduated from college.
I stare down at it through tears.
You and Sophie saved my life,
Ari says, matter-of-factly. I hear Julian's intake of breath, and I know what it means. He has questions now. Ari is my best friend's son, I say. When Rachel was deported to Auschwitz, I hid him in our home, even though a Nazi billeted with us. It was quite frightening.
Your mother is being modest, Ari says. She rescued 19 Jewish children during the war.
I see the incredulity in my son's eyes, and it makes me smile. Our children see us so imperfectly. I'm a rossignol, I say quietly. A nightingale in my own way.
A survivor, Ari adds.
Did Dad know?
Julian asks. Your father. I pause, drawing a breath. Your father. And there it is, the secret that made me bury it all. I have spent a lifetime running from it, trying to forget. But now I see what a waste all that was. Antoine was Julien's father in every way that mattered. It is not biology that determines fatherhood. It is love. I touch his cheek and gaze up at him. You brought me back to life, Julien. When I held you, after all that ugliness, I could breathe again. I could love your father again. I never realized that truth before. Julien brought me back. His birth was a miracle in the midst of despair. He made me and Antoine and Sophie a family again. I named him after the father I learned to love too late, after he was gone. Sophie became the big sister she always wanted to be. I will tell my son my life story at last. There will be pain in remembering, but there will be joy too. You'll tell me everything? Almost everything, I say with a smile. A Frenchwoman must have her secrets. And I will. I'll keep one secret. I smile at them, my two boys who should have broken me, but somehow saved me, each in his own way. Because of them, I know now what matters, and it is not what I have lost. It is my memories. Wounds heal. Love lasts. We remain.